Hey guys, how are you all? I hope you all are doing well. Today we are going to see an amazing what-if story. But before we start, it's just a humble request that if you are new here, please subscribe because it actually motivates me a lot to post more. Also, the stories on my channel are fully written by me, so if you have any suggestions for what-if stories, please let me know below the comment section. Now, without any further delay, let's start. What if Harry Potter was son of Voldemort? The cupboard always smelled the same. Dust, old wood, damp cloth that never dried all the way. The air sat heavy in his throat, like it had been breathed too many times already. Harry lay on his thin mattress and watched the single line of light under the door. It widened when someone walked past, then narrowed again. That was how he knew who was moving in the house. Uncle Vernon walked like furniture being dragged. Heavy, uneven, each step a tiny threat. The light under the door shook with every one. Aunt Petunia moved quick and sharp. The light flicked, then steadied, as if it flinched along with her. Dudley stomped. No pattern at all. Just noise. Harry listened and sorted the sounds without thinking. Safe. Unsafe. Angry. Pretending not to be angry. The cupboard was small, but it was his. Other people might have called it a cage. Harry did not use that word. Cages were for things that could not hurt you if they got out. The Dursleys did not think that about him. He rolled onto his side. The wall was cold through his shirt. His fingers brushed the spider web in the corner. The spider did not move. Even the little things in the cupboard knew when to stay still. A floorboard creaked outside. The light under the door widened. Vernon's voice came, rough and low. Boy. Not shouted. Not the way Harry had heard him shout at Dudley when the television broke or when a football smashed a flower pot. This tone sat at the back of Vernon's throat, like he was trying to keep it from shaking. Harry sat up at once. There was no point pretending to be asleep. The silence after a command was more dangerous than the command itself. Coming, he said. His voice sounded normal to his own ears. Calm. He liked that. He opened the cupboard door and stepped into the hall. Vernon was already a few paces back. Bulky frame turned slightly away. He did not look at Harry. The hall light made the man's face shiny with sweat. In the kitchen, Vernon muttered, Petunia wants you to do the washing up. Harry slipped past him. He noticed, as he always did, the way Vernon shifted to give him more space. It was not kindness. It was distance. The kitchen smelled of bacon and fried bread. Petunia stood by the cooker, shoulders tight. Dudley sat at the table. His chair turned so he did not have to face the doorway. His plate was piled high. He was shoveling food in, but his eyes kept darting to the side, watching Harry from the corner. The moment Harry stepped over the threshold, Petunia's hand clenched on the spatula. The metal scraped the pan too hard. Hair, she snapped. Harry pushed his fringe down over his scar. It made her feel better. It made no difference to him. There, he said. She glanced at him once, fast and sharp, then looked back at the pan. Plates, she said, and no funny business. That last part was habit. She said it even when he was only being sent to get the post. Harry did not roll his eyes. He had tried that once, years ago. The light bulb in the kitchen had burst when she raised her hand. Glass everywhere. Her scream still echoed in his memory. He had not been the one who got hurt. Harry moved to the sink. The stack of dirty plates waited. He put his hands in the cold water and felt the familiar sting of old washing-up liquid on chapped skin. Behind him, Dudley swallowed loudly. Mom, Dudley said, voice low. He is looking at the knives. Harry was not. He was watching the window, where the thin curtains moved slightly with the morning air. But he did not bother to correct Dudley. Harry, Petunia said at once. Eyes on the sink. He lowered his gaze. The corner of his mouth twitched. They were scared. They pretended it was anger. He knew the difference. He knew a lot of things now. He had learned to listen to the house, to feel the way the air changed when Vernon thought about grabbing him, to notice how Petunia always made sure there was a table between them if she had to speak to him for longer than a second. Fear had a taste, sharp and thin at first, then thicker when someone could not hide it anymore. Harry had grown up on that taste. He scrubbed the plates until the water turned cloudy. Petunia hovered by the cooker instead of coming near him to take them. She called Dudley to carry his own plate to the counter. Dudley did it, keeping his body angled away from Harry like the plate was a shield. Harry did not reach for him. He did not need to. He finished the washing up, dried his hands on the rag that hung from the cupboard door, and waited. "Garden," Vernon said from the doorway. "Beds need weeding." Harry nodded. "Yes, uncle." Vernon flinched at the word uncle, as if Harry had touched him. Then he stepped aside again, letting Harry pass without brushing against him. Outside, the air was cold but clean. The sun sat low over Privet Drive, weak light turning the neat lawns pale. Harry walked to the flower bed near the fence. The soil there was already bare in patches. He crouched and dug his fingers into the dirt. Felt better than the dishwater. He worked in silence, pulling out thin weeds and tossing them aside. Somewhere down the street, a dog barked. A car door slammed. Normal sounds. Safe. A soft, dry rustle made him pause. Near the corner of the garden, where the fence met the wall, something slid through the grass. Thin body. Smooth scales. Harry felt a prickle at the base of his skull, like someone had whispered his name without sound. He turned his head. A little garden snake, dark green with a faint pale stripe, lifted its head. His tongue flicked, tasting the air. Harry looked at it. The prickle grew stronger. The world seemed to narrow until it was only him, the dirt under his knees, and the small coil of scales. "Hello," he said quietly. The word did not come out in English, came out in something else. The sound that left his mouth was a soft hiss, smooth and sliding. He understood it as it left him. The snake understood it too. His head snapped up. Its body rippled with sudden excitement. "Speaker," it hissed. "Speaker speaks." Harry froze. The hairs on his arms stood up. He had always been odd. Doors locked themselves when he did not want people to come in. Painted flowers on the wall peeled off and fell to the floor when Dudley pointed at them. But no one had ever spoken back to him like this. He swallowed. "Can you hear me?" he asked, in the same hissing tongue. "All of it." "All," the snake said. "Words clear. You are loud. You are sharp." Its tongue flicked again, almost brushing his hand. "Who are you?" Harry asked. It slid a little closer, curious. "Garden 1. Hunt worms. Hide from big feet." The snake turned its head toward the house. "Bad place. Smell of fear." Harry let out a slow breath. "Yes," he said. He did not know why he felt no fear now. The cupboard made his chest tight sometimes. Vernon's gaze made his skin want to crawl away. Petunia's thin lips and Dudley's laugh made his hands itch. The snake did not. "You are not afraid," the snake said, as if it had reached into his skull. "They are afraid. You smell like them but not like them. You smell like storm." "Storm," Harry repeated. He remembered the light bulb bursting. The way Vernon's hand had stopped mid-swing, fingers stiff, eyes wide. The way his own anger had cooled at the sight of thin lines of blood on the man's palm from the glass. "Interesting. Useful. You are not little," the snake continued. "Body small. Smell big. Old. Sharp. You feel like dark earth before rain. Little King." The title slid into place like it had always been waiting. Harry blinked. "King." "Not yet," the snake said. "But soon. You move the air. You move the dark. They know. That is why they hide you in the small place." Harry looked back at the house. The cupboard door sat hidden behind the stairs inside, but he could see it in his memory. The single bare bulb, the thin mattress, the line of light, a cage, the snake had called it in its own way. "They are scared of me," Harry said. "Yes," the snake answered easily. "You are hunter." "They are not. They smell like meat." Harry did not laugh. His lips just curled a little. He pulled another weed out of the soil. The roots came away with a wet sound. "If I am a hunter," he asked, "why am I the one in the cupboard?" The snake tilted its head. "Because you are young. Teeth not grown. Venom asleep. But scent is there. They hope cage will keep you small." Harry thought about that. About the way Vernon did not hit him anymore. About the way Petunia never touched him if she could help it. About the way Dudley had nightmares when Harry slept too close to his room. Maybe the cage was not only for him. Maybe it was for them. You will not stay small, the snake said. Teeth grow. Dark wakes. Then cage will not hold. There was no pride in its voice. No fear. Just simple fact. Harry nodded once. Good, he said. He stayed in the garden longer than he had to, talking softly with the little snake while he worked. It told him about the warm spots under rocks, about the cat next door that liked to pounce at tails, about the cool damp under the hedge. In return he told it about cupboard walls and thin blankets and the way Vernon's mustache bristled when he was about to lie. Little King sees, the snake said approvingly. Little King learns. When Petunia finally opened the back door and snapped his name, he rose at once. The snake slid back into the grass, melting into the shadows by the fence. Harry felt its attention linger even after he could not see it. Inside, Petunia stood well away from the doorway, one hand on the wall. Her fingers were white. You were out there too long, she said. Vernon does not like it when you disappear. Harry wiped his hands on his trousers. I was in the garden, he said. You told me to weed. She flinched at his calm tone. Her eyes flicked down his arms, searching for dirt she could scold him for. Finding none, she pressed her lips together. Your cupboard, she said. Go on. And remember, no strange things. He met her gaze for a heartbeat. Her pupils were very small. He wondered what she would do if he told her he had just been chatting with a snake about his future. He did not. Yes, Aunt Petunia, he said. She jerked at the title the same way Vernon had, as if he had stepped closer, even though he had not moved at all. He went back to the cupboard without another word. When the door closed, and the darkness folded around him again, he lay on his back and stared at the underside of the stairs. His heart beat slow. His hands were steady. Little King. He liked the way that felt in his head. It happened a few months later, on a hot day when the air in the house sat like a wet cloth. Harry was taller now. His clothes still hung off him, all old and wide, but his wrists and ankles had lost some of their sharpness. He had new bruises from Dudley's gang knocking into him on the way to school, but Vernon rarely raised a hand anymore. He did not need to. The house itself seemed to do the work when he got too close. Harry had noticed. The floorboards that creaked under everyone else went still under his feet if he wanted to pass without sound. The doors that always stuck for Petunia and Dudley opened easily for him. The shadows in the sitting room moved wrong when he was angry. They stretched too far. They reached. He still talked with the garden snake when he could, though it came less often now. It said the ground near the house felt strange. It said there was a hum deep in the earth, under the neat lawn of Privet Drive. Growing, the snake had said. Something in the soil. Old and sharp. Like you. Now Harry stood in the sitting room, eyes on the television. The picture flickered over the bright blue of Dudley's new video game. Dudley lounged on the sofa, one hand digging into a bowl of crisps, the other locked around the game controller. Harry stood behind the armchair. He had been ordered to dust the shelves, but there was not much left to dust. Petunia wiped them every day, so he watched the game instead. Dudley lost. That is your fault, Dudley said at once, as if he had been waiting for the chance. He twisted on the sofa to glare at Harry. Grease shone on his chin. You are breathing loud. Harry did not answer. He did not see the point. Dudley would say the same thing whether he spoke or not. Turn it off, Vernon called from the kitchen. You will burn your eyes out. Dudley ignored him. He jabbed at the buttons, trying to restart. The game froze. A high screech of digital noise filled the room. Dudley threw the controller down. Look what you did, he shouted at Harry. Harry blinked. He had not moved. Something in his chest, already tight from the heat and the smell and the way Dudley had shoved him into a wall earlier, twisted. I did not do anything, Harry said. You looked at it, Dudley snapped. You broke it with your freak eyes. The word freak slid into the space between them. Harry felt the air change. The light from the window thinned, even though no cloud passed over the sun. The shadows in the corners of the room deepened, thick as ink. He drew a breath and felt it catch. His skin prickled. The same prickle he felt when he spoke with snakes. The same cold rush as when the kitchen bulb had shattered. Dudley stood up. He was bigger, but he backed up a step first, pupils wide, before anger pushed him forward again. I am telling Dad, he said. He will throw you out. He should have done it years ago. You should not even be here. You should have died with your stupid parents. The last sentence landed like a slap. Harry had heard versions of it before. The words hit a different place this time. Maybe because of the heat. Maybe because he had spent the morning in the garden, fingers in the soil, listening to a faint hum that matched the one in his bones. He smiled. It was small, barely there. But Dudley froze at the sight of it. Try, Harry said softly. The air dropped in temperature so fast that their breath misted for a second. The hairs on Dudley's arms stood up. The television crackled. The picture smeared and vanished, leaving a blank gray screen. Dudley opened his mouth to scream. The shadows moved. They did not just stretch. They rose. The dark patches under the coffee table, behind the television stand, in the space between the sofa and the wall, slid together as if pulled by a thread. They poured across the carpet, thick and black, and wrapped around Dudley's legs. He yelped and stumbled. The shadows held. No weight, no substance, but he could not pull free. They clung to his ankles, cold and solid as iron. Harry, he squeaked. Stop it. Stop. Mom. Harry watched. His heart beat fast now. His hands shook, but not from fear. Something hot and sharp burned under his skin. The hum in his chest turned into a steady, powerful throb. He raised his hand and curled his fingers slowly, as if he were closing them around a throat. The shadows obeyed. They slithered higher, climbing Dudley's legs, his knees, his thighs. He dropped to the floor, clawing at them with both hands. His fingers passed through black nothing, but the cold did not. He gasped as it crawled up his body, pressing against his belly, his chest. Harry, he sobbed. Please, please, I am sorry, I did not mean it, please. Harry tilted his head. The fear rolling off Dudley filled the room like thick smoke. It sank into his lungs. Tasted better than bacon. Better than the sweets Dudley got and Harry did not. Little King, the garden snake, had called him. This was what that felt like. The sitting room door flew open. Boy, what is all this noise? Vernon roared. He stopped on the threshold. For a moment the scene held still. Dudley on the carpet, wrapped in moving dark that clung to his body. Harry standing over him, one hand raised, eyes bright. Vernon's face drained of color. His hand, half lifted for a blow, dropped to his side. Petunia appeared behind him. She saw, and her scream scraped the walls. Harry felt the shadows waver. He could hold them. He knew it. He could make them climb higher still. He could see Dudley's eyes bulge, see his lips turn blue. The picture flashed in his mind with startling clarity. He liked it. The thought came with a jolt that made his stomach flip. He liked it. He unclenched his hand. The shadows dropped at once, falling away from Dudley and snapping back to their proper places. Under the furniture, in the corners, harmless again. Dudley dragged in a shuddering breath. Then another. He scrambled backward on the carpet, leaving a smear of crisps and sweat. Vernon did not move. His eyes were fixed on Harry now. Not on Dudley. Not on the room. Harry, get away from him, Petunia whispered. Her hand clutched at Vernon's arm, nails digging in. Vernon, move him, do something. Vernon did not. His lips moved silently around words he could not quite say. Harry lowered his hand. His heart still hammered, but the rush of pleasure was fading, leaving something sour in its wake. He looked down at Dudley, who was whimpering and trying to get to his feet. It would be easy to do it again. Harry swallowed. His throat felt dry. I did not touch him, he said. His voice came out level. Calm. Vernon flinched. You, he said hoarsely. You get in your cupboard. Now. Harry met his gaze. The big man actually backed up a step. Now, Vernon repeated, louder this time, but no stronger. Do not make me say it again, boy. Harry looked at Dudley once more, at the smear of crisps on the carpet, at the faint frost on the table legs where the shadows had dragged past. He turned and walked out of the room. No one tried to grab him. No one raised a hand. Petunia pressed herself flat against the wall to let him pass, as if brush of cloth could burn. He went into the hall and opened the cupboard door. The darkness inside waited, familiar and close. He stepped in and pulled the door shut behind him. His hands were still shaking. He sat down on the mattress and stared at his spread fingers. He had wanted to hurt Dudley, not just to defend himself, not just to stop the words. He had wanted to watch him choke. The thought made his stomach twist again. He pressed his palms to his knees until they stopped trembling. "Little King," the snake had said with warm respect. "Monster," something else in the back of his head whispered. He lay back, heart thudding, and listened to the chaos outside. Petunia's high voice, Dudley's sobbing, Vernon's low, shaken mutter. None of them came to open the door. They did not drag him out and shout at him. They did not hit him. They left him there. Not hatred, containment. The difference sat in his chest like a stone. After that, the rules in the house changed again. Harry still cooked and cleaned. He still weeded the garden. But the Dursleys stopped leaving him alone with Dudley if they could help it. If Harry entered a room, one of the adults followed within seconds and stood in the doorway, watching. No one grabbed his arm anymore. No one tried to shove him into a wall. Petunia bought a chain and fixed it to the outside of the cupboard door. Harry heard the drill whine through the wood. He watched, through the gap at the bottom, as Vernon's shoes moved around the hall, slow and careful. The first night they used the chain, he heard it rattle when the wind made the house shift. He smiled in the dark, without quite knowing why. Days blurred into each other. Chores, school, the garden, the occasional, rare visit from the garden snake. Smell changing, the snake said one cool evening, when Harry crouched in the shadow of the hedge. "How?" Harry asked. "More old things waking," it said. "In you, around you. Soon you will leave this den." "How do you know?" Harry asked. The snake tilted its head. "The world feels it when a predator grows. The small things listen." Harry thought about that as he walked back to the house. The next morning a letter came. He noticed it the second Petunia opened the front door. A plain envelope, thicker than the usual bills and leaflets, lay on the mat. She stared at the name written on the front. Her fingers twitched. Harry could not see the writing from where he stood in the hallway, half hidden by the kitchen door, but he saw the color drain from her face. She snapped the door shut and pressed her back against it, clutching the envelope to her chest as if someone were about to snatch it away. "Vernon," she called, voice thin. He came puffing in from the sitting room, newspaper still in hand. "What now?" "Petunia, I was reading about the cricket." She shoved the letter at him. He looked down. Harry watched the way his eyes moved, the way his mouth fell open just enough to show his teeth. "No," Vernon said. He tore the letter in half. Paper ripped with a sharp sound that made Harry flinch even though it had not touched him. Petunia made a small sound in her throat, like an animal caught in a trap. "There will be more," she whispered. "They will not stop. Not for him." Vernon glared at Harry over the scraps of paper. The glare did not land. Skittered off like water off polished glass. "He is not going," Vernon said. "He is supposed to," Petunia said. "Lily," her voice cracked. "We agreed," Vernon snapped. "We keep him here, we keep everyone safe. We are not sending that boy somewhere he will learn to be worse. Safe." The word hung between them. Harry stood still, hands at his sides. He wanted the letter. He did not know why. He just knew that whatever it said, whatever it was meant for him. He could feel it like he felt the hum in the ground and in his bones. Petunia shredded the torn paper further, hands moving fast. Little white pieces drifted to the floor. Harry looked at them, then back at the two adults. "They will send another," he said quietly. Both of them jumped, as if they had forgotten he was there. "Back to your cupboard," Vernon barked. The sound of the bark was wrong. Too tight. Harry looked at the scraps once more, then turned and did as he was told. He did not go far. He sat inside, door pulled almost shut, and watched the line of light. He listened to the hurried whispers, the frantic phone calls, the rustle of more letters sliding through the slot, day after day, more and more, until even the chain on his door rattled with the wind and the strain in Vernon's voice. They fled the letters in the end. They ran from paper. Harry watched them pack, wide arms flapping, thin hands grabbing Dudley's toys. He sat on his mattress while Petunia yanked the cupboard door open. "Out," she said. "Bring nothing. Move." He stepped out, half expecting to feel a hand grab him. None did. The drive to the coast felt long. Rain smacked the windows. Dudley whined. Vernon muttered to himself behind the wheel. Petunia clutched her handbag like a lifebelt. Harry sat very still and watched the world blur past. The hum in his chest grew louder with every mile. Whatever waited at the end of this road, it pulled at him. Felt like the garden snake had been right. The den was ending. They reached the broken little hut on the rock as the light faded. Wind tore at their clothes. The sea crashed against the stones below, loud and endless. Inside, the hut was damp and bare. A single couch, a few old chairs, crack in the ceiling, the smell of salt and mold. Vernon dragged an old rug in front of the door once he had bolted it. "That will hold them," he said, breathing hard. "They will never find us here." Harry checked the cracks in the walls, the gaps in the floor, the thinness of the lock. He did not say anything. The night dragged on. Dudley fell asleep on the broken sofa, clutching a blanket. Petunia dozed in a chair, head against the wall. Vernon snored with his head tipped back. Harry lay on the floor, wrapped in a thin blanket, and stared at the dark ceiling. Wind howled outside. The hut shook now and then. Spray from the sea crept in under the door. He counted the seconds to midnight in his head, then gave up. Numbers did not matter. Something was coming. He could feel it. The air tasted different, heavy with power. Not the thin hum he had felt in the garden. This was thicker, older. It rolled over the sea in slow waves. He sat up. The wind roared. Something huge hit the door. The entire hut jumped. The bolt rattled. The rug slid aside. Dudley jerked awake with a scream. Petunia gasped and grabbed Vernon's arm. Vernon leapt to his feet, eyes wild. Another crash. The door shook on its hinges. "Who is there?" Vernon shouted, voice cracking. Harry stood, blanket falling off his shoulders. The thing outside filled the space in his mind like a dark cloud. He could not sense it the way he sensed shadows or snakes. It was not part of him. It was something else. Something big. The door exploded inward. Wood splintered. The bolt tore free. The wind shoved rain into the room in a hard slap. A giant of a man loomed in the doorway, filling it completely. Wild dark hair, beetle black eyes, coat that looked like it had been dragged through every forest in the country. The smell of wet dog and smoke rolled in with him. "Sorry about that," the man said. His voice was loud, rough, but not sharp. "I am a bit bigger than your usual visitor." He reached down and set the door back on its hinges like it was a cardboard box. Dudley squealed and scrambled behind the sofa. Petunia clutched Vernon's arm so hard he winced. Harry did not move. He watched. The giant straightened and peered around the room. His gaze landed on Harry. Stuck there. There was no fear in that look. Suspicion, maybe. Curiosity. A strange, careful sort of respect. But no fear. "Interesting. Harry," the man said. "Harry Potter." "That you?" Harry said nothing. He shifted his weight, just a little, finding his balance on the uneven floor. If he needed to move, he wanted to be ready. "This is a private house," Vernon spluttered, trying to push himself in front of Petunia and Dudley. "I demand that you leave at once, sir. You have no right." The giant ignored him. He studied Harry in a way that reminded Harry of the garden snake. A slow, measuring look that took in everything and missed nothing. "You look like him," the man muttered, almost to himself. Then he shook his head. "But you have her eyes." Harry's heart stumbled. He did not know who he meant. He only knew that there was something in the way the man said it, heavy and sad, that made the hairs on his arms rise. "Who are you?" Harry asked. He kept his voice calm and steady. He met the man's eyes without flinching. The giant seemed to approve of that. He gave a crooked smile. "Name is Hagrid," he said. "Rubeus Hagrid, keeper of keys at Hogwarts. And I have come to take you to school." School. The word rang in Harry's chest like a struck bell. School was supposed to mean normal classes and crowded hallways and avoiding Dudley's gang. He knew at once that this was not that. The air around Hagrid buzzed with power. Not like the dark hum in Harry's bones. This was rougher, warmer. For a moment he saw the shadows around the man's boots shift, like they were curious, not afraid. "You are a wizard, Harry," Hagrid went on. "Proper one. You are meant to be at Hogwarts learning magic, not locked in a cupboard like some kind of... He cut himself off, eyes sliding to Vernon. Vernon tried to puff himself up. The effort looked pathetic next to Hagrid's size. I will not have some crackpot old fool fill the boy's head with nonsense, Vernon said. We have kept him away from your kind for a reason. You do not know what he is. Harry watched the way Vernon's hands shook. The way his eyes never left Harry's face, even while he spoke to Hagrid. Oh, he thought. You are afraid he will tell him. Tell him what? Hagrid turned his head slowly toward Vernon. I know enough, he said. I know he is Lily and James Potter's son. I know you were supposed to look after him. Harry felt the room tilt. The name Lily meant nothing to him. James meant nothing. Parents were a blank space. A flash of green in a dream sometimes. A scream cut off. Little King, the snake, had called him. Hagrid was calling him something else. Potter. Vernon laughed. Came out high and thin. You do not know anything, Vernon said. You do not know what was left on our doorstep 11 years ago. You did not see him when he cried. When the lights went out. When the shadows... Petunia dug her nails into his arm. Vernon, she hissed. Hagrid looked back at Harry. Harry met his gaze. He let the silence stretch. He felt for the hum in his chest, the shadows in the corners of the hut, the taste of fear in the air. He was used to being the one watched, the one contained. This was different. This man had broken a door off its hinges without effort. He had crossed storm and sea to get here. He could be a threat. He could also be a way out. Harry weighed his options as he always did. Threat, tool, something in between. The garden snake had told him he would not stay in the den forever. The letters had tried to reach him. Now the giant stood in his doorway with a word that made the dark inside him sit up. Magic. If I come with you, Harry said slowly, what changes? Hagrid blinked, as if he had expected something nearer to delight or shock. You learn what you are, Hagrid said. You learn how to use it. You get away from... He waved a large hand at the cramped, damp hut. All this, he did not say cage. He did not have to. Behind Harry, Petunia whispered his name. Not the usual sharp, cutting way. A plea. Dudley whimpered louder. Vernon stepped forward, red face blotchy. He stays, Vernon said. He is dangerous. You do not know the half of it. He belongs locked up. Harry felt a laugh bubble up in his throat. He swallowed it. Hagrid frowned. Locked up, he repeated. For what? Being born. The word stuck in Harry's ears. Born. He thought of the snake. Of teeth not yet grown. Of venom asleep. He thought of Dudley on the carpet, wrapped in shadows. He thought of the letters that had chased them here. He thought of the way the Dursleys' eyes followed his every move. Not with love, not even with simple hate, but with raw, desperate fear. He looked back at Hagrid, a giant with a battered coat and kind, tired eyes, who had cracked the world open just by speaking. All right, Harry said. He straightened, blanket slipping from his shoulders to pool at his feet. I will come. The dark in his chest hummed in approval. Hagrid smiled, wide and relieved. Knew you would, he said. Vernon made a strangled noise, but he did not step between them. Harry took a step toward the door and the night beyond. The sea roared. The wind clawed at the hut. He paused beside the broken door and looked back once at the people who had raised him. Vernon, red-faced and trembling. Petunia, pale and rigid, eyes shining with something he could not name. Dudley, pressed into the sofa cushions, staring at him with pure terror. They had tried to keep him small. The cage had done the opposite. Thank you, Harry said softly. It was not gratitude. It was a farewell. Then he turned his back on them and walked toward the giant who had come through a storm to fetch him, toward a school that taught his kind, toward a world where fear might mean something different. The shadows in the hut stirred as he passed. They followed him to the threshold, then slipped back to their corners, waiting. Outside, the wind hit his face like a slap, cold and clean. The night smelled of rain and salt and something else. Possibility. Hagrid held the door wide. Happy birthday, Harry, he said. Harry stared up at him. Birthday. He had forgotten it was that day. He felt the dark inside him shift, like some old law had just been broken. Maybe it had. He stepped out into the storm. The boat slammed into another wave and cold water jumped the side and hit Harry in the face. He did not flinch. He watched it run down his glasses and tasted the air. It was not just salt and rain. Something sharp sat under it. A faint smell that made the inside of his nose sting. Like the air after Dudley's game console died in a shower of sparks. Ozone. He drew a slow breath. There was something else under it too, thin and metallic. The way his tongue tasted if he bit the inside of his cheek. Blood. Magic smells like a storm and a cut, he thought. Across from him, Hagrid rode with one hand. The other held the open pink umbrella. The sea around them moved wrong. The waves reached for the boat and then sank, as if some invisible hand pressed them flat. The little craft slid over the water fast and smooth. Harry watched the way the water refused to touch the wood. It pushed against them and then slipped aside, leaving a wake that glowed faintly green in the dark. "Yeah, all right there, Harry," Hagrid called over the wind. "I am fine," Harry said. It was true. The cold bit his cheeks and fingers, but the air felt cleaner than the cupboard ever had. The hum in his chest answered the buzz in the air around Hagrid. Two different notes in the same song. He looked back once. The rock with the hut on it was a dark lump under the clouds. He could not see the Dursleys from this distance, but he pictured them in the doorway, clutching each other while the wind shook the walls. They had chained him into a cage because they were scared of what he might become. Tonight, something larger than them had walked through their door and taken him anyway. The boat scraped against a hidden sandbar. Hagrid stood up, water running off his coat, and pulled them the rest of the way to shore. "Right," Hagrid said once they were on the little strip of beach. "We will get ye sorted now. Need to get ye to London, for one thing. Train leaves from King's Cross in a month. Got ter buy your school things first." "School things," Harry repeated. He thought of the letter Vernon had ripped up, then of the dozens that had rained through the chimney. He thought of the way the paper had chased them all the way here. Whatever Hogwarts was, its reach was longer than Vernon's temper. Hagrid trudged up the path to the road. Harry kept pace beside him, shorter steps but lighter ones. The storm eased as they reached the top. Streetlights glowed through the mist, orange and steady. A motorbike sat at the edge of the road, leaned on its stand. Huge, black, far too big to be normal. Hagrid patted the handle with rough affection. "Borrowed this the first time I brought ye anywhere," he said. "Run ye from the ruins in Godric's Hollow to these folks on Privet Drive. Never thought I would be talking ye away again like this." Harry filed that away. Godric's Hollow. Ruins. "You flew me here," Harry said. "Flew ye away from there," Hagrid corrected. "We will fly again. Easier than trying to get ye on a bus in that get-up." He waved a hand at Harry's baggy clothes. Harry looked at the motorbike and then at Hagrid. "Is that allowed?" he asked. Hagrid grinned. "Not really." He swung his leg over the bike and jerked his head. Harry climbed on behind him, hands settling on rough leather. As soon as Hagrid's fingers touched the handles, the air changed again. The smell of ozone sharpened. Sparks prickled against Harry's skin without light. "Hold on tight," Hagrid said. The bike lifted off the ground as if it weighed nothing. Harry's stomach dropped. The road fell away. Streetlights shrank to pinpricks. Wind tore at his hair and clothes, cold and full of that same sharp scent. He did not scream. He leaned into it. The rush of air, the vibration in the metal under his hands, the way the clouds tore open around them all fed the hum in his chest. For a moment, as they cut through the sky, he felt huge. The world below was small and distant. All the people in it seemed tiny, easy to step on. Then the bike dipped. London rose to meet them. They landed in a narrow street lined with closed shops and wet pavements. Hagrid guided the bike into a dark corner, pulled a gray blanket over it, and tapped the metal once with his umbrella. The bike shimmered and went dim, as if it had sunk a little into the shadow of the wall. Harry stared. "Disillusionment charm," Hagrid said. "Of a sort. Little trick from Dumbledore. Come on, Harry. Gringotts shuts at night same as anything else. We will get ye some money from your vault, then the school list, then the lot." "My vault," Harry said. "Course," Hagrid said. "Did ye think your parents would leave ye with nothin'?" What parents, Harry thought, but he did not say it. He followed Hagrid through the wet streets until they reached a pub that looked like it had been squeezed between two larger buildings by accident. A small sign creaked above the door. The bricks seemed to blur if he did not look straight at them. "The Leaky Cauldron," Hagrid said. He opened the door. Noise washed over Harry. Voices, clinking glasses, a low fire crackle. Under it all, that same smell again. Stronger here. Ozone and blood and something herbal like crushed leaves. Everyone in the room carried it, some thick, some faint. The magic in the air crawled over Harry's skin like static. It tasted better than the dust in his cupboard, better than the cold damp of the hut. He straightened without meaning to. Hagrid filled the doorway. People turned. Their eyes slid past him, landed on Harry, and stayed there. For a second, no one spoke. Then chairs scraped. A thin woman near the bar clapped a hand over her mouth. An old wizard in a moth-eaten cloak dropped his tankard. "Bless my soul," the barman whispered. Can that be Harry Potter?" someone said. The name rippled through the room. Harry felt it hit him like pressure, a wave of staring, of memories that were not his, pulling at his skin. He forced himself not to step back. Hagrid shifted closer, big hand hovering near Harry's shoulder without quite touching. "Evenin', Tom," Hagrid said. "Brought Harry Fair his things." "Harry," Tom repeated. He came around the bar, wiping his hands on a cloth that was not clean enough to justify how often he used it. He stopped just short of Harry, as if an invisible line had caught him. "It is an honor. Real honor." Harry looked up into his face. Tom was smiling, but his eyes were wide, the whites too visible all around the pupils. That smell of fear again, sharp and thin. "They all fear me, and they do not even know why," Harry thought. He gave Tom a small nod. "Hello," he said. Tom seemed to relax a fraction, as if Harry had passed some test. There was a rush after that. People stepped forward, introduced themselves, shook his hand. Doris Crockford, stuttering Professor Quirrell, who smelled faintly of garlic and something sour under it. A few others whose names slid past. Harry watched each of them. He watched the way they flinched when they saw his scar. He watched the way their smiles never quite reached their eyes. He smiled back, small and polite. He let them touch his hand. They did not know that a few weeks ago he had nearly strangled a boy with shadows. They only knew a story about a baby and a curse. Hagrid cleared his throat loudly and ushered him away at last. "Time enough fair chatter when he has got his wand," Hagrid told the room. "Dumbledore will have my hide if I do not get him to Ollivander's before he closes." The crowd parted. Harry walked through the space they left, feeling their eyes follow him. The smell of magic and fear pressed at his back. Tom led them out into a small yard behind the pub. It held a few bins, a broken crate, and a brick wall. Rain dripped from the gutter. "Here we are," Hagrid said. "Stand back a bit, Harry." He counted bricks with the tip of his umbrella, then tapped 3 in a neat pattern. The magic in the air jumped. Harry heard it more than saw it, a faint crackling like dry leaves catching fire. The brick where Hagrid had tapped shivered, then folded in on itself. Stones drew back and stacked, neat and smooth, like something alive making way. Behind the wall, light poured through. Diagon Alley opened in front of them. Harry stood in the archway and tasted the air again. It hit him like a physical thing. Every wand flick, every charm, every long-settled enchantment that soaked the cobbles had left a mark. The street smelled like a storm that had never ended. Ozone lay thick on his tongue. Under it, the tang of blood was stronger here, like dried stains on old metal, faint but stubborn. His heart sped up. The hum in his chest grew louder, matching the thrum of the alley. He could feel lines running under the stones, paths of power shaped by 1,000 spells. People moved over them without noticing. He felt them shift with every step. He started, then stopped. He did not have a word that fit. "Brilliant, yeah," Hagrid said. "Welcome to Diagon Alley, Harry." Shops lined the street on both sides. Cauldrons steaming in a window. A flock of owls shifting on perches. Robes, books, telescopes, piles of strange shiny objects Harry could not name yet. Witch and wizard voices layered over each other in a steady roar. Children dragged parents toward broom displays. Magic sat on everything. On the brass scales, on the quills that wrote by themselves in window displays, on the wriggling piles of some sort of creature that blew purple smoke. Harry walked beside Hagrid, eyes moving as quickly as they could. He wanted to see all of it. He wanted to know what made which smell, which feel. They passed an apothecary. The breath that came out of the open door made his nose burn. It was like being slapped with every sharp note of magic at once. Crushed roots, blood, ash, something bitter. That is where we'll get your potion things later, Hagrid said. But first, Gringotts. The bank sat near the top of a slight rise. White stone and tall pillars and a set of bronze doors that gleamed even under the cloudy sky. It looked like the only thing on the street that could stand still if the rest of the alley shook itself apart. Goblins flanked the entrance. Shorter than humans, with sharp features and long fingers that moved over ledgers and quills with quick precision. They watched everyone who passed with flat, assessing eyes. Harry felt their gaze land on him even before he reached the top step. The hum in his chest twitched. For a second it felt like something inside him turned its head. Hagrid cleared his throat. "Best place fair wizard gold you will find," he muttered. "Best place fair anything, really. They do not mess about." He led Harry through the bronze doors, then through a second set of silver ones with words carved into them about thieves and dragons and consequences. Inside, the smell changed again. The storm scent was sharper here, crowded by something else that sat heavy and old. Stone, metal, and that same faint tang of blood, but deeper, cooked into the air. The bank was full of magic that had been poured into it for centuries and never left. Counters lined the long hall. Goblins sat on high stools, weighing coins, examining stones, scratching notes with black ink that smelled like iron. Hagrid walked Harry to one of the counters. "Morning," Hagrid said. "We have come to take some money out of Mr. Harry Potter's vault." The goblin at the desk looked up. His eyes were dark and narrow. His hands stilled on the scales. He said. "Got it here somewhere," Hagrid said. He patted his coat, frowning, then dug into one of the inside pockets. A dead mouse, a pack of sausages that made Harry's nose wrinkle, a dented kettle. Finally, a small gold key. "Here we are." The goblin took it between two long fingers. Harry watched the way his expression changed when his skin touched the metal. His pupils thinned for a moment. He held the key closer to his face, sniffed it once, very lightly. The smell in the air shifted. Something under the ozone and blood note surged. Harry felt a pressure against his chest, as if the room itself had drawn in a breath. The goblin looked at Harry. It was not the look Tom had given him. It was not the cold fear of the Dursleys or the hungry awe of the crowd in the pub. It was sharper, calculating. For a heartbeat, the goblin's eyes widened in what looked shockingly like alarm. "One moment," the goblin said. His voice had gone very quiet. He slid off his stool and moved along the line of counters, steps quick. Two other goblins glanced up, then followed his gaze toward Harry and then away again, too fast. Hagrid shifted his weight from foot to foot. "Never know what they are thinking," he muttered. Harry kept his eyes on the goblin's back. The hum in his bones matched the slight vibration in the stone under his feet. Something under the bank was awake and listening. A different goblin came back with the first. This one was older, sharper in the face, with thin scars at the corners of his mouth. He wore a dark waistcoat with a chain across the front. His gaze swept the hall, then settled on Harry. He bowed. It was not a deep bow. It was not theatrical. It was small and contained, but every goblin in sight saw it. Harry saw the flicker in their eyes. "Mr. Potter," the older goblin said, "I am Griphook. I will be handling your business today." Hagrid blinked. "Business," he repeated. "We are only talking a bit out o' the school vault. Nothing fancy." Griphook did not take his eyes off Harry. "All business concerning this client is fancy, Mr. Hagrid," he said softly. The word client landed oddly. "Not child. Not boy." Harry inclined his head, copying the small bow but not as low. "Griphook," he said. "Nice to meet you." The goblin's mouth tightened. Not quite a smile. "The pleasure is ours," he said. "If you would follow me." He led them away from the main hall to a side door. The stone corridor beyond was colder. Torches burned at precise intervals with blue-white flame that gave off little light but a steady hiss of power. The smell of ozone was thick here, mixed with something metallic that made Harry's teeth ache. At the end of the corridor, a small cart waited on narrow rails. Inside, Griphook said. Hagrid squeezed himself into the back. Harry sat in the front beside Griphook. His fingers curled around the edge of the cart. The metal was cold and faintly slick, as if hands had touched it for years without ever warming it. The cart jerked forward. The tunnel swallowed them. Air rushed past, damp and fast. The tracks curved and dropped. Water sprayed from unseen waterfalls. Hagrid made a noise behind them that might have been a groan. Harry ignored the speed. He focused on the way the air changed with every passing branch. Some tunnels smelled thin and stale. Others carried that strong storm scent, thick with old spells and warding runes. Once, for a sharp second, the blood note was so strong he had to fight the urge to gag. It faded as quickly as it had hit. You feel it? Griphook said quietly, voice almost lost in the rush. Harry turned his head a fraction. The goblin was watching him, not the track. The vaults, Harry said. The magic. It smells. Griphook gave him another small bow of the head. Few wizards notice, he said. Fewer still can tell the layers apart. Layers, Harry repeated. Gringotts was built on old ground, Griphook said. Older than your ministry. Older than your school. The magic here runs deep. Family vaults add to it. Blood ties sink into the stone. Some bloodlines leave more of a mark than others. He did not raise his voice over the wind. Harry heard every word. He let silence sit for a moment. Which bloodlines? Harry asked. Griphook did not answer at once. The cart's wheels squealed as they took a tight turn. A dragon roar echoed faint in the distance, or it could have been a spell reaction, or something else entirely. That is above my clearance, Griphook said finally. I will say this. The air shifted when you walked into the hall, Mr. Potter. The stone noticed. The vaults noticed. Harry felt a small, cold thrill walk up his spine. And you noticed, he said. That is my job, Griphook said. The cart slowed at last beside a steel door. Griphook hopped out, then turned to Harry. Vault 713 first, he said. Dumbledore business. Hagrid grunted and climbed out, clutching his stomach. Griphook ran his fingers over the door, pressed a palm flat against it, and whispered something under his breath. The door melted away. No key, no handle. Just raw magic and access. Harry felt the push of it on his skin. Old and very controlled. The smell here was almost all ozone, no blood. Whatever was inside that vault did not feel like him. Hagrid grabbed a small package from within and tucked it into his coat. He glanced once at Harry, then away. School stuff, he muttered. Dumbledore asked me to pick it up. Not my place to say more. Harry did not press. He saved his questions for Griphook. They climbed back into the cart. The ride this time was shorter. The air grew thicker, almost heavy. The hum under Harry's feet matched the beat in his chest so closely that for a moment he could not tell which was which. They stopped in front of another door, smaller than the first, with a simple keyhole. Vault 687, Griphook said. The Potter's vault. He held up the key Hagrid had given him. The metal glittered faintly red in the torchlight. Before he put it in the lock, he turned suddenly. If you would indulge me, Mr. Potter, he said. Place your hand on the door. Hagrid frowned. Is that necessary, he asked. It is within safety protocols, Griphook said. His gaze stayed on Harry. And it would answer a question. Harry stepped closer. The door loomed in front of him, smooth and cold. He pressed his palm flat against it. The effect hit him like a physical blow. The metal under his hand went from cold to searing hot in an instant, then cooled again, then pulsed, as if something inside it had a heartbeat. The smell of ozone flared, bright and sharp. Under it, the blood note surged until his mouth filled with the taste of iron. His chest tightened. The hum inside him roared, waking with a jump like something pulled from sleep. He did not snatch his hand away. He pushed harder. The door glowed faintly red under his palm for a second, then darker, almost black. A thin line of light ran out from under his hand and traced the edge of the frame. Griphook watched with his lips pressed tight. His knuckles had gone white on the key. The light faded. The vault door shuttered once and unlocked itself with a clear click. Harry removed his hand. That was not standard, he said. His voice sounded normal in his own ears. Calm. No, Griphook agreed. He bowed again, lower this time. Forgive my curiosity. You are quite secure here, Mr. Potter. There was something else under forgive. Something that felt like remember. Hagrid did not seem to understand what he had seen, but he understood enough to look nervous. He wiped his forehead with his sleeve. Come on, Harry, he said. Best get some gold. Inside the vault, gold and silver and bronze lay piled high. The smell in here was thicker than outside, all metal and faint sweat and old parchment. Harry stepped in. The air wrapped around him like a heavy cloak. The hum in his chest settled into a steady rhythm that matched the room. He felt comfortable here. Predator in a horde, the thought came clear and simple. He scooped coins into a small bag Hagrid thrust at him. He took more than Hagrid suggested without comment. This was his. It felt right to take what he wanted from it. When they stepped back into the corridor, Griphook closed the vault with a touch and the key. He did not ask Harry for his hand again. He did not need to. Thank you, Harry said. Griphook inclined his head. We are always honored to serve an heir of such interest, he said. He had not said which heir. Harry was sure Hagrid had missed that pause. Harry did not. The ride back up passed in a blur of air and stone and rushing water. Harry kept his thoughts behind a calm face. Inside, though, things were moving. The bank had noticed him. The vaults had recognized him, in some way that went beyond the Potter's gold. The door had reacted to his blood before the key. Whatever had been written into his bones at birth belonged here as much as it belonged anywhere. When they stepped back into the bright main hall, goblin eyes flicked toward him, then away. A current of whispers moved along the counters, too low for human ears. Hagrid did not seem to hear them. He clapped Harry on the shoulder, missed slightly, and hit the air next to his arm instead. Right, Hagrid said. On we go. Need books, robes, cauldron, the whole kit. Ollivander last. They spent the next stretch going from shop to shop. Madame Malkin pinned cloth around Harry while Hagrid snored in a chair. The robe fabric brushed his skin, light and smooth, carrying that thin magical smell even before any spells touched it. A pale boy with pale hair came in halfway through. He climbed onto the stool beside Harry's without waiting to be told. The woman with the pins tooted and fussed around him too. First year at Hogwarts, the boy said in a bored voice. You too. Harry watched his reflection in the mirror rather than looking at him directly. The boy held his chin up in a way that said he expected the world to move out of his way on command. His eyes flicked over Harry's too baggy clothes, the way his hair stuck up, the scar partly hidden by his fringe. Yes, Harry said. Father is buying my books now, the boy went on. Said he wants to check which teachers are worth respecting before term starts. He smirked. You will want to stay away from the wrong sort. Some families just are not up to standard. Wrong sort. It was almost funny. Harry had spent his life as the wrong sort of everything for the Dursleys. Now this boy thought he could talk down to him too. You decide who is wrong by what? Harry asked. The boy blinked. He had expected agreement or a matching sneer, not a question. Blood, the boy said at once. Obviously. Some lines are better. Some are mud and should never have got magic at all. Blood, Harry repeated. You think it matters what people did before they were born? The boy frowned. It is about breeding, he said. You would not breed a dragon with a goat. You get a mess. Harry turned his head then and looked at him fully. The boy shifted under the weight of that look. To his credit, he did not look away at once. What is your name? Harry asked. The boy smiled again, thin and proud. Malfoy, he said. Draco Malfoy. Harry let the name sit between them for a heartbeat. Your father told you that speech, Harry said. About blood. You are repeating it now. Have you tested it? Draco's brows drew together. Tested it, he said. Yes, Harry said. Have you looked at any actual people? Measured them? Watched them? Seen if being born to a name like yours really makes them stronger, smarter, better at magic? Draco flushed. Everyone knows, he said. Everyone, Harry corrected. His voice stayed soft. People who live in the same houses, go to the same parties, tell the same stories over and over until you think they are facts. Madame Malkin made a small noise at the tone, but she did not interrupt. She pretended to focus on her pins. Harry kept going. If your idea is true, he said, you do not need to talk about it. You would see the proof everywhere. Mudbloods, that is the word you used in your head just now, would always be worse than you. You could wipe the floor with them in class without even trying. If that is not what happens, then your idea is useless. Draco opened his mouth, closed it, opened it again. Of course I will be top of the year, he said. His voice lacked some of its earlier ease. I have had tutors since I was small. Father made sure. That does not change the fact that some people should not even be there. So you believe you are better because you have had more training, Harry said. Not because of blood. Training can be given to anyone. Blood cannot. If you want to keep your place, it would be smarter to say the first thing, not the second. Draco's eyes narrowed. Some mix of anger and reluctant interest flickered there. You talk strange, he said. Who are you? Harry watched his face. He could say the name that had made the people in the pub stare. He could watch Draco scramble to change his tone mid-sentence, crawling backwards into false respect. He did not. My name is Harry, he said. You will find out the rest later. Draco bristled. You do not know who you are talking to, he said. My father is one of the most important wizards in the country. Harry smiled, small and calm. Your father is not here, he said. You are. I am talking to you. Right now you are a boy on a stool who thinks repeating his father's words makes him powerful. The color rose high in Draco's cheeks. His hands clenched on the arms of the chair. You think you are better than me? Draco asked. Harry tilted his head. He felt the hum in his chest stir again, enjoying the tension like a taste on his tongue. I think you are used to people backing down when you talk like that, Harry said. I am not backing down. If that makes me better, then yes. If it only makes me honest, that is fine too. Draco stared at him. For a second Harry thought he might actually throw a punch, or reach for a wand he did not yet own. The urge was there, bright and clumsy in his eyes. Then something else slid in. Caution. Curiosity. What house do you think you will be in? Draco asked, voice flatter now. I do not know yet, Harry said. What do you suggest? Slytherin, Draco said without hesitation. Where the old families go. Where people understand how things work. Harry watched the way he said understand. Like a code. Maybe, Harry said. Madame Malkin stepped back then. All done, she said a bit too loudly. Both of you. Off with you, the next lot are waiting. Draco slid off his stool. He gave Harry one last look, then lifted his chin again. See you at school, Harry, who does not say his surname, he said. See you at school, Draco, Harry said. When Draco left, the air in the shop felt lighter. Madame Malkin let out a breath she had been holding and fussed with her pins. You want to be careful who you vex, dear, she muttered. Harry thought about the way Draco had backed away from anger into wary interest. He thought about the tiny hint of respect under all that pride. Do I, he said. He found Hagrid waiting outside, bags already hanging from his arms, and a paper cone with ice cream in one hand. Robe fit all right? Hagrid asked. It will do, Harry said. He took the ice cream and licked it once. The cold cream tasted normal. Sweet. For a moment the storm and blood smell in his nose eased. They went on. Books from Flourish and Blots. A cauldron that shone black and heavy. A set of scales and a telescope. An owl cage that stayed empty for now. Last of all, Hagrid steered him toward a narrow shop squeezed between two larger ones. The sign over the door read Ollivanders. The paint was faded. The display held a single wand on a cushion, dusty and plain. The air inside the shop was different from everywhere else. Quiet, for one thing. No chatter, no shouting, no clinking of coins. Dust hung in thin layers on the shelves that rose high to the ceiling, each one packed with long, slender boxes. The smell hit Harry as soon as the door shut behind them. Magic lived everywhere in Diagon Alley, but here it was trapped in wood and core, thousands of sleeping spells waiting to wake. The air smelled like pure ozone, layered so thick it made his eyes water. Under it, the blood note was bright and sharp. Some of the cores in these wands had been taken from living creatures in ways that had not been kind. He could taste it. Hagrid shifted uneasily. Even he seemed smaller in here. "Good afternoon," a soft voice said. An old man stepped out from between two stacks as if he had been part of the shelves and decided to detach. He had pale eyes that did not seem to miss anything. "Ah, yes," he said. "I wondered when I would be seeing you, Mr. Potter." Harry felt his shoulders tense. He had not given his name. The old man did not wait for it. "You have your mother's eyes," Ollivander said. "I remember every wand I have ever sold. Lily Evans. 10¼ inches, willow, nice and swishy. Very good for charm work. I was sorry to hear of her passing." He stepped closer without fear. There was curiosity there, and something that felt like hunger. "And your father," Ollivander went on. "James Potter. 11 inches. Mahogany. Pliable. Excellent for transfiguration." Harry swallowed. These were people he had never met. Yet this man spoke their names as if they had walked through the door yesterday. Hagrid coughed. "We are just here fair his first wand, Ollivander," he said. Dumbledore says a great many things," Ollivander said lightly. His eyes never left Harry. "I say nothing until the wand chooses." He reached out and took Harry's wrist. His hand was thin but strong. Harry could have pulled away. He did not. Ollivander turned Harry's hand over and examined his fingers. His palm, as if reading some script there. "Curious," he said. "Very curious." Harry stared back. "What is curious?" he asked. "We will see," Ollivander said. He let go and moved quickly to one of the shelves. Boxes slid out as if they knew his hand was coming. He brought back a slender wand and thrust it into Harry's hand. "Beechwood and dragon heartstring," he said. 9 inches. Try it." Harry felt the wood sit in his palm. The magic inside it was a thin, bright sting, like a nettle, pushed at him, sharp and unwelcome. He lifted it anyway and gave it a small wave. The wand jerked. A bright crack split the air. A box on the far wall burst open, sending wands clattering to the floor. Ollivander snatched the wand back before Harry could react. His eyes shone. No, that will not do," he said. "You are stronger than that one. Try this." The next wand was longer, heavier. Oak and unicorn hair. Felt dull in his hand, like a dead branch. When he tried to move it, nothing happened at all. The dullness spread up his arm, numbing his fingers. "Not that either," Ollivander murmured. He took it back and paced along the shelves, talking more to himself than to them. "Not willow, not oak, not ash. Something older. Something that remembers." Wand after wand came and went. Some spat sparks that scorched the ceiling. One blew a gust of wind so strong it knocked a stack of boxes loose and sent Hagrid staggering back into the door. Another filled the shop with a choking cloud of smoke that smelled harsh and metallic, making Harry cough until his eyes streamed. Every time, the magic inside the wood clashed with the hum in his chest. Too small, too bright, too dull. None of them fit. Harry's hand ached. His fingers felt raw, as if he had grabbed a live wire too many times. The air in the shop crackled. Dust floated in jagged patterns. Ollivander stood very still at last, head tilted. His pale eyes had gone distant, as if he were looking at a memory instead of the room. "I wonder," he said. He turned toward a high shelf at the very back. For the first time since they had entered, his steps were careful, almost respectful. He reached up and drew down a plain box that looked older than the rest. As he carried it back, the smell in the shop shifted. The ozone note sharpened until Harry could almost see it. The blood scent grew heavy, thick at the back of his throat. Ollivander set the box on the counter and lifted the lid. Inside lay a wand that seemed ordinary at first glance. Dark wood, smooth, a little longer than most of the others. 13½ inches, Ollivander said softly. "You, phoenix feather." Hagrid shifted like someone had poked him. "That is," he started. "Yes," Ollivander said. "That is." He lifted the wand as if it might bite him and held it out to Harry. The moment the wood touched Harry's skin, his vision narrowed. The world drew down to the wand, his hand, and the air between them. The magic inside the wood was not a sting and not a dull weight. It was a solid presence, cold and aware. It wrapped around the hum in his chest like a hand closing around a beating heart. The wand did not sit. It grabbed. Pain lanced up his arm, sharp and clean. It felt like someone had driven a nail of pure light through his palm. He heard himself suck in a breath. The air around them exploded. A high, piercing sound shrieked through the shop. It was not a noise anyone else was making. It came from the wand itself, from the magic inside it. A scream that hammered inside his skull. Shelves rattled. Boxes shook themselves half open. The torches on the walls flared bright white, then dimmed. Hagrid slammed back into the door again. What in the name o'? Harry held on. The pain did not push him away, pushed him deeper. The wand screamed in his hand, not just in anger but in recognition. Something in it knew him. Something in him knew it. The smell of ozone rose so strong the back of his throat burned. The blood scent was no longer faint. It was full and rich, like a cut that had not clotted yet. The wand was not refusing him. It was warning him. You are mine and I am yours, the feeling said. This bond will break things. Harry did not loosen his grip. He lifted his arm. The scream in his skull shifted pitch, then settled into a long, ringing note that faded into a thick silence. Light shot out of the wand. Not gentle sparks but a solid beam that cracked against the ceiling and left a black mark. The air around them rippled. For a heartbeat, Harry thought he saw a shadow shape in the light, thin and tall, but it vanished before he could focus on it. Ollivander sucked in a breath, eyes wide. Extraordinary, he whispered. The wand settled. The hum in Harry's chest steadied, matching it. The pain in his arm eased, leaving a faint ache that ran all the way to his shoulder. He could feel the wand now like an extra limb, a new reach. It sat in his hand as if it had always belonged there. Ollivander stepped closer, pale eyes locked on Harry. I think we must expect great things from you, Mr. Potter, he said slowly. After all, he who must not be named did great things. Terrible, yes, but great. Hagrid made a strangled noise. Harry did not look away from Ollivander. The wand chose him too, Harry said. Yes, Ollivander said. This wand is the brother of his. They share a core. The same phoenix gave a feather for both. Twin wands for two very different men. Harry rolled the wood in his fingers. The wand hummed with silent sound. His skin tingled where it touched. Different, he repeated. That is the hope, Ollivander said. Curious that you should be chosen by this one when he was taken down by when he fell trying to kill you. Very curious. The pause around you was small, but Harry heard it. He had never heard anyone say the Dark Lord's name out loud. Ollivander had not used it, but he had come close. What did you call him? Harry asked. Ollivander's eyes flicked to his scar, then back. Once I called him Tom, he said quietly, when he still came to buy wands and not to inspire fear. Names are dangerous things, Mr. Potter. They carry weight. Harry thought of Griphook's bow, of the way the vault door had pulsed under his palm, of Draco's glare and reluctant interest, of the scream in the wand that belonged to the man who had tried to kill him and somehow had not. Names carry weight. So do bloodlines, Harry said. Ollivander watched him for a long moment. Quite, he said. They left the shop with the wand wrapped in brown paper, tucked into a long box. Harry could feel it through the cardboard. It tugged at his attention every few steps, like a muscle that wanted to stretch. Hagrid was pale under his beard. His hands shook a little as he handed over coins for the wand. Never seen anything like that, he said as they stepped back onto the street. Wands do a bit o' sparks now and then, but that one screamed. Thought the ceiling was going to come down. Fit, Harry said simply. They walked down the alley with their bags. The sky over the crooked chimneys had turned more gray than blue. Torches flickered to life along the walls, adding their own small lines of power to the hum under the stones. As they passed a side alley, Harry felt eyes on him again. Draco Malfoy stood in the shadow of a doorway, alone now. His new robes fit him perfectly. His pale hair caught what little light there was. He stepped out as Harry came level. You got your wand then, Draco said. Harry stopped. Hagrid took a few more steps before noticing, then waited a little way ahead, giving them space but not leaving. Yes, Harry said. Draco's gaze dropped to the box under his arm. What did you get? He asked. You, Harry said. Phoenix feather. Draco's eyes widened. For a second real fear, not just snobbish discomfort, crossed his face. There is only one other wand like that, Draco said in a low voice. Father told me. It belongs to... He cut himself off and looked around, as if the name might summon something. Harry waited. Draco swallowed. To him, he said, the one everyone is not supposed to name. That is his wand. The other one is yours. The air around them felt colder. The smell of ozone spiked. The wand in the box pulsed once against Harry's fingers. Then we have something in common already, Harry said. Draco stared. You say that like it is a good thing, he said. Harry shrugged. Good, bad, he said. Those are stories people tell after the fact. All that matters now is that this wand works with me better than any of the others did. That means we fit. You talk like... Draco started, then stopped again. Like what? Harry asked. Like father, Draco said. The word came out reluctant. Harry filed that away beside everything else. If you think my wand makes me dangerous, Harry said, you are right. If you think that makes me your enemy, you should decide that based on what I do, not on what wood and corset in my hand. Draco opened his mouth to argue. Closed it. Father says we should choose allies wisely, Draco said at last. He says power gravitates to its own. I still say some people should not be allowed near it at all. Harry stepped closer. Draco did not step back. Here is a rule you can test instead of just repeating, Harry said quietly. Power does not ask for permission. It does not wait for you to approve it. You can work with it, stand in its way, or get crushed. Those are your choices. Blood is just the story people use so they feel better when they pick wrong. Draco swallowed. His throat moved. You are 11, he said. You should not talk like that. Harry smiled. You are 11 too, he said. You are just used to softer lies. They stood like that for a few breaths. The alley noise rolled around them, muffled by the tension of the small space they had carved out. Draco looked away first. We will see what the Sorting Hat does with you, he said. Maybe we will be in the same house. Maybe not. Maybe, Harry said. Draco nodded once. Sharp. Then he stepped back into the shade and melted into the crowd that flowed past, swallowed by robes and voices and the constant hum of magic. Hagrid came back to his side. Friend of yours? Hagrid asked. Someone I met, Harry said. They walked back toward the archway that led to the leaky cauldron. The evening light had dulled the colors of the shop signs. Torches and lamps took over, casting long shadows on the cobbles. Harry felt every line of power under his feet, every twitch of magic in the air. His new wand tugged at him through the cardboard, eager, alert. The smell of ozone and blood wrapped around him like familiar cloth. He thought of the vault door glowing under his hand, of Griphook's bow, of Ollivander's pale eyes when he said the wand was the brother of the Dark Lords, of Draco's mix of fear and interest when he heard the wood and core. They had all seen pieces of something. None of them saw all of it yet. Harry did not either. But he felt it. There was a shape under his life that matched the smell of ozone and blood in the air. It sat in his bones and in the wand now resting in his grip. It lay under the stone of Gringotts and in the stories people whispered about a man they refused to name. The world already feared a shadow of that shape. They had no idea it was walking into their school in neat black robes with a trunk full of books and a wand that had screamed when it touched his hand. As they stepped back through the brick archway into the damp little yard behind the leaky cauldron, the smell of magic thinned. The storm feeling eased. Harry looked back once at the closed wall, at the hidden alley beyond, then forward at the narrow pub and the ordinary London street beyond that. Two worlds. He shifted the wand box under his arm and followed Hagrid inside, already planning what he would do when he returned. Harry gripped the trolley handle so tight his knuckles hurt. The metal was cold under his fingers. Owls hooted somewhere in the noise of the station. People pushed past, bags banging, voices echoing off the high glass roof. Platform 9, Platform 10. No, Platform 9 3/4. He stopped between the signs. Trains waited on either side, normal red ones with normal people getting on them. No pointed hats, no trunks, no robes. The ticket in his pocket said clearly, in ink that pulsed faintly when he touched it, Platform 9 3/4. It was not there. Of course it is not simple, he thought. Why would it be? Behind him, Uncle Vernon cleared his throat. So, Vernon said, this is you then. Your lot. Off you go. Harry turned his head. Vernon's face was its usual unhealthy purple, but there was no triumph in it today, just a tightness around his eyes. Aunt Petunia hovered behind him, fingers clamped on Dudley's shoulder. Dudley watched Harry in the same way he watched a wild dog on the other side of a fence. They had not spoken much since Harry came back from the shack and packed his trunk. Vernon had driven them to the station in silence, both hands locked on the wheel. When they pulled up, he had not offered to help with the trunk. He just sat and stared through the windscreen. Now he passed the suitcase handle to Harry with 2 fingers, as if it might burn him. You are sure you have to go? Petunia blurted. They will not send you back, will they? That is the point, Harry said. They want me. He should have said thank you for the lift. That was what a normal boy would say. He did not. He watched them instead. Vernon could not hold his gaze. He looked away first. If there is trouble, Vernon said. If any more of your lot turn up at my house, they can keep you. We are done. We did our duty. Harry thought of the cupboard, of the locks, of the way the shadows in the hall had answered him when he wanted Dudley to scream. He did not smile. Do not worry, Harry said. You will not see me again. Petunia flinched. Dudley made a small sound in his throat and pulled free of her grip, fat hand curling in his shirt. They left without another word. The car pulled away into the noise and smoke. Harry turned back to the empty air between platforms 9 and 10. Steam drifted in thin white sheets along the tracks. People brushed past him without seeing the trolley or the owl cage or the trunk that looked far too heavy for a skinny boy to be moving alone. He listened. Magic felt strange here. Fainter than in Diagon Alley, but not gone. It ran like a thin line through the air, right between the 2 platform signs. The smell of ozone tickled his nose, sour and sharp under the tang of train smoke and oil. He pushed the trolley closer and stood right in front of the iron pillar that separated the platforms. The ticket in his pocket warmed against his leg. There was a way through. He could feel it. The air right in front of the pillar had a soft give like cloth stretched tight. Why would the entrance to a school be hidden like this? To keep people out. To keep things in. He took a step back, eyeing the solid brick, ready to try anyway. Packed with muggles, of course? A woman said behind him, sounding annoyed and fond at the same time. All right, Ron, you have got everything. Fred, George, mind the trunk. Ginny, do not wander. Harry turned. A family stood a few yards away. All of them had the same red hair, bright against the gray of the station. The mother was short and round, with a kind face and a voice that cut clean through the noise. 3 boys hovered around her. 1 tall with a badge on his chest, 2 shorter and identical, grinning in a way that made Harry think of traps and jokes. A little girl clung to her mother's sleeve, eyes wide. They had trunks. They had owl cages. They had an actual owl glowering at the crowd. They were his way in. Harry pushed his trolley closer, slow enough not to seem eager. Excuse me, he said when he was close enough. Sorry, I am new. Could you tell me how to get on the train? The woman looked up. Her eyes flicked over the trolley, the trunk, the owl. Then her expression softened. First time, dear, she said. Of course. Do not worry, all the children are nervous. What is your name? Harry, he said. Harry Potter. It slipped out before he could decide whether to keep it back. It was useful here. The reaction would tell him things. The boys all stared at him at once. The tall one with the badge made a choking sound. One of the twins nearly dropped his end of the trunk. You are Harry Potter, he said. Blimey, Fred. The mother snapped. Mind your language. That is not a bad one, Fred muttered. But he shut his mouth. Her eyes came back to Harry. There was a flicker of surprise, then something else. Pity, worry. She looked at his scar and her mouth tightened. Oh, you poor dear, she said softly. Right? Where are your parents? Did no one tell you how to get on the platform? There it was. The assumption that no one had explained anything. The smooth slide of pity into a desire to help. Harry let his shoulders hunched a little. My aunt and uncle did not know, he said. Nobody ever told me anything until this year. Of course they did not, she muttered. All right, watch this, dear. It is the same every year. She turned to the little girl. Ginny, you will see us later, she said. Percy, you go first so you do not jab anyone with that badge of yours. The tall boy straightened his prefect badge and walked toward the barrier between platforms 9 and 10. Harry watched him, every line of his body, every step. Percy did not slow. He did not brace to hit brick. He simply walked into the pillar and vanished. Not a crack, not a shimmer. He was just gone. Harry felt the air around the pillar ripple, like the surface of water after a stone. Now you too, the mother said. The twins took the trunk between them, shouted something about last one in buying the sweets, and ran straight at the barrier. They went through as well, loud and laughing, without a fuss. The little girl Ginny bounced on her toes, face bright. Can I go? She pleaded. Not yet, her mother said. You wait till next year. Ron, it is your turn. Are you sure you have got everything? Ron was the last boy, a little taller than Harry with a long nose and freckles. His robe sleeves fell over his hands. He flushed when everyone looked at him. Yeah, he said. Wait, no, Scabbers. Mom, where is Scabbers? In your pocket, you silly boy, she said. Now go on. And do not let your brothers get you into trouble. Ron rolled his eyes, but fondly. He looked at the barrier. He gulped. Harry saw the way his fingers tightened on the trolley handle, the way he glanced at the solid brick. He is scared. Harry stepped forward. Do you mind if I go with you? He asked. It is my first time. I might get stuck in the wall. Ron looked at him properly for the first time. His gaze went to the scar, then to Harry's eyes. He swallowed. Sure, Ron said. Just keep close, yeah. His voice tried to be casual. It did not quite make it. The mother smiled. Just walk straight at the barrier between 9 and 10, she told Harry. Best not to think too much about it. If you are nervous, run a bit. Nerves were not the problem. Trusting the stone to move was. Harry pushed his trolley so it lined up with Ron's. The air just ahead buzzed. The smell of magic pressed against his nose, sharp and metallic, layered over the oil scent of trains. On 3, Ron said. 1, 2, 3. They moved together. For a second the pillar filled his vision. Every instinct screamed at him to stop. Every lesson from the cupboard said stone did not move. Doors did not open unless someone else opened them. He did not stop. The air changed around him. The noise of the ordinary station thinned. The smell of exhaust vanished. There was a cool rush against his skin, a brief squeezing sensation, and then they were through. They burst out onto a different platform entirely. A scarlet steam engine waited there, hissing softly. Witches and wizards in robes wove through a mess of trunks, owls, cats, and excited children. Voices crashed off the roof, full of laughter and shouting and last-minute goodbyes. The smell hit him first. Ozone and blood again, thick and bright under the coal smoke. The whole platform tasted of spells. Spells that pushed trolleys when their owners were not looking. Spells that made owls click their beaks in time. Spells that wrapped around the train like invisible ropes. Harry felt the hum in his chest answer. Pleased. He had crossed a border. The ordinary world did not follow him here. Wow, Ron said. He looked around, grinning. Always mad. This bit. The mother popped through behind them, slightly out of breath. All right, boys, get on, she said. Ron, try and sit with someone nice. Not just your brothers. And write, all right. I want at least one letter before Halloween. Yes, Mom, Ron said. Harry watched their interaction quietly. The warmth between them was simple and solid. She fussed, he complained, but under it all there was a baseline of care he could feel without trying. It was a resource. Loyalty like that could be useful. He turned to her. Thank you, he said, for helping me with the barrier. It is nothing, dear, she said. You mind yourself. There is a lot going on at that school. Stay away from trouble if you can. And if you cannot, make sure you have friends on your side. Advice about allies, wrapped in mother talk. I will remember, Harry said. She gave him a quick, firm hug before she could think better of it. He stood stiff in her arms for a second, then let himself lean in just enough to feel the weight of it. She smelled of soap and a little of baking, and under that, faintly, fear. Not of him, not yet. Of the world he was stepping into. When she let go, her eyes were too bright. She turned to Ron. "Go on then," she said briskly. "Before I change my mind and keep you home." They hauled their trolleys to the side of the train. Older students reached out of windows to help heave trunks up. Harry accepted a hand when it came, feeling hard, calloused fingers pull at his arm. He could have done it himself with a thought, if he reached for that cold song in his blood. He did not. Not here, not yet. He stowed his trunk and Hedwig's cage in the rack of an empty compartment near the middle of the train. Ron dragged his own trunk in a minute later and dropped onto the seat opposite, out of breath. "Mind if I sit here?" Ron asked. "Everywhere else is packed." "That is fine," Harry said. "I prefer quiet." He sat by the window watching the platform. Families hugged, argued, waved. The twins had managed to charm a trunk so it chased one of them down the platform while he pretended to flee. Their mother shouted at them without much hope. A whistle blew long and low. The train jerked forward, slow at first, then faster. The platform slid away. The last glimpse Harry caught of the Muggle station was a flicker between pillars. Then it vanished. The carriage rattled. Outside, rows of houses blurred into countryside. Ron let out a huge sigh and slumped back. "Made it," he said. "I thought for sure I would crash into the wall. Fred and George told me Percy once got stuck in it till Christmas and had to eat rats." Harry looked at him. "You believed them?" Harry asked. Ron colored. "They are gits," he admitted. "But sometimes they are right. You never know which." That was familiar. Hagrid had told him parts of the truth, with bits missing. The Dursleys had lied every time their mouths opened. Harry had learned to weigh every word, every movement, until only patterns mattered. He leaned forward a little. "Thank you for letting me go through with you," he said. "I had no idea what to do." "You are Harry Potter," Ron blurted. "People will trip over themselves to help you." The words came out fast. Then Ron looked horrified at his own bluntness. Harry blinked once, slowly. "So you recognized me," he said. Ron stared at his scar. "Kind of hard not to," he said. "Mum told us stories, you know. All of us. How you beat you-know-who when you were a baby, all that. Fred said you would probably be tall and mysterious and have a sword or something." Harry huffed a short laugh. "Sorry to disappoint," he said. He meant it as a joke. It still hit something in his chest. The idea that people had written a script for him before he was old enough to hold a wand. "You don't," Ron said quickly. "I mean, you are smaller than I thought, but you did not run from the wall, and you did the thing with that Malfoy git yesterday in the robe shop, so that is already better than I expected." He clapped a hand over his mouth. Harry tilted his head. "You were there," he said. Ron groaned. "Mum dragged us in for robes and I saw you talking to him," Ron said. "I recognized him just as fast as you did. Father says to stay away from the Malfoys. He says they are poison with pretty hair." Harry filed that away. "So you watched," Harry said. "But you did not step in." Ron flushed again. "It was not my business," he said. "And you did not need help. You made him look like an idiot without even shouting. It was brilliant." He meant it. Harry could hear the honest delight in his voice. No calculation there yet. Only awe and the start of something else. Admiration. The kind that could tip into loyalty if fed the right way. He let a slow smile spread across his face, small and genuine. "Thank you," Harry said. Ron's shoulders relaxed a little. The door to the compartment rattled open. A woman pushed a trolley full of sweets into the corridor. Chocolate frogs, Bertie Bott's beans, stacks of pumpkin pasties, licorice wands, all piled up in bright packages. "Anything off the trolley, dears?" she asked. Ron sat up, eyes wide. His hand went to his pocket. Harry saw the way his face fell a little when he felt almost nothing in there. He knew that look. The one he had seen on himself every time Dudley got a new toy and he got Dudley's old socks. "There is sandwiches Mum packed," Ron said, more to himself than to Harry. "They are fine." He did not sound convinced. His eyes stayed on the chocolate frogs. Harry stood. I will take some of everything, he said. He took out a handful of gold from his pocket, the same pocket where the key had sat warm against his skin in the bank. The woman blinked, then grinned and started loading his arms with sweets. Ron stared. You do not have to, Ron started. Harry set the stack of boxes and packets on the seat between them. I want to try them, Harry said. I did not grow up with this world. You did. Tell me what is good. He watched Ron as he said it. You did not grow up with this world. It was true. It also reminded Ron that he had something Harry needed. Knowledge. It nudged him into the role of guide instead of charity case. Ron looked torn for half a second. Then hunger and curiosity won. Right, he said, reaching out. Chocolate frogs are a must. You get the cards with them, collectors and all that. Pumpkin pasties are the best if you like normal food. Do not eat too many beans if you value your tongue. They have flavors like earwax. Harry handed him a chocolate frog. Try it, he said. Ron's ears went red. I did not mean, Ron started. I bought them, Harry said. I cannot eat all this on my own. Help me, there. Make it practical. Make it about waste, not kindness. Let the favor hide inside a shared problem. Ron hesitated, then tore open the packet. The frog jumped out, legs wiggling. Hold on, Ron said, and grabbed it before it reached the window. He bit its head off in one quick move. Chocolate melted down his fingers. See, Ron said around a mouthful. You have got to be quick. Harry opened his own frog and watched it try to hop away. He caught it easily. The taste of chocolate was rich and smooth on his tongue. He glanced at the card. Albus Dumbledore stared out at him from a tiny picture, looking vaguely amused. Harry turned the card over. A short list of achievements. Defeated a dark wizard. Discovered dragon blood uses. Headmaster of Hogwarts. Dumbledore had sent Hagrid for him. Dumbledore had given Hagrid the key to his vault. Dumbledore had put the package in Vault 713. Today he watched Harry from a piece of card as Harry sat in a train he controlled, going to a school he ruled. Harry slid the card into his pocket with the gold. You can collect those, Ron said. I have got a bunch. I can trade if you want later. Maybe, Harry said. They worked their way through the pile. Ron talked between bites. About his brothers. About his house that was always crowded but never quiet. About his father at the ministry and the way he loved muggles more than his own toaster. Harry listened. He did not share much in return. A few details here and there, chosen carefully. The cupboard, but as a funny detail, not a horror story. The snake in the garden, presented as a strange accident, not as the first creature that had bowed to him. Every time Ron frowned in sympathy or shook his head, Harry made sure to give him something lighter right after. A joke about Dudley's weight. A quip about Aunt Petunia's neck. Keep him in the warm place between pity and amusement. If Ron saw Harry as helpless, he would feel guilty or superior. If he saw Harry as untouchable, he would feel useless. Harry wanted something else. He wanted Ron to think, I can help him, and also, he is on my side. Which house do you think you will be in? Ron asked at one point, licking sugar off his thumb. Harry had been waiting for that question. I do not know enough about them, he said. Tell me. Ron brightened. He loved being the one with information. That was clear. Well, there is Gryffindor, Ron said. That is the best one, obviously. That is where my family is. Brave people and all that. Slytherin is full of dark wizards, no thanks. Ravenclaw is for brainy types. Hufflepuff is nice, but they get walked on sometimes. Interesting. Even his own house he described in terms of pride. The others in terms of fear or scorn. People say Dumbledore was in Gryffindor, Ron added. You know who was in Slytherin. So that tells you everything, really. Told Harry something. It told him where everyone expected him to stand. What house was your mother in? Harry asked. Gryffindor, Ron said. Dad as well. It would kill her if one of us turned up in Slytherin. Really? Harry asked. Would she stop writing? Ron's face went horrified at the idea. No, he said quickly. She would still send jumpers and stuff. She would just be sad. Harry considered that. I see, he said. So for you, Slytherin is a shame. not a death sentence. It is not that bad, Ron said. I mean, it is bad, but people have come out of Slytherin and not gone dark. Father says so. He says it is the people, not the house. He still would have kittens if I got put there. Harry let the thought sit. For him, Slytherin would be a very different thing than for Ron. It would be recognition. It would be a label that matched what the stone under Gringotts had already whispered. He did not need that. Not yet. He needed to sit at the table no one would suspect. He needed room to move without eyes on him, like a wolf moving with sheep until it needed to bite. We will see, Harry said. The hat chooses, right? Yeah, Ron said. It looks at your brain or something. I hope it knows what it is doing. The door slid open again. Has anyone seen a toad? A girl's voice asked. Neville has lost one. Harry looked up. A girl with bushy brown hair stood in the doorway, hands on her hips. Her robe was already on over her clothes. She had a determined set to her jaw. Beside her stood a round-faced boy who looked like he wanted to melt into the wall. No toads in here, Ron said. Are you sure? The girl asked. They get everywhere. Oh, you are doing spells already. Let us see then. Harry watched the way Ron slumped a little as she walked in without waiting for an answer. She sat down, pulled out a wand, and introduced herself as Hermione Granger. Her voice was quick, precise. She had read every book on the first-year list already. She had done extra reading on the history of Hogwarts. She quoted dates without checking. Ron tried a spell on Scabbers that did nothing at all. Hermione corrected his pronunciation at once. Harry sat back and watched them bounce off each other. Ron sulked. Hermione lectured. Neville muttered apologies every other sentence. This was noise. He did not have to talk much. That was useful. When she asked about their families, he gave the version he had already chosen. The orphan story everyone expected, trimmed of sharp edges. I live with my aunt and uncle, he said. They are muggles. They never told me anything about magic. Then Hagrid turned up and said I was a wizard. He watched her eyes light up at the name Hagrid. She had already read about him. Of course she had. You are Harry Potter, she breathed. I read about you. In the rise and fall of the dark arts and modern magical history and great wizarding events of the 20th century. It is all very interesting, is it? Harry asked. I have not read my own life story yet. Hermione opened her mouth, then closed it. Color rose in her cheeks. I did not mean, she started. I just think it is fascinating. How you survived. The theory about the protection. It is amazing magic. Amazing magic. A curse that bounced because a man tried to kill his own son. Fascinating, Harry said calmly. That is one word for it. She winced. I am sorry, she said. That was rude. I just talk too much sometimes. Yes, Ron muttered under his breath. Hermione's eyes snapped to him. At least I know which platform to use, she said. Maybe if you listened more and stuffed your face less, you would too. Ron spluttered. Harry watched them with a small, private amusement. They would be easy to direct. Ron wanted simple loyalty. Hermione wanted knowledge and approval. Neither wanted to be left out. They would stick to whoever gave them both purpose and protection. He could be that if he wanted. He was still thinking about that when the door slid open again and Draco Malfoy leaned in, flanked by the two bulky boys from the robe shop. So it is true, Draco said. They said on the platform you were in this carriage. Thought I would check before Weasley spread his crumbs everywhere. Ron bristled. Clear off, he said. No one wants you here. Draco ignored him. His gaze went straight to Harry. Ready for school then? He asked. Got your wand. Heard you made quite the scene in Ollivanders. Word travels fast here. It worked, Harry said. That was the point. Draco smiled thinly. Father says some wands should never have been made, he said. He says they wake things that should stay asleep. Interesting that you got that one. He wanted a reaction. He wanted Harry to flinch or boast. Harry did neither. Interesting that you care, Harry said. The twins behind Draco shifted. One cracked his knuckles. Draco held up a hand and they stilled. I care about who matters, Draco said. And you matter, for better or worse. People will try to use you. Might be smart to pick the ones who do not fumble the job. He glanced quickly at Ron and his worn robe, then back. I can help you with that, Draco added. Ron stood up so fast his knee hit the table. He does not need your help, Ron said. We do not want your sort. Go back and sit with your pet trolls. People like me built this world, Draco said without looking at him. People like you live in it and complain about the wallpaper. The insult slid off Ron this time. He was too angry to be hurt. Harry spoke before he could. I know exactly what you offered me in Madame Malkin's, Harry said to Draco. A place at your side, under your father's eye, where every move I made would be reported and judged. That is not help. That is a collar. Draco went very still. My father does not collar people, he said quietly. He chooses allies. Then he will understand when I choose my own, Harry said. You can go now. I hear your house wants a clear leader. You should work on that instead of recruiting pets. The word hung between them. Draco flushed a slow, ugly red. You will regret turning this down, he said. My father will hear about this. I expect he will, Harry said. He hears about everything important. He did not raise his voice. He did not stand. He simply held Draco's gaze until Draco had to look away. The door slammed as they left. Ron sat down hard. That was brilliant, he said. Again. You keep doing that. I hate him, you know. His family looked down on us all the time. Father says they did not even back you-know-who properly. They just ran when it suited them. Hermione frowned. Maybe he is just scared, she said. People say terrible things when they are scared. People say what they are allowed to say, Harry said. If no one stops them, they keep going. If you push back, they think twice. Hermione looked at him, a small crease between her brows, as if she was not sure whether to nod or argue. Harry let the train carry them forward into the afternoon. Fields flicked past. The sky grayed. They changed into robes in the cramped space of the carriage. Ron complained about his hand-me-downs. Hermione fussed over supposed dirt that only she could see. Neville dozed and jerked awake at every small noise. Harry sat and watched his reflection faint in the darkening window. The scar on his forehead, the line of his jaw, the way his eyes stayed steady even when the carriage rocked. Outside, wards built into the track hummed. The smell of magic grew stronger as they neared the school. Ozone crowded his nose. Under it, the faint tang of blood thickened, as if the land itself held old spells that had cut and bound over centuries. His chest tight, the hum inside matched it beat for beat. By the time someone shouted for them to take their luggage and the train slowed, the air in the carriage felt thin. Harry was ready to move. They poured off the train at a small, dark platform. Lantern light swung in the damp air. All first years this way, a giant voice called. Hagrid waved a lantern above the crowd. Harry felt a flicker of something like relief at the sight of him. The world had shifted since the hut on the rock, but Hagrid was still big and solid and simple. He followed Hagrid down a steep path toward the lake. The night air smelled of wet stone and something wild, plants and old water. The castle rose across the black surface, windows glowing. Magic sat on its walls in layers so thick the sight of it almost took his breath. The boats were small and low. Harry climbed into one with Ron, Hermione, and Neville. The wood rocked under their weight. The water slapped against the sides. The smell coming off the lake was cold and deep and a little rotten. Everyone in, Hagrid called. No more than 4 to a boat. Right. Forward. The boats moved by themselves, cutting across the lake. The castle grew larger, a solid block of stone and light. As they neared the cliffs, Harry felt a pressure in the air, like walking into a dense fog. The wards. They pressed against his skin, gentle but firm. Inside his chest, the hum flared. A cold song answered the wards with interest. Something in the castle recognized him. Not by face or name, by the way his magic tasted. He gritted his teeth and kept his face blank, watching the reflections of torchlight in the water. When they reached the far side, they climbed a narrow path to a small door. Professor McGonagall waited there, tall and strict in her emerald robes. She spoke about houses and points and rules. Harry listened, filing words away, but most of his attention went to the way the magic in the walls pressed at his senses. The stone here had seen duels and rituals and quiet homework over a very long time. They waited in a side chamber while she went to check if the great hall was ready. Ghosts drifted out of the walls and spoke to each other about executions like they were discussing the weather. Ron whispered about Peeves. Someone behind Harry retched into a corner. He stood very still, hands loosely at his sides, wand in his robe pocket. The hum in his chest rolled like a lazy thing, pleased with its new den. "The hat chooses," Ron whispered again at his side. "It looks in your head. What if it does not like what it sees?" That was the question, wasn't it? Harry did not answer. The doors opened. They walked into the great hall. Floating candles lit up for long tables. Hundreds of faces turned to look at them. The ceiling above showed the night sky, clear and star-crowded. The air smelled of wax, roasted meat, ozone, and the faint metallic tang that now meant magic to Harry more than anything else. At the far end, a fifth table held the teachers. Dumbledore sat in the center, beard long, eyes bright. On his right sat a man with sharp features and greasy dark hair, arms crossed, expression sour. On his left, a turbaned man Harry recognized faintly from the leaky cauldron. Harry let his gaze slide over them all. He did not linger on Dumbledore. He had already seen him on the card. When his eyes touched the dark-haired man, the reaction was immediate. The man's face drained of color. His grip on his goblet tightened. For a moment Harry thought he would drop it. His eyes locked on Harry's face, then flicked up to the scar, then down again. Shock rolled over his features, followed by something like horror. Harry held his gaze for a heartbeat. The man's eyes were familiar, not the color, the way they narrowed, weighing, remembering. He had looked at someone who looked like Harry before, and it had not gone well. He knows something, Harry thought. Professor McGonagall placed a three-legged stool in front of the hall and set a very battered hat on it. The hat twitched. It sang. The song talked about houses and virtues. Harry listened with half an ear, more interested in the fact that the hat was not just an object. It felt like a presence as strong as any he had met. The magic in it was old, settled, threaded with the thoughts of 1,000 children. Names were called. One by one, frightened or eager students sat on the stool. The hat fell over their eyes, and it shouted out houses. Hermione went to Gryffindor after only a second. Neville went to Gryffindor as well, after a long struggle and a squeaked plea. Draco Malfoy went to Slytherin so fast the hat barely touched his head. At last, Professor McGonagall's voice rang out. "Potter, Harry." The hall went even more quiet. Whispers shivered through the air. "That is him. The scar, look, Harry Potter. He looks normal. He does not look like I thought. I thought he would be taller." Harry walked to the stool. The hum in his blood thrummed with every step. The eyes on him brushed against his skin like hands. He could smell his own magic now, sharp and cold in his nose, pressed up against the wards of the hall. He sat. The hat fell over his eyes. Everything went dark. For a heartbeat, there was nothing but the weight of heavy fabric on his head and the faint smell of dust and old sweat. Then a voice slid into his mind. "Well," it said. Well, this is interesting." Harry kept his breathing steady. He did not look around. There was nowhere to look. "You are the hat," he said in his mind as calmly as he could. "Of course I am the hat," the voice said. "Who else did you expect? Though you are not wrong to check. You do not trust easily." "You are in my head," Harry said. "That makes trust difficult." The hat laughed. It sounded like dry cloth rubbing together. "I am not in your head," it said. "I am touching your magic." Quite a difference. And what magic it is. Old, cold, thick with something that does not belong entirely to you. Harry felt the hum under his ribs react to that. It rose, curious, like a beast sniffing at the voice. "Careful now," the hat said. "I am not your enemy. I am trying to place you. It is not an easy job in this case." "Why?" Harry asked. "Because you do not fit neatly anywhere," the hat said. "You have bravery enough. You walk into walls and curse rebounds without flinching. There is learning, yes, a sharp mind that bites and never lets go. You have loyalty, though you hide it under all that caution. But what shines the brightest in you is cunning, ambition, the desire to rise, to rule, to hold the world in your hands so it cannot hurt you first. The hum purred at that, pleased. Slytherin, the hat said, almost in delight. You would do well there. The other serpents would recognize one of their own. Oh yes, the serpent has returned. The words echoed in his mind. The serpent has returned. Images flickered behind his eyes. A pale face without a nose. Eyes red and bright. A wand raised. Green light. Pain. The hum inside him flared, then twisted, as if angry. No, Harry said. Not there. He kept his thoughts tight, but the hat could feel more than words. It tasted the memory of the Gringotts' vault door under his hand, the scream of the wand. It tasted the way Harry had seen fear twist Dursley faces, the way he had enjoyed it, then regretted that enjoyment. And why not? The hat asked. You would be great in Slytherin. Great and terrible, perhaps, but great. Everyone expects me to be something already, Harry said. The boy who lived. The hero. A symbol. If you put me in Slytherin, they will all think they know the story. True, the hat mused. They do like their stories. They will watch me, Harry said. Every teacher, every student. They will weigh every move I make. They will turn every bad day into proof that I am turning into a monster. Every good day into a lie. Also true, the hat said. People are not kind to serpents. They never were. I am not asking you to put me somewhere that fits, Harry said softly. I am asking you to put me somewhere that hides me. The hat was silent for a heartbeat. You want camouflage, it said. Harry let the word sit. Yes, he said. I know what I am. I can feel it. There is a piece of something inside me that will never be soft. It wants to claw out every time someone looks at me wrong. It feels good when I scare people. Too good. The hum shivered at that with something like agreement. I cannot get rid of it here, Harry went on. Not yet. So I will use it. I will leash it. And to do that, I need people to trust me. I need them to assume the best every time I choose something that could go either way. You want to be a wolf in sheep clothing, the hat said quietly. Harry almost smiled. Something like that, he said. The sheep do not run when they think they are walking next to another sheep. They tell you things. They show you where the fences are weak. And what do you do with those fences? The hat asked. I decide later, Harry said. When I know more. If I choose to protect them, it is easier if the wolves think I am on their side and the sheep think I am theirs. If I choose to tear them down, it is easier if no one sees it coming. The hat laughed again, low and a little shocked. You are 11, it said. You think like a war planner. I grew up in a house where I was a threat before I could read, Harry said. I learned fast. Gryffindor will not fit, the hat said slowly. Not really. You are not one of those shining fools who jump into danger for fun. I do not need it to fit, Harry said. I need it to be believable. People already expect me there. Your song told them it is the house of brave heroes. They want me to be that. Use that. Give them what they want on the surface so I can breathe underneath. That is a risk, the hat said. The house shapes the child. Their values, their friends, their fights. You may find yourself pulled in directions you do not expect. Good, Harry said. If the wolf lives long enough with sheep, it might learn to care if one gets eaten. I would not mind that. The hat went very quiet. You are fighting every day against a song in your blood, it said softly. You are holding back teeth and claws while the world praises you for a story that is not quite true. You think choosing a lion banner will make that easier. Harry flexed his fingers against the wood of the stool under the hat. I do not think, he said. I calculate. Slytherin makes my enemies obvious and my allies scarce. Gryffindor gives me a web to work in. The choice is simple. You are more Slytherin than half the snakes in that house already, the hat said. Tom himself never argued this clearly. Harry did not flinch at the name in his mind. Outside somewhere someone might have. Here there was only him and an old bit of cloth. Tom picked Slytherin, the hat said. And look what he did with it. Tom wanted to be seen, Harry said. He wanted the world to know he was better, that he was above them. I want the world safe enough that I do not feel like I have to burn it down just to stop it from touching me. That is a big difference, the hat murmured. The hum in his chest shifted, restless. It did not like being compared to someone else. It wanted its own shape. The hat sighed, as much as a hat could sigh. You would do well in Slytherin, it said one last time. I know, Harry said. That is why you should not put me there. You are stubborn, the hat said. Very well. If you are so keen on camouflage, if you insist on walking among lions with serpent eyes, do not say I did not warn you. His voice rose, no longer just in his head. Better be. It shouted to the hall. Gryffindor. The word rang through the great hall like a spell. The hat lifted from his head. Sound crashed back in. The hum inside his chest twisted. Annoyed, then settled, amused. It liked this game. Harry slid off the stool. The Gryffindor table exploded in cheers. Ron yelled loudest of all, hands cupped around his mouth. Hermione clapped so hard her palms must have hurt. Neville looked relieved. Harry let his face show surprise, then slow happiness. He walked toward the table as if his legs wanted to run. As he passed the staff table, he risked a quick look up. Dumbledore watched him with a small smile and eyes that held too many questions. The dark-haired man who had stared before was rigid. His hands were white on the edge of the table. His eyes were not on the scar now. They were on Harry's eyes. For a second, Harry felt it. Not only the way the man saw James Potter in his face. The way he saw something else behind that face. A shadow that matched a different man entirely. Recognition. A different, more personal horror. Not just the boy who lived. The boy who smelled like someone he had hated and feared in equal measure. Harry held his gaze. The air between them felt thin. The hum in Harry's chest pushed forward. Tempted. It wanted to reach out, wanted to taste the fear. It wanted to say father through the scar and see what that did. He did not let it. He broke eye contact first and slid onto the bench next to Ron. Gryffindor, Ron said, almost giddy. Knew it. I told you. Mum will be over the moon. Hermione leaned in. What did the hat say? She whispered. You were under it for ages. Harry reached for an empty plate. Food had appeared in front of them while he was at the stool. Roasts, vegetables, piles of potatoes. The smell made his stomach clench. It said I would do well in Slytherin, Harry said calmly. But I asked for Gryffindor. Hermione choked on her pumpkin juice. You asked, she said. You can do that. Apparently, Harry said. Why would you not want Slytherin if you would do well there? Ron demanded. That is mad. Because I did not want Malfoy as a roommate, Harry said dryly. Ron laughed so loud he nearly knocked his glass over. Hermione did not laugh. She looked at him with that same crease in her brow. There must be more to it, she said. The hat does not make mistakes. Harry cut a piece of meat and chewed it slowly. The warmth of the food spread through him. The noise of the hall blurred into a steady roar. I decided I would rather be here, he said. That is all. It was not all. But it was enough for now. The feast went on. Ghosts told stories. Dumbledore made a speech that was mostly nonsense with sharp bits hidden in it about forbidden corridors and pain. The twins cheered when he said the word pain. Harry watched everything. The way the houses clumped. The way teachers looked at students. The way the Slytherin table had a clear center of gravity around Malfoy already and a few others who leaned toward or away from him. The way the Ravenclaws sat with books even now. The hum in his chest kept time with the buzz of magic in the hall. He felt the wards adjust to include him, threads winding around his name and face, checking his wand, noting his house. He had put on a lion's colors. He still smelled like a serpent. When at last Dumbledore clapped his hands and the food vanished, they filed out behind the Gryffindor prefects. Stairs moved. Portraits whispered. The castle groaned and murmured to itself in stone. By the time they reached the common room, behind a portrait of a very fat lady in a pink dress, Harry's legs ached. His eyes were heavy. His mind was not. The room beyond the portrait was warm, full of squashy chairs and red and gold everywhere. People claimed spots, still laughing and talking. Fires burned in 2 fireplaces. The smell of wood smoke mixed with the lingering sense of the feast. He went up to the dorm with the other boys, listened to Percy drone on about bathrooms and curfew, unpacked just enough to find his pajamas. Ron complained about spiders on his pillow once Percy left. Seamus told a story about setting his cousin on fire by accident. Dean taped a poster of a football team to his wall and argued about what it even was. Harry pulled his curtains closed and lay back on the bed, wand under his pillow. For the first time in his life, he was not locked in anywhere. The curtains were thin. He could push them aside whenever he wanted. No bolts on the outside. No cupboard walls pressing in. It should have felt like freedom. Instead, it felt like a new cage with softer bars. He stared up at the hangings in the dark. The hum under his ribs had quieted just enough to let him think. He had made his first big choice here. Not about a spell or a friend, but about a label that would follow him for years. The hat had wanted Slytherin. The magic in his blood had liked that idea. The stone under Gringotts had agreed. He had said no. He had asked for a lion skin to wrap around his scaled core. A wolf in sheep clothing, walking into a den of people who would trust him because it hurt less than doubting. Somewhere in the castle, a man who had seen his father's face and his mother's eyes in him was trying to catch his breath. Somewhere, behind his scar, something very old and very angry turned over and went back to sleep, satisfied for now with the path he had chosen. Harry closed his eyes. Tomorrow classes would start. He would see how these lions behaved when they were not feasting. He would learn the rules of this new cage and how far they could bend. For now, he let the noise of the common room fade and the warmth of the bed sink into his bones. His hand stayed on his wand until sleep dragged him down. The last clear thought that went through his mind before he slipped under was simple. Gryffindor on the outside, serpent on the inside, camouflage in place. Someone was snoring. Harry opened his eyes to red curtains and low light. For a second he forgot where he was. The ceiling above him was not wood with spider webs and the underside of stairs. It was stone, high and smooth, with beams that held heat instead of dust. Ron snored again in the next bed, a rough noise that ended in a small whistle. The sound bounced off the stone and made the room feel full. Gryffindor dormitory, Hogwarts. He lay still and let the awareness settle. No chain on the outside of the door. No lock. No Dursley feet stomping past. He could hear other sounds instead. A crackle from the common room fire downstairs. Someone turning over in another bed. An owl hooting faint in the distance through the window. The hum in his chest sat quiet for once. Not silent, but resting. He slid a hand under his pillow. His fingers brushed his wand. The wood felt warm from his skin. He pulled the curtains aside and sat up. Early light pushed around the edges of the window, pale and cold. The other boys were still asleep. Seamus had an arm flung over his face. Dean snored softly, mouth open. Neville's blanket had slipped halfway to the floor. Harry got dressed without waking them. Shirt, trousers, tie that still felt strange around his neck, black robe. He ran a hand through his hair and gave up when it went back to its usual mess. No one had told him when breakfast started. He did not need to be first. He wanted to see the common room before it filled with noise. The dormitory door opened without a creak. The staircase down to the common room curved just enough that he could not see the fire until he stepped off the last stair. The room was dim, lit only by the embers in the grate. Chairs and sofas sat at odd angles, abandoned the night before. Someone had left a scarf on the back of one. Chess pieces slept on a half-finished board. Tiny stone bodies curled up where they had fallen. Harry stood in the doorway and tasted the air. Warmth. The faint, sharp line of magic woven into every wall. No sharp fear. No thin anger. Just the soft residue of laughter and arguments and homework. It felt like a space meant for people to rest in, not a cage. He walked to the window and pushed the curtain back a little. The grounds lay below, gray in the early light. The lake was flat and dark. The forest beyond it hunched against the sky. Even from here, magic rolled off the trees in a thick line, wild and old. He watched it for a few breaths, then shut the curtain again. This was not the time to plan the forest. Later, he sat in one of the armchairs near the fire and closed his eyes. He reached inward. At Privet Drive, he had never had time to do this. Any moment spent still in the open was a moment Vernon might decide to shout or hit. Any attempt to feel the strange thing in his chest had happened in the cupboard, half asleep, half starved. Here, for once, no one expected him to scrub a floor at dawn. No one screamed if he was quiet. He followed the hum. It was like putting his hand on a wall and feeling a heartbeat on the other side. Cold, steady, powerful. Not his own, but wrapped around it. The same note that had answered the vault door. The same weight that had screamed through the wand. He pushed a little. At once, the air around him changed. The shadows in the corners of the room thickened, just a fraction. The embers in the grate glowed brighter, as if more air had touched them. The scent of ozone pricked at his nose, faint but there. He opened his eyes. The shadows eased. He had not moved. No one had shouted. No one had choked on the floor in front of him. Good. He would need control here more than he had ever needed it in the cupboard. At Hogwarts, there were dozens of people who could see the shape of magic as well as smell it. If he lost his grip, he would not only scare Dudley. He would show his teeth to people who knew what teeth could do. Footsteps sounded on the stairs. He let the hum sink back and leaned his elbows on his knees, looking like a normal boy awake too early. Ron stumbled in, hair sticking up worse than usual. "Morning," Harry said. Ron jumped. "Blimey," he said. "What are you doing up now? It is not even breakfast." "I could not sleep," Harry said. "Too much noise." Ron yawned. "You are mental," he said. But he dropped into the chair across from him. "Suppose we should wash and all that. Percy says first impressions matter. He says teachers talk, you know. If you are late once in first year, they will remember it forever." "Then we should not be late," Harry said. Ron grimaced. "Fine," he said. "You sound like Hermione." They washed and dressed and went down to the great hall with a few older students who were also early. The hall felt different in the morning. Less charged, more open. The ceiling showed a pale sky with streaks of cloud. Plates appeared as they sat, filled with food. Harry helped himself to toast and eggs, more out of habit than hunger. Growing up with the Dursleys had taught him to eat whenever he could. You did not leave food on a plate and expect to see it again. Hermione arrived a few minutes later, hair wild and eyes bright. "Did you see the notice board?" she asked without greeting. "They have posted our timetables." "Let me guess," Ron muttered. "You have already memorized yours." "Of course I have not," she said. "I have only read it twice." She handed Harry a folded bit of parchment. His classes filled the week in neat rows. Charms, Transfiguration, Herbology, Astronomy at night, Defense against the dark arts, Potions, double with Slytherin. That last line pulsed in his mind like a bruise. "Is something wrong?" Hermione asked. "You are frowning." "Double potions with Slytherin," Ron said before Harry could answer. "That is what is wrong. My brother says Snape favors his house. We will never get points. He will take one look at me and knock 20 for existing." "Snape is a respected potions master," Hermione said. "He has written articles. He knows things." "You sound like you are in love," Ron said. Hermione flushed. "I am not," she said. "I just think we should give teachers a chance before we decide they are terrible." Harry looked up at the staff table. Snape sat in his place, black robes hanging in clean lines. His hair looked less greasy in the daytime light, but his eyes were the same. Dark, hollow, fixed on Harry for a fraction of a second before sliding away. The look had changed from last night. The first flash of horror had cooled. What sat there now was tighter. Study. Suspicion. This man knew something. Harry took a bite of toast. "I suppose we will see," he said. They went to herbology first. The greenhouse smelled of damp earth and odd plants that twitched when touched. Professor Sprout was brisk and kind. She made Neville talk to his potted plant like it was a shy pet. Harry let the new words and smells sink in while he watched the way plants reacted to his presence. Some leaned toward him a little. Some leaned away. Interesting, Transfiguration with Professor McGonagall came next. The classroom was clean and bright. The smell of chalk and fur and old magic hung in the air. McGonagall turned her desk into a pig and back again with a neat twist of her wand. Transfiguration is some of the most complex and dangerous magic you will learn at Hogwarts, she said. Anyone messing around in my class will leave and not come back. Ron whispered something under his breath about the temperature in the room dropping. Hermione tried so hard on her first attempt that her matchstick only gave a sad spark of silver. Harry watched carefully, eyes on McGonagall's wand, on the way she shaped the words, on the feel of the magic in the air when she moved it. When he tried, the matchstick trembled in his fingers. He felt the hum in his chest stir, ready to bite down on the spell and twist it into something else entirely. He did not let it. He kept the power small, neat. The matchstick turned partly silver. Not a needle, not quite, but enough for McGonagall to give him a sharp nod. "Well done, Mr. Potter," she said. Hermione glared at her own match as if she wanted to transfigure it by glaring alone. By the time they reached the dungeon classroom for potions, the smell of herbs and chalk had been replaced by something much harsher. The air in the corridor outside the potions room was cold and heavy. The stone here held a different kind of magic. Not wild or bright, dark and layered. Spells had been cast here that cut and bound and boiled for hours. Ron shivered. "I hate basements," he muttered. The classroom itself had no windows. Torches burned in brackets, casting light over rows of desks. Jars lined the walls. They held things that floated in thick fluid. Eyes, roots, something that might have been a slimy branch or might have been an organ. The smell was strong. Rot and vinegar and something sharp under it. Ozone and blood again, but twisted by heat and time. Harry breathed it in. His stomach rolled a little, but the hum in his chest liked it. Potions were careful violence. You cut and mixed and burned until something new was born. That fit. Snape swept into the room, robes trailing behind him. He moved with the kind of controlled grace that said he had thought about every step. The door slammed shut without him touching it. "Ah yes," he said softly. "Our new celebrities." His eyes went straight to Harry. He did not bother to hide it. The room went quiet. Even the torch flames seemed to lean in. Harry met his gaze. Snape looked away first, not because he feared Harry, because he refused to show what he felt where children could see. He turned to the rest of the class instead. "There will be no foolish wand waving in this class," he said, voice smooth. "No silly chance. I do not expect many of you to truly appreciate the subtle science and exact art that is potion making. However, for those select few who possess the rare gift, I can teach you how to bottle fame, brew glory, even stop death." Ron leaned toward Harry and whispered, "Stop or death." "He means stop or death," in a very quiet voice. Harry did not look away from Snape. Snape walked between the desks, robes whispering. When he passed Harry, the smell of potions and something sharper wrapped around him. Under the sour herbs and smoke sat a note Harry recognized with a jolt. Dark magic. Not the same heavy weight as what hummed in Harry's bones, but something related. Thin, bitter, like tea left too long. Snape had cast spells that hurt. On others, on himself, Harry could not tell. The residue clung to him. Snape stopped beside Harry's desk with no sound. "Potter," he said. "Our new star." The word star came out flat. Harry kept his expression mild. "Yes, Professor," he said. "Tell me," Snape said. "What do I get if I add powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood?" Ron made a small choking noise. Hermione raised her hand at once. Her fingers twisted in the air, desperate. Harry did not look at either of them. Asphodel. Wormwood. He searched his memory. Not book knowledge. The words had passed in whispers somewhere. In the leaky cauldron. In a paragraph in one of his new books when he had turned pages the night before, letting terms drift over his mind. "Draft of living death," he said. Snape went still. The faint line between his brows deepened. "Correct," he said slowly. "Lucky guess." Harry tilted his head. "If I did not know," he said, "I would have said I did not know." A few Gryffindors shifted in their seats. No one spoke to Snape that way. Not on the first day. Snape moved on without answering. Where? He asked the class at large. Would you look if I told you to find a bezoar? Hermione nearly jumped in her seat. Her hand strained higher. Harry watched the way Snape ignored it. Deliberate. In the stomach of a goat, Harry said. Snape looked back at him. There are 3 main uses for a bezoar, Snape said. Name them. The stone protects from most poisons when swallowed, Harry said. Can be used crushed in antidotes. Some potions use shavings when a delay effect is needed. Hermione's hand slowly sank. Ron's eyes flicked between Harry and Snape with open amazement. Snape stared at Harry for a long moment. In that look sat more than simple annoyance. There was something almost frantic under it. A question that had nothing to do with exams. Who are you? Snape turned away. Clearly, he said. Fame is not the only thing you have somehow acquired without effort. It was a weak insult. He knew it. The class did not. A few Slytherins sniggered. Snape flicked his wand. Instructions appeared on the board in neat script. Pair up, he said. We will see if any of you can follow simple directions without exploding. Ron sagged in his seat. You should have answered wrong on purpose, he muttered as they got up to fetch ingredients. Now he hates you even more. He hated me when I walked in, Harry said. I just gave him something to do with it. They fetched ingredients. The cupboard smelled of dried plants and cold stone. Harry picked out the roots and seeds with careful fingers, feeling for the weight and the way they reacted to his touch. Some went dull when he held them. Some brightened. At the cauldron, the potion started as a weak blue. Counterclockwise, Ron muttered, stirring. Wait, no, clockwise at this line. I do not get why it matters. It matters because the book says it matters, Harry said. And because Snape wrote this part, even if his name is not on it. Ron grumbled but followed the steps. The potion thickened. The smell grew sharp. Steam curled up, carrying that same metallic scent Harry had learned to follow. He leaned over the cauldron and breathed it in. The hum in his chest shifted. It recognized the cut herbs and ground roots. It liked the way they had been changed by heat. It wanted to push a little, just enough to see what would happen if he fed a drop of his own power into the brew. He did not. He watched instead. Across the room, Hermione stirred her potion with precise arm movements. It looked exactly like the book illustration. Neville had already spilled something on the desk and was trying to mop it up with a sleeve. A Slytherin cauldron smoked in a corner where someone had misread a line. Snape moved through the steam, robe edges barely stirring. He passed behind Harry again. The smell fascinates you, does it not? Snape said quietly. Harry did not look up. It is different, he said. How so? Snape asked. It smells like a spell that takes hours instead of seconds, Harry said. Most magic I have felt happens fast. This does not. You have to wait for it. Snape stopped. Very slowly he turned his head. You have to wait for it, he repeated. And you are patient. The way he said patient sounded like an insult and a warning both. Harry met his eyes now. I had a lot of time in a small space, he said softly. There was not much else to do but wait. Snape flinched. It was tiny and quick, but Harry saw it. A jerk of muscle near his mouth. A flash in his eyes. The idea of Harry Potter in a cupboard under the stairs hit something in him. Guilt. Memory. Anger at someone who was not in the room. Snape swept away before Harry could read more. At the end of class, they lined up their cauldrons. Snape moved along the row, peering in. Hermione's potion got a curt nod. Ron and Harry's potion was not perfect, but the color was close. The smell was right. Snape stared into it for a heartbeat too long. Acceptable, he said. He took 5 points from Gryffindor anyway because Ron had cut the roots unevenly. By the time they left the dungeon, Ron had gone from nervous to sulking. He is foul, Ron said as they climbed the stairs. He is worse than Fred said. He hates us. He hates me, Harry said. He hates my family too, Ron said. So that covers us both. Hermione hurried to catch up. That was not fair, she said. He should not talk to students like that. But he is brilliant. Did you see how he fixed that ruined potion with one flick? Harry thought of the way the potion had snapped back to clear with a simple movement of Snape's wand. That was not just skill. That was instinct and long practice. He is dangerous, Harry said. Brilliant and dangerous. Hermione opened her mouth as if to argue, then shut it again. The rest of the day passed in a blur of corridors and staircases that moved when they should not. Ron got them lost twice. Peeves the poltergeist dropped chalk on Neville's head. A suit of armor followed them for 3 corridors before Harry glared at it and it stopped. By evening, Harry's feet ached. His head buzzed with new smells and words and rules. In the common room, people gathered around the fire. Someone set up a game of wizard chess. Ron was drawn into it at once. Hermione disappeared behind a tower of books, copying schedules and making lists of homework already assigned. Harry sat on the floor near the fire, back against an armchair, wand in his hand under the cover of his robe. He thought about Snape. The man saw James in his face. That much was clear from the way his jaw clenched whenever Harry spoke. But there had been something else under it. Snape had reacted to more than hair and eyes. The vault door, the wand, the way the hat had called him a serpent. Snape had known the man people refused to name. He had been near that magic. He would recognize the taste of it if it walked past him in the corridor. If Snape saw it in Harry, he had not shouted it to the hall. He had not named it. Not yet. Harry tapped the wand lightly against his leg in a slow rhythm. He would have to watch Snape. Not just as a teacher. As someone who knew a part of the truth Harry did not. Later that week, after a blur of charms where feathers fell and rose and floated, and defense classes where Professor Quirrell stuttered his way through a lesson on werewolf differences, they had their first flying lesson. The day was bright, crisp with early autumn. The grass on the lawn near the forbidden forest shone wet. 20 brooms lay in neat lines on the ground. Madame Hooch had sharp yellow eyes and hair cut short. She smelled less of magic and more of wind and polish. "Stick out your right hand," she said. "Over your broom. Say up." Harry eyed the broom at his feet. It looked old. The twigs were dry. The handle had dents where many hands had gripped it before his. "Up," he said. The broom jumped into his hand at once. He felt it. The faint note of magic in the wood. The way it rushed to meet him. Not as strong as the wand. Not as deep as the vault door. But eager. He closed his fingers around it. Around him, other brooms rolled a little or did not move at all. Ron's broom smacked his hand so hard his palm turned red. Neville's did nothing until he shouted at it. Madame Hooch raised an eyebrow at Harry's broom. "Good," she said. "At least one of you listened." Harry said nothing. He slid the broom handle under his leg, feet planted, waiting. "On my whistle," Madame Hooch said. "Kick off from the ground, hover for a moment, then come straight back down. Do not lean too far or you will fall." She had barely put the whistle to her lips when Neville's broom shot straight up, wobbling. He let out a panicked yell as it jerked higher and higher. "Come back down," Madame Hooch shouted. Gently. Neville did not hear her. His fingers slipped. He fell. Harry watched the boy's body drop. The world seemed to slow for a heartbeat. The hum in his chest surged. Ready. He could have reached out with the shadows that clung under every object, dragged them together to catch him. He could have done it without moving. He did not. Neville hit the ground with a thud and a cry. Pain rolled off him. Not the sharp edge of fear, but a dull shock. Madame Hooch ran to him, wand drawn. "Broken wrist," she said. "I will take him to the hospital wing. No one is to move. No one. If I see a child in the air when I get back, you will be off flying for the rest of the year." She marched Neville away, supporting his arm. The moment she was out of sight, the air shifted. Draco bent down and picked up something from the grass. A small glass ball with white smoke in it. "Look," Draco said. Longbottoms dropped his remembrall. Pansy giggled. Goyle and Crabbe smirked. "He really is useless," Draco said. "Cannot even stay on a broom or hold onto his toys." Ron bristled. "Give it here," he said. "It is not yours." Draco held it up, out of reach. "Make me," he said. Harry stepped forward. He did not raise his voice. He did not shout. He just moved so that he stood between Draco and the rest of the Gryffindors. The broom was still in his hand. "Put it down," Harry said. Draco looked at him. The memory of the robe shop and the train sat in the space between them. The wand. The vault. The name. "You always think you can tell people what to do," Draco said. "Do you believe that the whole world will clap when you talk?" "No," Harry said. "I believe some people will clap and some will plot and some will run. You are in the second group." Some of the Gryffindors did not get it. Draco did. His lips curled. "You think you are clever," Draco said. "You think wearing red instead of green makes you safe. It does not. You have no idea how deep some things go." He mounted his broom with easy grace. "I think I will keep this," he said, holding up the Remembrall. "Longbottom can come and beg for it later. Or cry. Either way it fits." He kicked off the ground. Harry watched him rise. The broom obeyed him without fuss. Draco had clearly flown before. Ron cursed under his breath. "Leave it," he said. "Hooch will be back." "She will not punish him," Seamus said. "He is a Malfoy. He will talk his way out of it." Harry stepped onto his broom. Every head turned to him. "Harry," Hermione hissed. She said, "No flying. You will get into trouble." Harry ignored her. He let the broom lift him. The moment his feet left the ground, something inside him loosened. The hum in his chest stretched out. The air around him tasted cleaner, thinner. The magic in the broom and the magic under his skin aligned. He rose faster than he meant to. The ground rushed away. The wind hit his face cold and sharp. His robe flapped. For a second, the world narrowed to sky and broom and the line of Draco ahead of him. Draco turned when he heard the rush of air. "Oh good!" he shouted over the wind. "The hero has come to save the day. What are you going to do, Potter?" "Stare at me until I fall." Harry leaned forward. The broom answered. The speed hit him like that moment on the motorbike, but cleaner. No engine noise, no smoke. Just wind, gravity, and magic. He drew level with Draco in seconds. "You could give it back," Harry said. "Or what?" Draco said. His eyes were bright. He loved this. The air, the height, the risk. He had grown up with it. Flying was the one place his pride and his body matched. Harry took a breath. The hum in his chest answered with its own steady beat. "Or I take it," Harry said. He pulled up sharply, then dropped. The broom responded like it had been waiting for that. They fell in a smooth arc, straight under Draco, then up again on the other side. For a heartbeat, Harry hung upside down, fingers loose on the handle. The ground was a long way below. If he let go, if he fell, it would hurt. He did not feel fear. His skin tingled with something else. Possibility. He reached out with one hand as he swung under Draco and plucked the Remembrall from his fingers. To Draco, it must have looked like a snake strike. One instant the glass orb was in his hand. The next it was gone. Harry flipped upright and rose. The broom steadied under him. The world snapped back into place. He hovered in the air. Remembrall held up, feeling the wind push his hair back from his face. Below, the Gryffindors cheered. Someone whooped. Draco stared at him, cheeks pale, eyes wide. "You are mad," Draco said. "Probably," Harry said. For a second more they hung there. Two boys with brooms and legacy and a glass ball between them. Then a shadow moved at the edge of his vision. Professor McGonagall stood on the lawn, robe hem brushing the grass. Harry lowered his broom at once. He landed, feet hitting the ground a little harder than he meant. The Remembrall felt cool in his hand. Hermione looked like she could not decide whether to scold him or be impressed. McGonagall marched across the grass straight toward him. "Potter," she snapped. Ron groaned. "We are done for," he muttered. Harry turned to face her. He could have played the scared child. He could have stammered an apology and looked at his shoes. That might have earned him a lighter scolding. He did not want light. He wanted her to know exactly what he could do. "Yes, Professor," he said. "What do you think you were doing?" she demanded. "As if this school did not have enough reckless behavior already. You could have broken your neck." "I could have," Harry said. "I did not." McGonagall's eyes narrowed. "You disobeyed Madame Hooch's orders," she said. "You frightened your classmates." You showed off in front of the Slytherins. Points from Gryffindor. The cheers behind him died at once. Harry did not flinch. The loss of points meant nothing to him. Keeping his place in this house did. I am sorry, he said. Neville is in the hospital wing. I did not want Draco to break his toy while he was there. Draco flushed red again. McGonagall's mouth tightened. And you thought throwing yourself under a boy 20 feet up was the best way to protect it? She said. Yes, Harry said. Do you think you are clever? She asked. Harry thought about that. I think I can fly, he said. The answer slipped out without any polish. It sounded arrogant in his own ears. The words were still true. McGonagall stared at him for a long moment. Come with me, she said. Gasps broke out behind him. She turned on her heel and strode toward the castle without waiting. Harry followed. Inside the stone corridor, the air cooled. McGonagall's steps echoed. She did not look back. You are not going to expel me, Harry said. It was not a question. Do not sound so sure, she said. Your father and his friends caused enough mischief for 5 years. I do not need a new supply in your first week. He filed that away. She had known James well enough to talk about him without looking at Harry. They reached a door. She knocked and did not wait before opening it. Oliver Wood looked up from a stack of parchment. Harry recognized him from the table. Broad shoulders, serious face. Quidditch captain. I have found you a seeker, McGonagall said. Wood's face changed at once. Surprise, hope, a kind of sharp interest that looked familiar. Harry kept his own expression calm. He listened while McGonagall described his dive, his catch, his idiocy. She kept her voice stern, but something in it shifted when she spoke about his reflexes. Pride, almost, or calculation. He would bring points to her house. She would use that. Wood looked at Harry like he was a broom already in hand. You have never played before, Wood said. No, Harry said. My cousin plays football. I was not allowed. What you did out there was not luck, Wood said. You looked comfortable up there. There is a difference. He offered his hand. Harry shook it. I will not have you die, McGonagall said. If I see so much as a whisper of you showing off, I will take that broom and burn it. Do you understand? I do, Harry said. She gave him one last narrow look and left. Wood grinned. You have no idea what this means, he said. We have a real chance now. We will practice. You will learn the rules. You will not fall off. I will make sure of it. Harry nodded. Flying would give him another way to watch the school. The stadium, the crowd, the sky. He could map who sat where, who shouted loudest, who did not shout at all. Later that night, back in the common room, Ron's jaw dropped when Harry told him. You, Ron said, got in trouble, lost points, nearly broke your neck, and then got rewarded with a place on the Quidditch team. Yes, Harry said. Ron groaned and flopped back on the sofa. I hate you in a friendly way, he said. Hermione did not look impressed. You broke rules, she said. You could have been killed. It is all very thrilling till someone splatters on the ground. I did not, Harry said again. You saved Nevillus Remembrall, she said. That was kind, but it was still wrong. You can write it down for me, Harry said. List of wrong things I do so I can keep track. Hermione made an annoyed noise, but the corner of her mouth twitched. Ron laughed. Tell me when practice is, Ron said. I will cheer. Fred and George will lose their minds when they hear. The fire burned low. People drifted upstairs in clumps. The noise faded to a comfortable murmur. When Harry went to bed, the curtains closed around him again. He lay on his back and stared into the dark. Today he had sat through Snape's stare and smelled old spells on him. He had flown, really flown, and felt the sky answer his movement. He had been placed on a team that would put him in front of the whole school on a broom. All of it built a picture. Brave Gryffindor Potter. Seeker. Quick. Reckless. Loyal. None of them saw the shape under that. He rolled onto his side. A faint sound brushed his ears. It was not a human voice. Not wind. A hiss. He held still. More than one. A soft, sliding whisper along stone. He pushed the curtain aside and sat up. The room was quiet. Ron's snore. Seamus rolling over. The faint creak of bed slats. The hiss came again from below. Not the common room. Lower than that. Deep in the walls. Curiosity woke in his chest like a flame. He slipped out of bed, bare feet silent on the floor. He did not bother with a robe. The castle was warm enough at night. On the stairs down to the common room, the stone felt cool under his skin. The portrait of the fat lady snored in her frame when he pushed it open just enough to slip through. The corridor outside was dark. Torches had burned low. Moonlight touched the floor in thin bands through high windows. The hiss slid along the floor and walls, clear now that other noises were gone. He let the hum in his chest rise, just a little. It sharpened his hearing. The sound came from behind the stone, from pipes or gaps he could not see. He spoke. "Hello," he said. The word came out in that other tongue. The sound curled around his teeth. The hissing stopped. A new sound came. Not one voice. Several. A layered whisper. "Speaker," one said. "Speaker speaks." "We smell you," another said. "Old scent on young skin." "Many of us," a third voice said. "In walls. In pipes. In cool places where stone drips." Harry leaned against the wall, palm flat on the cold stone. "You live in the castle," he said. "We fill it," the first voice said. "Long tunnels. Old drains. Secret paths. The children stomp above. They do not know." Harry closed his eyes. The sound of their voices vibrated through his bones. It felt like the garden snake magnified 20 times. "You know things," he said. "We hear," one answered. "We listen. We taste. Spells sink into stone. Words. Names." Harry's hand dug into the stone, fingers pressing. "Names," he said. "What names do you know?" The snakes hissed in what might have been amusement. "Old names," they said. "The castle has had many, some loud, some soft. One sits in your blood, dark and sharp. You smell like him." The hairs on Harry's arms rose. "Who?" he asked, though he already knew. "The dark one," a snake whispered with a kind of slow delight. "The one who spoke to us and made the air hot. The one who promised we would feed well. Lord of Shadows. He walked here. His scent sank into stone. You carry the same taste." Harry's heart thudded in his chest. "Tom," he said, the name the hat had used. The snakes hissed in confusion for a moment. "Many names," they said. "He had one as a boy, another as a man, another as a shadow they fear. We do not care. To us he was heat and blood and commands." They shifted behind the wall. He could almost see them in his mind, coils sliding over coils in pipes and gaps. "You smell like him," the first voice said again. "Not exact. Clothes. New. Old scent with new skin. Strange." Harry thought of his wand. The scream when he held it. The way Snape had flinched at the cupboard. People said he was James Potter's son. They saw his face and saw James. They saw his eyes and saw Lily. The bank had tasted something else. The wand had screamed for someone else. The hat had called him a serpent returned. "He was here," Harry said. "The dark one. He walked these halls as a student." "Yes," the snake said. "He learned the walls. He opened old doors. He built new paths. He spoke to us. He called himself master. We obeyed. Then one day his scent faded. People said he was gone. The stone did not believe them. And now," Harry said, "what do you think?" "We think his song is not gone," the snake said. "We think a piece of it crawled into you. We think you are not only the scar they see." The stone under his hand felt almost warm now. His palm ached. "Do you know what I am?" he asked. "A child," one snake said. "A speaker. A coil of old song and new choices. The castle watches. The walls remember. We wait to see if you will be a master or a hunter who kills for hunger alone." Harry let out a breath he had not meant to hold. Master, hunter, child. The world saw him as a symbol. The snakes saw him as a question. "I do not plan to be anyone's pet," he said. "Good," the first snake hissed. "Pets die first when the fire comes." Silence settled. He could have asked more. About hidden rooms, about pipes that went deeper than the basements, about any tunnels that only a snake could fit through. He would, another night, For now his head felt too full. Sleep, speaker. One snake murmured. We will listen. We will tell you if the walls shift. The hissing faded. The hum in his chest eased. Harry stood alone in the corridor again. Hand on stone. Heart still beating hard. He went back to the common room. The fire had burned down to a few low coals. He climbed the stairs, feet silent. No one stirred as he slipped back into bed and drew the curtains. He lay on his back, staring into the dark. He did not need anyone else to tell him the truth. The snakes had given it in a few simple lines. There was a song in his blood that had started before he was born. It matched a tune the castle remembered. It matched a shadow people whispered about and refused to name. He thought of Dumbledore's bright eyes, of Snape's horror, of Ollivander's thin face when he held out the wand, of Griphook's bow, of the way the wand had screamed, as if calling for someone else and finding him instead. Voldemort's son. The words sat in his mind without shape yet. No paperwork, no confession, no memory he could touch. Just a weight that fit every odd line in his life better than the story of a baby hero whose mother's love had bounced a curse. James Potter did not smell like the vault. James Potter did not scream through a wand shared with a dark lord. James Potter did not sink into stone so deeply that snakes remembered his steps. Someone else had. Harry pressed his hand to his chest. The hum answered. He did not know all the details. He did not know how it had happened or why. Dumbledore might. Snape might. Gringotts might. Somewhere in this castle, papers and memories and portraits might. For now he knew enough. The world thought he was the boy who killed a monster. In truth, he might be the monster's own. He could let that crush him. He could run from it. He could pretend it was not there and hope the song in his blood stayed quiet. Or he could do what he had already decided to do. Use it, leash it, turn it on the people who deserved it more than the frightened boy on the carpet of a sitting room. He closed his eyes. Tomorrow he would go to classes. He would learn spells and rules. He would nod when teachers said his name. He would smile when people told him stories about the night he barely remembered. He would walk in Gryffindor colors and let them think that meant something simple. Underneath, he would listen to snakes and stone and old songs. The castle had watched one Dark Lord grow here. It would watch another path now, not Tom's. By the time October settled in, Hogwarts felt less like a dream and more like a maze that had decided to tolerate him. The days fell into a pattern. Breakfast in the Great Hall, lessons, corridors that changed their minds, homework in the common room, sleep. Under all of it, the castle hummed with magic and the quiet voices in the walls never quite went silent for him. He woke early again, not from a nightmare, just from habit. The dorm was dim, curtains closed around for other beds. Ron snored with the same strange whistle as before. Neville muttered now and then, still twitchy after his fall from the broom. Seamus talked in his sleep about explosions. Harry slid out of bed and dressed, moving quiet. Wand in his pocket, tie crooked but acceptable, robe thrown over his shoulders. The stone under his bare feet was cool until he pulled his shoes on. In the common room only the fire was awake. Embers glowed in the grate. The armchairs were empty, the tables messy with parchment and cards left from the night before. He took a place by the fire and pulled out his charms textbook. He did not need to read it. He had gone through the whole thing twice already. But sitting with a book open at 6 in the morning told a story to anyone who walked in. It said Harry Potter was a good Gryffindor boy who did his homework early and cared about lessons. It did not say anything about the way he could taste spells in the air or hear snakes in the pipes. Footsteps thudded on the staircase. Hermione came down, hair dragged back into a rough ponytail, eyes already awake. She carried 2 books and a roll of parchment under one arm. She stopped when she saw him. "You are up early," she said. "So are you," he said. She hesitated, then came over and sat opposite him. "I wanted to go over the wand work for charms again," she said. "Professor Flitwick said we will be doing levitation today. It is important. It is a fundamental spell." He did look excited, Harry said. Hermione gave him a quick, surprised smile. "You noticed that too," she said. Harry did not tell her he had noticed the way Flitwick's magic flared bright in the air when he talked about charms. Or the way the faint pressure of Dumbledore's wards never quite let up. Or the way Quirrell's turban smelled wrong. Instead, he turned his book so the page faced her. "You can quiz me," he said. "If you want." Her smile grew quick and pleased. She started asking questions about wand movement and pronunciation. He answered most of them without looking at the text. When he missed one on purpose, her eyes lit up with the chance to correct him. By breakfast, Ron had joined them. "Hair a mess, tie worse. You two are mad," he muttered, piling eggs on his plate. "Reading before food." Hermione sniffed and launched into a speech about preparation. Ron rolled his eyes and made faces behind her back. Harry chewed toast and watched both of them, the way they bounced off each other without meaning to. They were loud and obvious. They wore their feelings on their faces. They were also attaching themselves to him without even thinking about it. Useful. Charms class that morning confirmed what Flitwick had promised. A dozen feather cushions sat on the desks. The room smelled of chalk dust and old wood. Sunlight from high windows turned it warm. "Now," Professor Flitwick squeaked from his pile of books at the front. "The levitation charm is simple in theory, but very precise in practice. Remember, swish and flick, and say it properly. Wingardium Leviosa." He made the feather on his desk float in a neat arc and settle again. The air around his wand tip felt light and sharp for a second, then faded. Pairs formed at the desks. Hermione almost sprinted to Harry's side. "We will be faster if we work together," she said. Ron grumbled and took the place behind them with Seamus. Harry placed his feather on the desk. He ran his fingers along the shaft, feeling the faint fizzle of the charmed object. He could feel how little power it would take to throw it straight to the ceiling. A small push from the cold thing in his chest and it would shoot up hard enough to stick there. He did not do that. "Wingardium Leviosa," Hermione said. "Swish and flick perfect." Nothing happened. She frowned and tried again. The feather gave a small twitch. "You are saying it wrong," Ron said from behind them. "It is Leviosa, not Leviosar." Hermione went red. "If you are so clever," she snapped, "you try it." Ron waved his wand with a movement that barely followed Flitwick's instructions and mangled the word so badly Harry was impressed the feather did not catch fire. Harry kept his face straight. He raised his own wand. The hum in his chest stirred. "Ready." He pushed it down and let only a thin thread of magic run along the wood. "Wingardium Leviosa," he said, clear and steady. The feather rose. Not fast, not wild. Just a slow, smooth lift until it hovered at eye level. Hermione sucked in a breath. Flitwick clapped. "Excellent, Mr. Potter," he said. 5 points to Gryffindor. Nice control. Harry kept his eyes on the feather. The urge to push it higher, to see how far it would go before the magic in the room tried to stop him, burned in his fingers. He lowered it instead. "See," Hermione said, bright again. "It is not impossible. You just have to pay attention." She tried once more. This time her feather floated too. Not as steady as his, but enough. Flitwick clapped again. By the end of the lesson, feathers bobbed above half the desks. Ron's lay stubborn on the wood. Seamus managed to spin his into some kind of slow tumble that was not quite what Flitwick wanted, but at least left the feather in one piece. As they packed up, Harry felt eyes on him. He glanced toward the back. Theodore Knott sat at the last desk, wand loose in his hand, dark hair hanging over his eyes. He had watched the whole lesson in silence, barely speaking to the Slytherin boy next to him. Now his gaze met Harry's. It did not carry the open hate of Malfoy or the sharp suspicion of Snape. It was flat, weighing. Harry looked back at him for a second, then turned away. Later, in the corridor, Ron complained all the way to lunch about the unfairness of feathers that refused to move. "It is the wand," Ron said. "I bet if I had a new one, it would work better." "Or you could practice," Hermione said. "You would say that," Ron shot back. "You sleep with your books." Hermione's mouth flattened. "At least I read them," she said. Harry stepped between them before the argument could flare up further. "You both did fine," he said. "It is just a feather." There will be harder spells later. Hermione sniffed but let it go. Ron muttered something about levitating Malfoy and cheered up a little. Days slipped by like that. Small spells, small fights, homework. Harry let himself sink into the routine just enough to look normal. He held back in class more often than he pushed. It was easy to feel the shape of spells once he heard them. The trick was not to jump ahead so far that everyone noticed. In potions, he cut his roots unevenly on purpose once in a while, enough to make Snape take points and sneer but not enough to ruin the brew. In Transfiguration, he took an extra try to turn a beetle into a button so Hermione could beat him. He moved through lessons like water around stones, never quite smooth, never quite rough enough to stand out. The castle watched. The snakes whispered. Snape's eyes followed him like a tracking charm. On the morning of Halloween, the Great Hall looked different. Jack-o'-lanterns hung in the air, carved faces grinning wide. Candles floated as always, but tonight there were more of them. The ceiling showed a sky full of thick cloud rolling over the moon. The smell of pumpkin and sugar mixed with the usual food. Ghosts drifted along the tables, excited. "Best feast of the year," Ron said happily, dropping into his place. Hermione rolled her eyes but smiled. "You say that about every meal," she said. "That is because they are all good," Ron said. "You did not see my mum's cooking when she tried something new." Harry spooned mashed potatoes onto his plate and watched the staff table. Dumbledore looked relaxed, hands folded. Hagrid sat at the end, already halfway through a roast bird the size of his head. Flitwick chatted with Sprout. McGonagall watched the students like a hawk. Quirrell sat hunched over, turban bright even in the dim light. His hands trembled every time he reached for his goblet. Harry's eyes narrowed. The smell from the turban was wrong. The longer the term went on, the stronger it got. Not sweat, not old cloth, something dry and stale and hungry. Under it, threaded through, sat a note that made the hum in Harry's chest twist with recognition. He looked away before anyone saw his stare linger. "Are you all right?" Hermione asked. "Fine," he said. "Just thinking about homework," she asked. He let out a short breath that might have been a laugh. "Always," he said. Ron snorted pumpkin juice through his nose. "Do not make jokes when I am drinking," Ron complained, wiping his face. Hermione shoved a napkin at him and told him he should have better reflexes. Later, as the feast reached its peak, as students talked over each other and the ghosts swooped through the pumpkins, the doors of the Great Hall banged open. Professor Quirrell stumbled in. His turban was askew. His face was white under his beard. His eyes looked wild. "Troll," he gasped. "In the dungeons. Thought you ought to know." He swayed and collapsed in a heap. For a second, the hall was frozen. Then everyone exploded. Students screamed. Benches scraped. Someone dropped a goblet. Plate shattered. The air filled with the sharp scent of fear. "Silence," Dumbledore said. His voice carried without him raising it much. Candles flickered. The noise died. Prefects, teachers, ghosts, everyone waited for his orders. "Prefects, lead your houses back to the dormitories," Dumbledore said. "Teachers, with me. We will deal with the troll." He gave a few more quick instructions. The hum in the hall shifted as protective spells snapped into place around the younger students. Harry's heart kicked once. Hermione was not at the table. She had left before the puddings arrived, cheeks blotchy after Ron's careless words in charms. He remembered the look on her face when she overheard Ron tell Seamus that no one liked her because she was bossy. She had gone to the girls' bathroom. She had no idea there was a troll. Around him, Gryffindors stood up and began to form a loose line behind Percy. "Back to the common room," Percy shouted. "Stick together. No one wander off." Harry looked at Ron. "Hermione," he said. Ron went pale. "Oh no," Ron said. "She does not know." Percy was still shouting about lines and prefect orders. The corridor outside the hall was already filling with students. Harry stepped closer to Ron. "We have to get her," he said quietly. "We will get killed," Ron whispered back. "Not if we are quick," Harry said. "And if we do nothing and she dies, what then?" Ron swallowed. He looked at Percy, then at the closing gap in the crowd. "Fine," Ron said. Fine. You are mental. I am coming. They slipped out of line as they reached the first corner. The mass of students hid their movement. One moment they walked with the prefects. The next they were gone, pushed sideways into a side passage. The corridor beyond was empty. The hum in Harry's chest surged. The castle's magic was on edge. Wards stretched and flexed. Somewhere below, something big moved. The stone under his feet felt the vibration. A troll was not subtle. Bathroom near Charms, Harry said. She went there. That is on the other side of the castle. We are going to die, Ron muttered, but he kept pace. They moved fast, shoes slapping on stone. Harry wished he could run without sound. The walls carried noise too well. As they turned a corner, a smell hit them. It was like rotting meat left in the sun, mixed with old drains and something sour that prickled the back of the throat. Ron gagged. What is that? He choked. Troll, Harry said. The hum in his chest matched the rhythm of heavy footsteps. The floor shook slightly with each one. They pressed further down the corridor and peered around a corner. The troll was enormous. It filled the passage from wall to wall. Gray skin stretched over thick muscle. Its arms were long, its knuckles dragging almost on the floor, fingers clamped around a crude wooden club. Its head was small in comparison, with small eyes and a slack mouth. It lumbered forward, each step making the walls vibrate. It smelled like slaughterhouses and bins and something else. Under the stink, Harry could taste a thin line of magic. Whatever Quirrell had done to bring it in had left a trace. Beyond the troll, down another corridor, Harry knew the bathroom sat. Hermione, Ron whispered. The troll scratched its backside with its free hand, then peered into an open doorway, confused. Harry's mind moved. Direct spells would not work well. They barely knew anything more dangerous than lumos and levitation. The troll was huge. It would keep going unless they used the environment. It was stupid. That helped. We need to distract it, Harry said. Bring it away from the bathroom. How? Ron asked. Harry looked at a nearby door and made a decision. Make noise, he said. Before Ron could ask, Harry darted forward, grabbed a chunk of loose stone from a broken bit of wall, and threw it hard against a suit of armor further down another corridor. The crash was loud enough to make Ron swear under his breath. The troll stopped. His head turned slowly. It sniffed the air. Come on, Harry muttered. He threw another piece of stone. It clanged off the same suit. The troll let out a low grunt and turned fully toward the noise. It shuffled in that direction, club dragging a groove in the floor. As soon as its back was to them, Harry grabbed Ron's sleeve and tugged him down the corridor that led to the bathroom. You are mad, Ron hissed. Later, Harry said. Move. They ran. The bathroom door was open. Inside, the sinks gleamed, the floor damp. One stall door was closed. Hermione, Harry called. There was a sharp intake of breath. What are you doing here? Hermione's voice answered from behind the stall door. I am trying to think. Go away. There is a troll in the school, Harry said. Silence. It is in the dungeons, Hermione said weakly. Professor Quirrell said so. He lied, Harry said. It is on this floor. We saw it. You have to come out now. Something clattered farther down the corridor. The troll had not been distracted for long. It had followed the noise, found nothing it understood, and turned again. Heavy footsteps shook the floor outside the bathroom. Ron grabbed Harry's arm so hard his fingers hurt. It is coming this way, Ron whispered. Get Hermione out, Harry said. He moved toward the door. Ron stared at him. What are you doing? Ron hissed. Making sure it does not walk in here first, Harry said. He stepped into the doorway and looked out. The troll swayed down the corridor, head swinging. It saw the bathroom door and brightened, as far as a troll could brighten. New space, new smell. It roared. Brilliant, Harry muttered. He stepped back just as the troll swung its club. The wood slammed into the stone door frame, sending cracks racing through it. Bits of rock showered down. The club stuck for a second in the mess. Hermione screamed from inside the stall. Stay there, Harry shouted. The troll yanked the club free and stomped into the bathroom. It bent its head to squeeze past the broken frame. The smell hit even harder in the smaller space. The room shook. Harry backed away toward the sinks. The troll's small eyes tried to focus on him. It was slow, but it had the advantage of size. One swing of that club would turn him into paste. His heart hammered. His palms were slick. The hum in his chest rose in answer, alive with the threat. For a moment he considered it. He could reach into the shadows cast by the sinks and stalls, pull them together around the troll's legs, and yank. The thing would fall, smash its head on the floor, and never get up again. It would be easy. Too easy. The walls carried magic here. The castle would feel him do it. Any sensitive adult nearby would taste that spell and know it for what it was. He swallowed the urge. "Hey!" he shouted instead, waving his arms. "Over here!" The troll roared and lurched towards him, club raised. "Ron!" Harry yelled. "The club. Remember the spell." Ron stared for one stupid second, eyes wide. Then his face shifted. "Right," Ron muttered. He had taken up a position behind the troll without Harry seeing when. Now he stood near the last sink, wand shaking in his hand. The troll swung. Harry threw himself to the side. The club crashed down where he had been standing a heartbeat before, smashing one of the cubicles. The door splintered. Dust filled the air. Hermione shrieked again. The troll staggered off balance. "Now!" Harry shouted. "Wingardium Leviosa!" Ron yelled, voice cracking. The club jerked in the troll's grip. For a second, nothing happened. Then the hum inside Harry's chest pushed, just a little, into the air around the wood. The club ripped out of the troll's hand and shot upward. The troll blinked stupidly at its empty fingers. Harry did not stop to think. "Drop it," he said, focusing on the feel of the wood hanging in the air. Ron's wand trembled. His face was scarlet. His jaw clenched. The club fell. It came down fast, pulled by gravity and whatever extra weight Harry's magic put on it. It hit the troll's head with a crack that echoed off the tiled walls. The troll swayed. For a moment, it seemed like it would stay upright through sheer stubborn thickness. Then its knees buckled, crashed to the floor, making the sinks jump and one of the mirrors crack. The club rolled away. Dust settled. The smell of troll filled the room, thick and heavy. Harry lay on the floor near the largest pile of rubble, lungs burning. His ribs ached where a flying bit of stone had caught him. His hands shook. Ron leaned against a sink, panting, wand hanging from his fingers. Hermione edged out from behind a half-broken stall door. Her face was pale, eyes huge. "You are both insane," she said. "You could have been killed." "You are welcome," Ron said without much bite. Harry pushed himself up, slower than he would have liked. His legs felt unsteady. He looked at the troll. It did not move. A thin line of dark blood trickled from its ear, pooling on the tiles. He had not used shadows. He had not pulled anything out of the walls. He still felt the faint imprint of his magic in the way the club had dropped. "Are you hurt?" he asked Hermione. She shook her head fast, then nodded, then shook it again. "I am fine," she said. "Just dusty. I thought I was going to die. I tried to hide. That was stupid. I should have done something else, but I could not think." Her voice shook on the last word. Ron looked away, ears red. Harry heard footsteps in the corridor. "Teachers," he said. "We need a story that does not end with them asking how we moved that club." Ron stared at him. "We used a spell," Ron said. "It is right there in the book. It is not hard." "It is not supposed to be that strong yet," Harry said. "You barely moved a feather this morning. Now you threw a tree trunk." Ron opened his mouth, then shut it. Hermione straightened her shoulders. "This is my fault," she said. Both boys turned to her. "What?" Ron said. "No, it is not. I went looking for the troll," she said quickly, words tumbling. "I thought I could handle it. I have been reading ahead, and I wanted to prove I was not just books. I was wrong. I would have died if you two had not come. Say that. Say you were trying to stop me." "That is not true," Harry said. "I do not care," Hermione snapped. "Do you want to be expelled? Do you want them to know you disobeyed orders? This is better. Just nod." Footsteps stopped outside the bathroom. Voices shouted. The broken door frame made it obvious something had happened inside. Hermione stepped closer to them. "Please," she whispered. "Let me do this." Her eyes met Harry's. He saw fear there, and embarrassment, and a hard edge of stubborn shame. She did not want to be the girl who hid and cried while boys did the brave thing. She would rather take the blame than live with that. He also saw something else. Trust. She was ready to lie to teachers for them without knowing if they would back her. That kind of loyalty did not come cheap. If he took it now, it would be his. "All right," he said. Ron gaped at him, then at her. The bathroom door ground open around the broken stone. McGonagall stepped in first, robes neat even in chaos. Behind her came Snape, Quirrell, and Professor Flitwick. They all stopped when they saw the troll. Quirrell made a strange choking sound. Snape's eyes flicked from the troll to Harry to Ron to Hermione, taking in every detail. McGonagall's mouth pressed into a thin line. "What on earth are you three doing here?" she demanded. Hermione's hand shook once, then stilled. "I went looking for the troll," she said. Her voice was small but clear. The words hit the room like a spell. McGonagall's eyes widened. "What?" she said sharply. "I heard Professor Quirrell say it was in the dungeons," Hermione went on. "I thought I could deal with it on my own. I have read about them. It was stupid. I did not think about how big it would be. When it came in, I saw it and I panicked and I ran in here. It almost found me. Harry and Ron came to get me. They pulled it away and knocked it out. It is my fault." She stared at the floor now, shoulders stiff. McGonagall looked like someone had slapped her. "Miss Granger," she said slowly, "that was reckless and foolish. I am very disappointed in you." Hermione flinched. McGonagall turned on Harry and Ron. "As for you two," she said, "if you had been killed, I would have expelled you." Ron made a faint squeak. Harry kept his face as calm as he could. "You have to admit that it was a good spell," he said. He heard his own voice and almost winced. It sounded like James in the few stories he had overheard, grinning in the face of danger. McGonagall's nostrils flared. Flitwick made a small sound that might have been a laugh before he covered it with a cough. Snape's eyes narrowed on Harry. "We will discuss spells later," McGonagall said. "For now, all of you will return to your dormitories. Miss Granger, 5 points from Gryffindor for your foolishness. Mr. Weasley, Mr. Potter, you were lucky, but what you did took skill. 10 points each. And do not let me catch you doing anything like this again." She glared so hard Ron almost slid behind Harry. Snape said nothing. His gaze kept moving between Harry and the troll, as if trying to see something that was no longer there. Quirrell leaned against the wall, breathing heavily, face still pale. His eyes darted to the troll and away. Harry caught a faint whisper under his breath, too soft for anyone else. "This was not the plan," Quirrell muttered. The hum in Harry's chest reacted to the words. "Plan. Troll. Stone in the school." He tucked that away. They left the bathroom. Filch was already grumbling outside about broken stone and the mess. The smell of troll followed them down the corridor. Back in the Gryffindor common room, the noise was instant. "What happened?" Seamus asked. "Did you see it?" Dean demanded. "Are you all right?" Neville asked Hermione. Ron launched into a story that grew taller by the minute. Hermione sat in a chair by the fire, hands wrapped around a mug she had not asked for, listening. Every time Ron described something Harry had done, he added a little extra color. Harry let him. It made Ron feel better and the other boys gape. Harry sat on the floor near Hermione's feet, back against the sofa, listening to the crackle of the fire and the way the castle's hum settled back into its usual steady rhythm. His body felt heavy now that the rush had faded. His arms ached. There was a bruise forming under his ribs. His hands still shook a little. Hermione bent down once, while Ron was describing the way the club had dropped. "Thank you," she said quietly. Her voice was soft enough that no one else heard. "For coming," she added. "For not leaving me there." He looked up at her. Her eyes were red from earlier, but they were clear now. There was no pity, just stubborn gratitude. "You are welcome," he said. The words felt strange in his mouth. He could see what this meant for her. In her mind, he had saved her life. Ron had too. She would carry that as long as she knew them. It would bind her to them. He could use that. He could also admit, in a place inside himself he kept small and guarded, that it felt good to have someone look at him that way without fear. The hum in his chest did not care about that. It had enjoyed the fight, the moment of balance on the edge between using too much power and just enough. He sat with both truths at once. The rest of the evening blurred. Percy told them off a bit and then, when he thought no one noticed, asked quietly how exactly they had managed it. Fred and George clapped them on the backs hard enough to sting. Neville hovered close to Hermione, offering stiff, earnest concern. By the time they went up to bed, Harry's eyes felt sandy. Ron fell asleep halfway through a sentence about trolls and Quidditch. Seamus snored. Dean dreamed aloud about some football match. Neville mumbled about toads. Harry lay on his back, curtains closed, wand under his pillow. There were some things you could not survive with people and stay strangers. He did not need big words for it. He just knew that after sharing the smell of troll and cracked stone and fear in a bathroom, he would not be able to treat Hermione and Ron like simple tools. He could still use what they gave him. He would also have to protect them because they had chosen him. He slept. When he woke, it was still dark. For a second, he thought it was the snakes again. Then he realized the feeling on his chest was not magic. It was paper. Something rough lay on his pajama top. He reached up, fingers brushing parchment. He sat up fast, heart thumping. A folded bit of paper rested on his chest, just under his collarbone. No charm tickled his fingers when he touched it. No obvious spell hum sat in it. Someone had slipped it through his curtains while he slept. He opened it. The handwriting was neat, straight, sharp. The lions are too loud. Astronomy Tower. Tonight. Midnight. Come alone. No name. No flourish. The parchment smelled faintly of ink and something else. A trace of potion. Or just careful hands. Harry stared at the words for a long moment. The lions are too loud. Whoever had written this had understood exactly what he was doing. He did not tell anyone at breakfast. He let Ron talk again about the troll in between mouthfuls. He let Hermione correct him on details and then blush when he reminded her that she had been in the bathroom with her eyes closed for half of it. He went to lessons. He nodded when McGonagall warned the class about staying in groups. He listened to Flitwick talk about new charms. He saw Snape look at his scar in potions with a gaze that was more distracted than usual, as if he had something else on his mind. The note sat in his pocket all day, edges sharp against his fingers whenever he checked it was still there. He did not need to wonder which tower they meant. The astronomy tower was the highest point in the castle reachable without a broom. It had open sides and a clear view of the grounds. At night, the wind there was cold and sharp. It was also as far from the common rooms and staff quarters as you could get without leaving the building. Good place for a secret. As curfew passed and the common room emptied, Harry waited. Hermione went up first, books hugged to her chest, still talking about trolls and the library. Ron drifted up later, yawning, muttering something about Quidditch strategies in his sleep. When the fire burned low and only a few older students remained, Harry got up. "I am going to bed," he said to no one in particular. No one answered. They were too busy with prefect duties and whispered conversations. He climbed to the dorm, changed clothes, then sat on his bed for a few minutes, curtains closed, listening. The sounds of his roommates settled into steady breathing. He waited 3 full minutes after he thought all of them were asleep, just in case. Then he moved. He slid into his robe, tucked his wand into his sleeve, and eased the curtains open. The floor felt cold under his bare feet until he found his shoes in the dark. He opened the dorm door slowly. The hinge creaked a little. No one stirred. In the common room, the fire was low. The fat lady in the portrait slept, mouth open, soft snores echoing across the stone. Harry stepped through the portrait hole and into the corridor. Night at Hogwarts felt different. The torches along the walls burned lower, throwing longer shadows. The hum of the wards shifted. They were still there, thick in the air, but they watched more quietly. His footsteps were small sounds compared to the groans of stone and the distant drip of water somewhere deep. He moved with care. Filch liked to roam at night. Mrs. Norris padded along with him, eyes catching any light. Harry kept to the walls, listening for the faint crunch of the caretaker's boots on grit. He reached the first staircase without seeing anyone. The stairs shifted as he stepped onto them, sliding sideways to a different landing than he had expected. He grabbed the railing and waited until they finished. "Fine," he whispered. "We will do it your way." The castle did not answer, but the hum in the stone under his hand felt amused. It took 15 careful minutes to reach the top of the last staircase before the astronomy tower. He paused at the base of the final narrow steps. Voices drifted down, not loud, just a low murmur. He could not catch words yet, only cadence. He climbed. At the top, an open stone platform stretched out. The night air hit him cold and clean. Stars lay scattered overhead, sharp despite clouds. The grounds below were pools of darker shapes against lighter grass. 3 figures stood near the low wall. They turned as he stepped out. Theodore Knott was nearest. He leaned against the stone, hands in his pockets, face pale in the moonlight. His dark hair hung over his eyes in the same way as in class, but here it looked deliberate. Next to him, Blaise Zabini stood straight, posture relaxed in a way that said he had practiced it in front of a mirror. His features were sharp, eyes dark, expression unreadable. His robes were neat, no ash, no ink marks. On the other side of the small circle of space, Daphne Greengrass rested one elbow on the wall. Her blonde hair was pulled back. She watched Harry with a gaze that was cool and assessing. All 3 wore Slytherin ties. None of them looked surprised to see him. Harry did not reach for his wand. He did not need to show nerves. "You are louder on paper," he said, lifting the note a little. "In person, you are very quiet." Blaise's mouth curved slightly. "We thought you would appreciate that," he said. His voice was smooth, faintly amused. "You get enough noise elsewhere." "You wrote the note," Harry said. "I delivered the idea," Blaise said. "Theo wrote it." Daphne made sure we did not forget to say please. "Only in my head," Daphne said dryly. "They forget politeness exists." Knott did not smile. His eyes stayed on Harry's face, sharp. "You came," Knott said. "That is a good sign." "I was curious," Harry said. He stepped fully onto the platform, then stopped where he was, leaving space between them. Enough room to move if something went wrong. Not so far that it looked like fear. "You called me here because the lions are too loud," he said. "Explain." Blaise lifted his eyebrows. "You are very direct," Blaise said. "Most people would pretend they were here by accident." "I do not have time for that," Harry said. Daphne's gaze flicked over him, from his bare hands to his shoes to his tie. "You are not really one of them," she said. "You know that." Harry tilted his head. "One of who?" he asked. "Gryffindor," Daphne said. Knott pushed off the wall. "The hat wanted to send you to Slytherin," Knott said. "You argued." The wind tugged at Harry's robe. He felt his shoulders tighten for a second, then forced them to relax. "How do you know that?" he asked. "The hat told the whole hall that it took a long time with you," Blaise said. "It likes to gossip when it wants to make a point. Slytherins listen." "Also," Daphne added, "you move like us, not like them. You listen more than you talk. You hold your wand like you expect it to bite back. You do not flinch when people say the name." Harry had been careful not to say that name much. He had not noticed he stayed still when others avoided it. "You watched me," he said. "Of course," Knott said. "Someone who pulls a club out of a troll's hand on his first try in charms is worth watching." "Ron cast the spell," Harry said. "We saw Ron in charms," Daphne said. "We know exactly how well he did with a feather." "That club weighed more than you," Knott said. "You were in the room." The magic felt wrong for a simple charm. Harry felt the night air go colder. "You were not there," he said. "No," Knott said. "But the castle was. And some of us know how to listen when it shifts. You are not the first strange thing to walk these halls, Potter. You will not be the last. We felt you drop that club from 3 corridors away." Blaise watched Harry's face. "Relax," Blaise said. "We did not come up here to blackmail you. If we wanted to tell Snape, we would have done it already." Harry did not relax. "What do you want?" he asked. Daphne shared a quick look with the boys. A future, she said simply. The word landed harder than he expected. Nott walked closer to the middle of the platform, stopping a few steps away from Harry. We grew up in houses that supported the Dark Lord, Nott said. He said the title without flinching. Or houses that made deals with him. Or houses that pretended to be neutral while looking at their gold. Our parents do not all agree on what that means now. Some regret it. Some do not. All of them talk about the next war like it is weather. Harry stayed quiet. They look at you, Blaise said. And they see either a symbol of the side they hate or the perfect place to pin their hopes if they change their minds. Either way, they mean to use you. You know that. Harry thought of Dumbledore's eyes, of Lucius Malfoy's cold voice in that echo of the vault, of Snape's stare. Yes, he said. Most Slytherins in our year are stupid about it, Daphne went on. They think if they imitate their parents hard enough, everything will make sense. Malfoy is the loudest example. He believes that blood and money will protect him from consequences. It will not, Nott said. When things fall, loud people are easy targets. So are blind heroes. He shot a glance in the general direction of the Gryffindor Tower. We want something else, Blaise said. A way to survive that does not depend on Dumbledore's mercy or the next Dark Lord's mood. Harry let the word hang between them. Are you planning to be the next one? He asked. Dark Lord. Blaise laughed once, genuine and amused. No, he said. Too much effort. Too many speeches. I like my life quiet. Theo prefers conversations to crusades. Daphne thinks most people are idiots and does not want to lead them. That is not untrue, Daphne said. Nott's eyes stayed serious. We are good at things that do not show well in house rivalries, Nott said. We watch. We listen. We collect secrets. We have cousins and siblings in other houses. We can see patterns others ignore because they are busy shouting slogans. The lions are too loud, Blaise repeated. The snakes too obvious. The badgers try to pretend none of it involves them. The eagles think they are above it. We thought it might be clever to build a different line. One that sits in the shadows between all of them. The Shadow Court, Daphne said quietly. The name suited them. Harry said nothing. He waited. You are a Gryffindor on paper, Nott said. You sit at their table, you win points, you do brave things like fight trolls. The whole school loves the story already. Underneath, that is not the full truth. He did not phrase it as a question. Harry considered lying anyway. He pictured denying it, playing the hurt boy who just wanted friends and found himself pulled into something dark without choosing it. He did not. Underneath, Harry said. I know exactly what I am capable of. I know what is in my blood. I know what I could do if I stopped holding back. The wind gusted. His robe flapped. Nott's gaze sharpened. Good, Nott said. We prefer people who do not lie to themselves. We want an alliance, Blaise said. You sit where you are. We sit where we are. When we hear things, we tell you. When you hear things, you tell us. When you need something moved quietly, we help. When we need cover, you are the perfect distraction. You want to use me, Harry said. Of course, Daphne said. That is the point of any alliance. But we know you will use us too. That keeps it balanced. Nott nodded. This school is not safe, Nott said. Not because of trolls or moving staircases. Because someone brought something here that should still be in a vault. The last war never finished. It just paused. You can feel it. We can feel it. The adults think they are playing games over our heads. We do not like being pieces. Harry thought of the stone under Gringotts, the way the vault door had sung under his hand, the way Griphook had bowed. He thought of Dumbledore and Snape in the same room as Quirrell's strange smell. He thought of the snakes whispering that the song of the Dark Lord sat in his blood. You want to be the board, not the pieces, he said. Exactly, Blaise said. Why tell me? Harry asked. You could have stayed quiet and done this yourselves. We could, Daphne said. We would survive, probably, but we would not shape much. We would just dodge. You are a knife that everyone wants to hold, Nott said. If you choose one hand, the other side will try to break you. If you choose no one, they will still try. If you choose yourself and build something that does not match their plans, they will not know where to put you. That gives you room. And it gives us room if we stand near you, Blaze said. Not in front of you, not behind, near. Close enough to move when you move. Harry walked to the edge of the platform and rested his hands on the stone. The drop below was a dark shape. The forest loomed. The lake lay still. The hum in his chest matched the quiet pulse of magic in the tower. Why should I trust you? He asked. Not did not take offense. You should not, Not said. Trust is for people who do not listen. You should test us. You should give us small information and see what we do with it. You should notice if we tell you the truth even when it is ugly. We will do the same with you. That is not a comforting speech, Harry said. It is an honest one, Daphne said. Blaze stepped closer, careful not to crowd. We know more than most about what it looks like when people give themselves to someone like the Dark Lord, Blaze said. My mother married him in spirit 3 times over without ever touching his hand. Theo's father still talks about him like a lost chance. Daphne's family is tired of paying for choices old men made before she was born. We are not offering you that path. Not's mouth twisted. If you decide to follow his shadow, that will be your decision, Not said. We are not here to push you there. We are here because we do not intend to kneel to anyone with a mark on his arm simply because our parents did. Harry turned back to face them. You are not afraid I might turn into him, he said. We are afraid everyone else will treat you like you already have, Daphne said. That is the danger. If the world pushes you into that corner hard enough, you might decide it is easier to fill it than fight it. She shrugged. Better to be near you when you make that choice, she added. So we can nudge it if we have to. Blaze smiled faintly. And because if you decide not to become him, Blaze said, you will still be the most dangerous person in this school in a few years. Being part of your circle seems wise. Harry let out a breath. Their honesty was almost more unsettling than flattery would have been. They had seen things in him that most of the school ignored on purpose. They had weighed him and decided he was worth the risk. He could say no. He could walk away, keep his secrets to himself and figure out his own lines. He would still have Gryffindor as a mask, Hermione and Ron as shields, Dumbledore as an unwanted watcher. He would not have eyes in Slytherin that understood the language he spoke inside his own head. He thought of the way the hat had called him a serpent, of the snakes in the walls calling him speaker, of the way Slytherins watched him with wariness and hope mixed together. Being alone on one side of the war felt dangerous. Being alone on both sides felt worse. Conditions, Harry said. Not nodded at once. Good, he said. Say them. First, Harry said. We do not hurt my friends for fun. If you want my help, you do not hex people like Neville in the corridor just because you can. Daphne snorted. I am not interested in tormenting Longbottom, she said. It is boring. I prefer bigger targets. We can agree to that, Not said. If one of us wants to move against someone close to you for a real reason, we talk first. No random cruelty. Blaze inclined his head. Second, Harry said. You do not try to sell me to your parents. If your fathers ask what I said in private, you either lie or you say you do not know. You do not bring me to them like a trophy. That is already the plan, Blaze said. My mother collects husbands. She does not need a son-in-law with a scar and a prophecy. Agreed, Not said. My father talks to his old friends more than he talks to me. If he wants you, he will come himself. I will not deliver you. Daphne rolled her eyes. My father is more afraid of scandal than of Death Eaters, she said. He will pretend he does not know you until the Daily Prophet forces him to pick a side. Third, Harry said. If I tell you not to touch something, you listen. There are things in this castle that belong to other people. Stones, vaults, secrets. If I say stay away, you stay away. Not studied him. That is a heavy demand, Not said. We like secrets. Do you want me leading this or not? Harry said. Blaze smiled. There it is, he said quietly. You do want to lead. Harry did not answer. Daphne tilted her head. We will hear you out, she said. If you say stay away, we will ask why. If you do not answer and still insist, we will decide case by case. But we will not run straight to grab every shiny thing in sight. That keeps us alive. It was not a simple yes. It was honest. He could work with that. In return, Not said, we will give you information. Who talks to who? Which teachers look away from which rules? What the older years are doing? And when we need cover or noise, we will ask you to provide it. I already make noise just by standing in a room, Harry said. Blaise laughed softly. Exactly, he said. The wind picked up again. Clouds slid over the moon. The temperature dropped. Harry felt the weight of the castle around them, thick with spells and old choices. He stepped forward and held out his hand. Not looked at it for a second, then took it. His grip was firm, palm dry. Shadow Court, Not said. You at the center, us in the corners. Harry did not like the word center. It sounded too much like target. He let it pass. Blaise placed his hand on top of theirs. Daphne, after a short pause, did the same. For a brief moment, for first years stood on the highest point of Hogwarts, hands linked, while the wards of the school hummed under their feet. Harry felt the hum in his chest stir in response. The snakes in the walls whispered faintly at the edge of his hearing. Speaker makes new paths. One hissed, distant and amused. He let go. Meetings, Not said. Not every night. That would draw attention. Once a week. Different places. We will send notes. No names. No obvious trails. Use the snakes, Harry said. They stared at him. The what? Daphne asked. The pipes, Harry said. The gaps in the walls. There are snakes there. They hear more than you would think. If you leave a message in a place they like, I will hear about it. You can talk to snakes, Not said slowly. Harry realized what he had just given away and almost cursed. Yes, he said. Do not repeat that loudly. Blaise let out a low whistle. No wonder the hat hesitated, Blaise said. You are exactly what the stories warned us about. Stories can be wrong, Harry said. Or at least incomplete. Sometimes they are incomplete in the worst way, Daphne said. They leave out all the parts that might have helped people make a better choice. The wind tugged at his hair. He pulled his robe tighter. I need to get back, he said. If I am caught after curfew on the tower, McGonagall will make me wish the troll had finished the job. Go, Not said. We will linger. If someone asks, we were here alone, being dramatic Slytherins about the moon. Blaise rolled his eyes. You are dramatic, Blaise said. I am tasteful, Daphne snorted. Harry turned away. On the stairs down, the stone felt different under his hands. Still firm, still humming, but now he had threads running through it that were not there before. Gryffindor thought they had claimed him. Slytherin had reached out and offered something else. He moved back through the corridors with more care than before. Twice he flattened himself behind a tapestry when he heard Filch's muttering and the soft pad of Mrs. Norris. By the time he slipped through the portrait hole, the fat lady barely stirred. In the dorm, his roommates slept on, unaware. He lay down, pulling the curtains shut, wand under his pillow as always. Sleep did not come at once. He stared into the dark, feeling the new lines drawn around him. He had Gryffindor colors and a lion common room. He had a snake language in his mouth and the echo of a Dark Lord's song in his blood. He had just shaken hands with Slytherins who wanted to build an alliance that did not belong to any side the adults understood. On one side of him, Ron snored a little louder. On the other, Neville muttered about toads and trolls. Above, the castle creaked. Inside his chest, the hum settled low and steady, almost pleased. Harry closed his eyes. He was not just hiding now. He was building. In the morning, the lions would wake and shout and laugh and complain about homework. The snakes in the walls would whisper, and high above them all, on a platform open to the sky, the Shadow Court would wait for its next move. The wind cut across the Quidditch pitch like it was angry at everyone on it. Harry leaned into it and kept his grip tight on his broom. His fingers were stiff from cold. His cheeks burned. The sky above was a flat gray sheet, low and heavy. Snow clung in thin lines along the stands. Wood blew his whistle. Again, Wood shouted. You dropped 3 times on that run, Potter. A real bludger does not wait for you to catch your breath. Harry swallowed and pushed the broom forward. The world tilted. For a second the pitch went blurry. The stand swayed. His stomach turned in a slow circle. He blinked hard and forced his eyes to focus. The snitch was not even out. This was just a speed drill. Up and down the length of the field, sudden turns, sharp stops. Easy compared to what his body had already survived. Today it felt like his bones were full of sand. He reached the end of the run and pulled up. The broom jerked under him. He overcorrected. The world spun again. He heard Wood shout his name. He tried to steady the broom. The hum in his chest rippled, then lurched. Felt like a heart skipping a beat. Pain stabbed behind his eyes, sudden and bright. His grip slipped. For a moment he felt nothing under him at all. Just air and the thin burn of cold along his face. Then Wood slammed into his side as the broom banged sideways against him. His hand caught the handle again by instinct. His shoulder screamed. He dropped the last few feet and hit the pitch on his feet instead of his head. His knees still buckled. He hit the grass and stayed on his hands and knees for a second, breathing hard. The ground had a thin crust of frost. It scraped his palms through his gloves. "Potter!" Wood shouted again. His boots crunched over the frost. "What was that? You just dropped like a stone." Harry spat the taste of bile out of his mouth and pushed himself up. "Just slipped," he said. The air burned his throat. "Your face is gray," one of the beaters said. "You look like nearly headless Nick." Harry wiped his mouth with the back of his glove. "I am fine," he lied. He was not. The hum in his chest did not sit steady. It surged and dipped in waves, like something trapped under too much weight. Wood looked him up and down, eyes narrowed. "Practice is over," Wood said. "Back to the castle. Now, I am not losing my seeker to flu because he wanted to show off." Harry opened his mouth to argue. The world blurred again before any words came out. His legs went weak. He had to grab the broom handle to stay upright. "See," Wood said. "Up. We are going to the hospital wing." There was no point fighting it. Harry swung his leg back over the broom. Wood flew so close he could have reached out and grabbed Harry by the robe if he slipped again. By the time they reached the castle entrance, Harry's head pounded. Every torch along the corridor felt too bright. The chatter of students as they passed ran together into a thick noise that made his teeth ache. Madame Pomfrey took one look at him and clicked her tongue. "Bed," she said. "Boots off. Shirt open. I do not need boys fainting on my floor." The hospital wing smelled of antiseptic potions and clean linen. The beds were white and sharp against the stone. Harry sat where she pointed and let her press a hand to his forehead. "You are burning up," she said. "How long have you felt like this?" "Since this morning," he said. Maybe before. That was true. It had started as a headache 2 days ago. He had ignored it. Then the ache had become a steady throb at the base of his skull, like someone tapping a finger on bone from the inside. "You should have come sooner," she scolded. "Boys, you think if you ignore illness it will go away." "It usually does," he said. She snorted. "Not this one," she said. "Open your mouth." He did. She peered in, muttered, waved her wand in a series of quick, practiced movements. Cool magic washed over him. It checked his lungs, traced his ribs, brushed along the hum in his chest. The hum snapped back like a dog baring its teeth. The wand light fizzled and vanished. Madame Pomfrey frowned. "Well," she said, "you have a fever. Your blood pressure is up. Your magic levels are strange. But that is not new. You have had odd readings since you arrived. I told Professor Dumbledore your core has a strange pulse. He said it was nothing to worry about." She sounded like she did not believe that. "Strange how?" Harry asked. "Like the tide," she said. "Most children your age have a steady flow. You do not. Yours surges in and out. It is almost like you have two currents running at once. One strong and one stronger. The stronger one is not used to being held back." He stayed quiet. She huffed. "It is likely just your history," she said. "Nobody survives what you survived without the magic doing odd things. Your body is catching up. For now it is a simple fever." She poured a thick potion from a bottle into a small glass and shoved it into his hand. "Drink," she said. "It will bring the temperature down. No classes today. Rest. You can go back to your dorm if you promise to stay in bed. The potion tasted like burnt herbs and sugar. It slid down his throat and settled warm in his stomach. The pounding in his head eased a little. He stayed on the bed as she fussed, changed sheets on another bed, muttered over a third year who had melted his eyebrows off in potions. The hum in his chest did not calm. If anything, it grew more restless once the potion took away the worst of the fever. It moved under his ribs like a pacing animal. By the time she checked him again an hour later, his skin had cooled. His pulse had slowed. There, she said. See, not so difficult. Go back to your tower. If you faint on the stairs, I will know and I will fetch you with a floating charm like a sack of potatoes. Thank you, Harry said. She waved him off. He made his way back through the corridors slower than usual. The castle felt off. It was not the wards. Those hummed as they always did. It was the way his body answered them. Before, Hogwarts had felt like strong arms wrapping around him. Heavy, yes, but bearable. Now the pressure was higher. The air pushed on his skin in a constant low squeeze. Every ward line he crossed made the hum in his chest twitch. By the time he reached the portrait hole, he was sweating again, but from effort, not fever. Ron and Hermione looked up at once when he stepped through. You look like you fought the troll again, Ron said. Hermione jumped to her feet and crossed the room in 3 quick strides. What happened? She asked. Wood came in and said you nearly fell off your broom. Madame Pomfrey kept you for ages. Are you all right? Harry shrugged out of his robe. The room suddenly felt too warm. Fever, he said. She said it is just that. Gave me potion. Hermione frowned. Fever does not make you slip off a broom like that, she said. Not if it was only this morning. How long have you felt wrong? Few days, he said. It is nothing. Ron flopped back on the sofa. Nothing, Ron repeated. That is what you said when you caught a club on your ribs in the bathroom. Then you could not breathe when we walked back to the tower. Harry did not remember saying that, but it sounded like him. Hermione studied his face. There are circles under your eyes, she said. You look like you have not slept. He had slept. He just had not rested. The hum in his chest would not let him sink down. At night it pushed against his ribs, pulsed in his ears. Sometimes it whispered in a voice that was not quite his own. Use me. Maybe Madame Pomfrey is right, Hermione said. Maybe your magic is catching up. There is a lot of it. She said it like she was talking about an overflowing bowl and not a crack in a dam. Harry sat down in the armchair nearest the fire and closed his eyes for a second. The warmth of the fire pressed against the wards of the tower. The combination made his skin prickle. He forced his eyes open again. I will be fine, he said. Heat makes it worse. I will go up and lie down for a bit. Hermione looked like she wanted to argue. Ron looked like he wanted to suggest that lying down was the best plan any day. Harry left them before either could decide which one to say out loud. In the dorm, he shut the curtains around his bed and lay on his back, staring at the underside of the canopy. The potion Madame Pomfrey had given him dulled the ache in his head, but it did nothing to the pressure in his chest. He put a hand over his sternum. The hum pressed against his palm, steady, strong, impatient. He thought back. The first time he had felt it like this had been at Gringotts. The vault door had woken something that had only been a dull ache before. In the wand shop, the power had screamed when it met Twinwood. During the bank and the wand, the feeling had been almost pleasant. Every time he reached for real power now, even in small ways, the ache eased for a while. The troll fight, the club. He had held back, but he had still let some part of that deeper current touch the charm. The result had been heavy, sudden, effective. The fever had gone quiet for half a day after that. The next day it had come back worse. His body wanted something, or something inside his body did. The wards in the castle pressed down on it all the time. Layer after layer of light magic, woven to protect children and keep out dark spells. They held his core like hands around a wild thing. No wonder it paced. No wonder he felt like he might crawl out of his own skin some days. At dinner that night, he barely tasted the food. Snape watched him in potions when he made it back to class the next day. His dark eyes flicked to Harry's hands when Harry reached for ingredients, to his face when he followed instructions. He said nothing, He took points off Neville and Ron instead and glared at Hermione for breathing too loudly. Harry saw the way Snape's jaw clenched when Harry swayed once while stirring. He saw the brief flash of concern that looked almost like anger. He left class with the sense that someone had just added numbers in their head and not liked the total. By the time winter truly pressed in, with snow on the grounds and frost on the inside of some windows in the older corridors, the fever came and went in waves. Some days he felt almost normal. The hum in his chest sat low, lazy. He could fly, think, practice spells, listen to snakes and Slytherins and Gryffindors, and it all felt sharp and clear. Some days he woke with his sheets soaked and his head thick. His hands shook when he tried to hold a quill. The walls felt too close. The wards felt like a net that cut into his skin. Those days, Hermione hovered and tried to push books and water at him. Ron told jokes more often, like he could laugh the sickness away. The snakes noticed. One night, when he sat in a corner behind a tapestry where no one bothered to look, trying to breathe through a spike of pain behind his eyes, a whisper slid along the stone. "Speaker is restless." He put his forehead against the wall. "More than restless," he said. The words in the snake tongue hissed and twisted in his throat. "I feel like I am being boiled from the inside." "You are hungry," one of the snakes said. "Hogwarts has plenty of food," he answered. "I just came from dinner." That got a sound that might have been a snake laugh. "Not stomach hungry," the voice said. "Core hungry. Magic hungry." He closed his eyes. "What does that mean?" he asked. "You carry an old song," the snake said, voices overlapping. "It was fed blood and fear and wild spells. It grew used to thick dark air. Now the stone here presses light around it. It is like keeping a river in glass. It wants to flood." "Can it kill me?" he asked. "Rivers have drowned their beds before," a snake said. The hum in his chest twitched at that image. He had never believed much in fate, but the idea of dying because his own core drowned him felt ridiculous even to him. "What stops it?" he asked. "Let it flow," they said. "Give it paths. Dark tunnels. Old spells. Not always killing spells. Binding ones. Calling ones. Blood draws. Runes cut in bone. Or it will gnaw your veins from the inside till they break." He pulled his head away from the wall and stared at the stones as if he could see through them. "You are saying I need dark magic like food," he said. "We are saying your song was born in it," they answered. "It does not like being starved." He tasted the word addict in his mouth and did not say it out loud. "Where?" he asked. "Where are these paths?" "The humans keep them in the quiet shelves," the snake said. "Where you are not supposed to walk. Behind locked doors. Hidden in old binding. The place that smells of dust and ink and fear. The restricted shelves." The idea clicked into place. Of course the castle would keep the most dangerous knowledge behind a rope line. He had walked past the restricted section twice by accident already, on his way to fetch Hermione from some corner of the library. The place had felt like Gringotts vaults crossed with old graveyards. The air there tasted heavy and sharp, like pages soaked in blood and then dried. Hermione had frowned at the sign and said something about unfair rules. Harry had kept walking because he knew if he paused too long he would not move on. Later that week, after one of the worst fever days yet, he sat with the Shadow Court in a niche off a side corridor, away from portraits. Theo not watched him with the same calm stare as usual, but there was a tightness around his eyes. "You look worse," Theo said. "You hide it well in class, but not from people who know what weight feels like." Daphne Greengrass sat with her back against the wall, arms crossed, breath visible in the cold air. "You are sweating," she said, "and we are freezing. That is not normal." Blaise leaned his shoulder against the opposite wall and studied Harry with an expression that was too observant for someone who pretended to be lazy. "Madame Pomfrey says it is just fever," Harry said. "She says my core is odd but not dangerous. I think she is wrong about the second part." Theo's gaze flicked down to Harry's chest and back up. "Describe it," Theo said. "The feeling." Harry thought about lying. All three of them were useful. All three had their own reasons for not wanting to hand him over to older players. That did not mean they would not cut him loose if he frightened them. The aching pressure in his ribs did not care about that. "It feels like someone is pushing on my lungs from the inside," he said. Sometimes it is like a drum, sometimes like claws. It gets worse the longer I go without using real magic. You use magic all the time, Blaze said. Lessons, Quidditch, sneaking around at night when you should be sleeping. Harry shook his head. Little spells do nothing, he said. Light charms, book spells, they skim the top. When I use something deeper, like on the vault or with the troll, I felt better. For a while, Daphne's eyes narrowed. You sound like the way my uncle talks about people who give up certain curses, she said. He says some spells stain the caster. They leave marks. If the person later tries to live without that darkness, they get sick. Like any other poison. Theo nodded once. Old families used to call it curse hunger, he said. Wizards who grew used to certain flows of power. When they stopped, their bodies reacted. Sweating, nightmares, bones aching. They either weaned off it slowly or found ways to feed it without drawing attention. Blaze's mouth twisted. Most did not bother with the slow part, he said. They went right back to the worst spells and then died in a blaze of glory. Or just in a blaze. Harry touched his chest again. I never cast those spells, he said. Someone did, Daphne said quietly. On you. Around you. Before you could talk. It does not always matter who held the wand. The residue does not care whose hand it sat in. Cares where it seeped. Theo's voice stayed steady. The Dark Lord liked rituals, he said. He used old magic. He carved runes into things that should not have held them. If your blood came out of that, you would be soaked in it even if you never lifted a wand. Harry thought of a nursery, of a crib, of green light and a laugh that turned into a scream. He thought of a man in a mask and a woman with red hair. He thought of a nursery soaked in other spells, older than any simple curse. He had no real memories of that night. The hum in his chest did. The idea that his body might be shaking now because it missed the taste of that night made his stomach twist. So what do I do? He asked. The safe answer, Blaze said, is that you talk to Dumbledore, eat your potions, sit in the light and hope you do not come apart. Harry gave him a flat look. And the real answer, he said. Theo glanced once at Daphne, once at Blaze. The real answer, Theo said, is that you find dark magic that does not involve killing students in corridors and you learn to use it in pieces. Enough to bleed off pressure. Not enough to tip you over the edge. Call it harm reduction. You make it sound like a drink, Harry muttered. Blaze's smile was quick and sharp. It is not a perfect comparison, Blaze said. But it is not bad. Too much and you lose parts of yourself. None at all and you break in other ways. The trick is balance. Dark ritual as medicine, Daphne said. The ministry would scream. The ministry screams when a cauldron is the wrong size, Blaze said. They will scream about you no matter what you do. Better to be alive while they write articles. Theo leaned forward. The restricted section, he said. The books there are not just dangerous because of the spells they hold. Some of them are alive in their own way. They push back if you read them wrong. They can also guide you if you read them right. Harry had already thought of that. Do you know any titles? He asked. A few, Theo said. Most you will not reach without a teacher's note. Some have been moved in this war. Dumbledore locked more away than before. You might still find enough. Daphne's gaze sharpened. If you go, she said. You go alone. Do not drag us into it. If you are caught with books that smell like my grandparents' cellar, the punishment will be worse than points. Harry nodded. He had not planned to bring them along. He liked them. That was reason enough to keep their names out of the report. Is it better to starve it and hope? He asked. Daphne held his eyes. No, she said. That settled it. He waited. He waited for a night when the fever hit hard, when the hum in his chest clawed at his ribs, when every breath felt like it had teeth. Came a few days before Christmas. Snow piled high on the grounds. The great hall had trees and tinsel. Ron talked constantly about going home, then admitted he had chosen to stay because Harry would be alone otherwise. Hermione went on about library plans and study timetables. Harry smiled and nodded in the right places. At night, when the tower was quiet, he lay awake and stared at the canopy. His skin felt too tight. His heart pounded. He sat up. The air in the dorm was thick. for other boys slept, breath even, unaware of the magic thrashing 2 feet away. He pushed the curtains aside and slid out of bed. The floor was cold. He barely felt it. He did not have an invisibility cloak. Not yet. That would come later. For now he had shadows and timing. He listened by the dorm door for a full minute. No footsteps on the stairs. No creak of the fat lady's frame. He slipped out. The common room was empty. Embers glowed low in the grate. The portrait snored, curls shaking with each breath. He eased the portrait open enough to slide through. He knew the path to the library by now. He picked the routes with fewer portraits and wider shadows, where his footsteps could vanish into the stone. Twice he froze when he heard Filch muttering in the distance, but the caretaker never turned into his corridor. At the library door he hesitated. The hum in his chest surged with a kind of eager ache. For a second he thought the door might push him away, that the wards around the restricted section would notice him and call Dumbledore in his sleep. He pushed. The door swung open with a soft creak. The library at night felt like a different place. In the day, it hummed with whispers and turning pages and Madame Pance's sharp cough whenever someone spoke too loud. At night it was still. The air felt heavy with ink and dust. The shelves loomed higher. Moonlight from high windows striped the floor in pale bands. He walked between shelves until he reached the rope that marked the restricted section. It was thick and dark, with a notice hanging from it that warned about permission slips and dangerous content. Up close, the air on the other side tasted like the vaults. Old spells sat in those books. His core recognized them and pressed forward. He slipped under the rope. His skin prickled. His hum stopped clawing and stretched out instead. It was like pouring cold water over a burn. Relief washed through him so strong his knees almost gave. For a moment he just stood there, hand on the nearest shelf, breathing. Then he reached for a book at random. The cover was dark leather, cracked at the edges. There was no title on the spine. When he opened it, the text inside writhed for a second before settling into language he could read. The words were about blood. Not in a pretty way. Direct. Clear. Blood as focus. Blood as payment. Blood as thread. His heartbeat slowed as his eyes moved over the lines. Each sentence dug into the dark part of his core and gave it shape. This, it said. This is how you could work with me instead of just carrying me. He flipped a page. Somewhere in the book, a ritual described cutting runes into skin. He skipped that for now. He did not need scars to prove anything. He looked for theory, for descriptions of flow, for ways to channel without burning. As he read, the pounding in his head faded. The ache in his bones eased. The hum in his chest settled into a steady, deep vibration that felt almost peaceful. It was like breathing after holding his lungs empty for a full minute. He realized, with a kind of quiet horror, that this was what he wanted. Not light spells, not cheering charms, not even simple transfiguration. This, dark lines on a page that matched the rhythm of his blood. He was not stupid. He saw it for what it was. Addiction. Not the flailing kind his uncle had after a day without his television and beer. A different kind. One that sat in his marrow and made the world sharp when fed and unbearable when not. He could walk away now. He could put the book back, crawl under the rope, and pretend he had never felt this. He did not move. After a few minutes more, he closed the book and placed it back where it had sat. He did not take anything out of the section. He did not copy spells. He did not perform any. For tonight it was enough to know the path was there. He turned to leave. A soft shuffling sound came from deeper in the stacks. He froze. Not Filch. The gate was different. No scrape of boots. No hiss of a cat. He stepped back under the rope and into the main library, heart starting to pound again, but from simple fear this time. A tall shadow moved between shelves. Harry reached for his wand. "Harry," a voice said. He stopped. Professor Dumbledore stood at the end of the aisle, half in moonlight, half in shadow. He wore a plain robe, no bright colors, no twinkle. His face looked older in the thin light, lines deeper, eyes tired. Harry lowered his wand, but did not put it away. "Professor," he said. Dumbledore looked past him, into the darkness beyond the rope. "The restricted section can be tempting," Dumbledore said quietly. Even for the best of us. The words held no heat yet. No anger. Harry said nothing. Dumbledore walked closer, feet silent on the floor. Could not sleep? Dumbledore asked. Head hurt, Harry said. I thought reading might help. Most boys your age choose lighter material when they cannot sleep, Dumbledore said. Quidditch books. Stories about dragons. Not tomes that smell of curses. Harry looked at him. You knew I was here, Harry said. It was not a question. Dumbledore smiled without it reaching his eyes. The wards tell me when students cross certain lines after hours, Dumbledore said. You cross more than most. The wards had blamed him again. He wondered if they tasted the same thing in his core that Madame Pomfrey did. Am I in trouble? Harry asked. That depends, Dumbledore said. What did you read? Harry considered lying. He could say he had barely opened anything, that he had been scared off by the first paragraph, that he was just curious. Dumbledore had lived through one Dark Lord already. He had watched Tom Riddle grow up in this school. He knew how much curiosity could excuse. I read about blood, Harry said. About how some spells tie into it. About how magic can stamp itself on veins. Dumbledore's eyes sharpened. And how did it feel? Dumbledore asked. Harry flexed his fingers. Right, he said. Too right. Like something that had been missing for a long time. The old man closed his eyes for a moment. Just a heartbeat. When he opened them, they looked sad. Come, Dumbledore said. There is something I want to show you. Since you are already out of bed, it would be a shame to waste a lesson. He turned and walked deeper into the library. Harry followed. They left the shelves behind and turned down a narrow corridor he had not noticed before. At the end sat a door with no marking on it. Dumbledore tapped it with his wand. It swung open, silent. The room beyond was small and bare. Stone walls, a wooden floor, no windows. A cold draft slipped through the cracks around the door. In the center of the room stood a tall mirror. Its frame was ornate, carved with strange shapes. The top arch curled around letters in an order that did not match any word Harry knew. Dumbledore stepped aside. This is the mirror of Eriste, Dumbledore said. The most honest liar I know. Harry tilted his head. Eriste, he said. He spelled it backward in his head. Desire. What does it do? He asked. It shows the deepest wish of the person who looks into it, Dumbledore said. Not their future, not truth, just desire. Harry looked at the glass. For a heartbeat, his reflection stared back. Pale face, messy hair, thin body swallowed by his school robe, a faint sheen of sweat on his forehead, a shadow at the edge of his eyes. Then the image shifted, started small. The scar on his forehead faded. His reflection skin cleared, no red line, no jagged mark. His hair settled a little, still messy but less like it had lost a fight with a storm. A woman stepped into frame behind the glass Harry. Her hair was red. Her eyes were the same sharp green as his. She wore a jumper and jeans, nothing fancy. Her face was open. Lily. Even without any real memory, he knew. She put a hand on his shoulder. Her fingers curled around it with a touch that looked simple and steady. On his other side, a man appeared. He was not tall, but he stood straight. His hair was dark, messy like Harry's. His glasses sat slightly crooked. His face held a grin he had seen in moving photos. James Potter, because that was what the world said. His reflection looked between them. For a moment, Harry felt his chest clench. He had never had parents. Not like that. Not arms that held him without expecting work in return. Not faces that softened when they looked at him. He had to swallow. Then the mirror shifted again. Behind Lily and James, the room in the glass darkened. Shadows gathered. Another figure stepped into view. Tall, thin, pale skin stretched tight. Red eyes. A wand in a white hand. Voldemort. He wore an expression that was not quite a sneer, not quite a smile. His eyes fixed on the Harry in the glass, not the parents. He lifted his wand. Harry braced for green light. Instead, the wand lowered. Voldemort placed his hand on Harry's shoulder, over Lily's fingers, opposite James. The four of them stood there in a line. Parents that the world knew, and the parent the vault door had sung for. Lily, James, Voldemort, and in the middle Harry with 3 different echoes touching him at once. His reflection's face did not twist. It did not show fear. It did not even show shock. It looked calm, satisfied, like this was how it should have always been. Something hot and cold at once ran through Harry's veins. He could not breathe for a second. The hum in his chest rose, eager, delighted, terrified. He wanted to step closer to the glass. He wanted to punch it until it cracked. Behind that first layer, other images shifted. Snape, alive and unbroken, free of his usual scowl, mixing potions with a steady hand. McGonagall standing guard. Ron and Hermione on either side of him, older, wands out, eyes bright. Theo and Daphne and Blaise behind, their faces unreadable but their stance protective. A world not at war yet, balanced on the edge. In the center of all of it, Harry stood. Older. Taller. Eyes the same green. Scar gone. He held a wand in his right hand and something else in his left that the mirror refused to focus on. The hum inside him recognized that future self like a promise. You, it said. Harry tore his eyes away. His heart pounded. His throat felt dry. He looked at Dumbledore. The headmaster watched him with a face that looked more tired than wise. What do you see? Dumbledore asked softly. Family, Harry said. The word scraped his throat. And what comes after? Dumbledore's shoulders dropped a fraction. When I found this mirror, Dumbledore said, I saw my family whole and alive, all of them, my sister without pain, my brother without anger, my parents without blame. It is a cruel thing, to see a life you cannot have every time you look into a piece of glass. He stepped forward and turned his gaze to the mirror. Harry followed his line. In the glass, Dumbledore did not see what Harry did. Of course he did not. The mirror adjusted. It showed a younger Dumbledore, less beard, less gray, smiling with people Harry did not know. It did not show Harry in that frame at all. Dumbledore looked away. The danger of this mirror is not that it lies, Dumbledore said. It is that it tells you true things that you cannot reach. Men have wasted years sitting in front of it, staring at the life they wish they had and ignoring the one they still live. He turned his gaze back to Harry. For someone like you, Dumbledore said, the danger is worse. How? Harry asked. Dumbledore's eyes went to the mirror again, then to Harry's scar. This mirror can show you your deepest hunger, Dumbledore said. Power, love, revenge, all woven together. If you stand here long enough, it might start to feel like a map. You might start thinking that the images it shows are instructions. Harry thought of the way his reflected self had stood between Voldemort and the others, steady and sure. He thought of how right that had looked for a heartbeat. It does not give instructions, Dumbledore said. It shows dreams. Some are fair, some are not. For a boy with your history and your potential, the dreams it offers may be less comforting than most. He took a breath. It does not do to dwell on dreams, Harry, Dumbledore said quietly. Especially when they are nightmares. He did not say nightmares out of simple habit. He said it like he had already seen part of what the mirror had given Harry, even if he did not know the details. Harry looked down at his hands. They were shaking. Dumbledore noticed. You are ill, Dumbledore said. I know Madame Pomfrey has told you it is just a fever. It is not that simple. Your magic is under strain. This castle presses on you. The war that ended on your crib did not end in you. You knew about the core, Harry said. I know more than most about what magic can do to a child, Dumbledore said. Tom told me stories about orphans and gifts. You are not him, Harry, even if you share some of his scars. Harry thought of the mirror, of Voldemort's hand on his shoulder in the glass. Am I his son? Harry asked. The question slipped out before he could stop it. Dumbledore went very still. For a long moment, the only sound in the room was the faint hiss of wind under the door. You are Harry Potter, Dumbledore said at last. The rest is not a question to answer at 1 in the morning in front of a cursed mirror. That was not a denial. Harry laughed, came out short and sharp. That is not a no, he said. It is a not now, Dumbledore said. There is a difference. He stepped between Harry and the mirror and drew a cloth from his sleeve. He threw it over the glass in one smooth motion. The images vanished. The relief was almost physical. Harry's shoulders sagged. "You may come back to this room during the day," Dumbledore said. "With a teacher. The mirror will not be here. I will move it. I will not have students wasting their childhoods on what might have been." He looked at Harry. "Stay away from it," Dumbledore said. "Not because I like giving orders. Because I have seen what happens to boys who forget to live while they stare at what they could become." Harry met his eyes. In that gaze, for a second, he saw not the twinkling old wizard the world adored, but a tired man who had made too many hard choices and watched too many children break. "You think I will become him," Harry said. He did not say the name. He did not need to. Dumbledore's mouth tightened. "I think," Dumbledore said slowly, "that you have enough power in you to shape the world in ways that frighten me. I think you stand at a fork in the path. I think many people will try to pull you to one side or the other. Some will use love. Some will use fear. Some will use the truth. Some will use lies that look very close to it." He took a step closer. "You are not your father," Dumbledore said. "Whichever man that turns out to be." Harry's heart punched against his ribs. "But blood is not nothing," Dumbledore added. "It carries patterns, temper, gifts. You will have to work twice as hard as some to choose what parts of that you keep and what parts you cut out." He held Harry's gaze, blue on green. "I will not pretend to be a neutral voice in this," Dumbledore said. "I want you to walk away from darkness. I want you to use your power to protect, not dominate. That is my bias. I admit it. Others will not be so honest." Harry thought of Theo's words about adults playing games over their heads. "You will not tell me the full story," Harry said. "Not yet," Dumbledore said, "because I am selfish. I want you to have a childhood for at least a few years before you carry the full weight." Harry thought of the fever in his bones, of the craving in his core, of the way darkness felt like medicine. "I do not have a few years," he said quietly. Something like guilt flickered in Dumbledore's eyes. "I know," Dumbledore said. "It is one of many things I regret. But even if I cannot give you time, I can try to give you tools." He reached out. Harry flinched before he could stop himself. Dumbledore's hand hovered in the air for a second, then dropped. He did not comment on the flinch. "Go back to bed," Dumbledore said. "Stay away from the restricted section at night. If you feel your magic pressing too hard, come to Madame Pomfrey. Or to me. Do not bleed it off on your own in ways you cannot control. That path does not end well." Harry did not say that the small taste of dark theory had helped more than any potion. He just nodded. "Yes, Professor," he said. He left the room. He could feel Dumbledore's eyes on his back all the way to the door. In the corridor outside, the castle felt colder. The fever had eased. The ache in his bones had dulled. The pressure in his chest sat at a more manageable level. The desire to go back to the restricted section and drink more of that heavy air was still there, burning quietly. He walked back to the tower with careful steps, listening for Filch, for Mrs. Norris, for any creak that did not belong to his own weight. The fat lady muttered in her sleep when he gave the password. The common room was empty, fire low. He climbed to the dorm, slipped into bed, and pulled the curtains tight. Sleep did not come at once. He stared into the dark, feeling the hum in his chest like a second slow heartbeat. He had gone days without the deep burn of real dark magic and nearly come apart. One visit to a range of heavy books and his body had sighed with relief. He had stood in front of a mirror that showed him parents he might never truly know and a monster who might be his father, all touching him like he belonged to them. He had heard an old man admit he was afraid of him. He could pretend none of that meant anything. He could also admit, in the quiet of his own head, that his path was not simple good against evil. He was sick. He was starving. He was full. All at once, the castle stones hummed under him. Somewhere far below, snakes shifted in pipes and tunnels, and whispered about the speaker who had walked into old shelves and looked into cursed glass. In Slytherin, Theo, Daphne, and Blaise probably lay awake too, thinking about what a hungry core could do to a school. In the staff quarters, Dumbledore sat with his head in his hands, perhaps wishing for a cleaner choice. Harry pressed his palm to his chest. The hum answered, steady again for now. He had work to do. He could not stop being what he was. He could decide how he fed it and who he burned along the way. For tonight, he closed his eyes and forced his muscles to relax, one by one, until sleep dragged him under in fits. It was not restful. Dreams came, sharp and bright. Mirrors, blood on stone, green light, 3 hands on his shoulders. He woke with his throat raw and his sheets damp, but the fever lower. Whispers in his blood kept time with the ticking of the castle. He listened. He did not turn away. They were not supposed to be in the forest. That was the first thought that cut through Harry's headache when the trees closed in around them and the air turned cold and wet. The second thought was that the forest felt better than the castle. The wards were weaker here. Hogwarts still hummed in the distance, a steady weight in his bones, but out under the tangled branches the pressure eased. The wind smelled like damp earth and rot instead of polished stone and cleaning charms. His magic loosened a little inside his chest, like it had been holding its breath all term and could finally let some air in. Hagrid stomped along in front, lantern swinging. The light carved moving stripes on the ground. Fong walked close to his leg, ears flat. Behind Harry, Ron stumbled over a root and swore under his breath. Hermione shushed him out of habit. Draco Malfoy walked a little apart from the rest, his face pale in the lantern light, his school cloak too clean for the mud around them. Harry pulled his own cloak tighter. The night air cut through his jumper, but it did not bite as hard as the fever that came and went these days. His skin still felt too hot under the cold. "What I still do not get," Ron muttered, "is how you can send someone into this place as punishment. My mum would have a fit if she saw this. She would write a letter." "She can write a book if she wants," Hagrid said without turning. "There are unicorns in here that are hurt. That matters more than some detentions. Something is killing them. That is dark. That is what you ought to be afraid of." Ron swallowed. Hermione walked closer to Hagrid, eyes moving over every shadow. She clutched her wand tight in her hand. "What would even attack a unicorn?" she asked in a low voice. "Everything we read said they are so pure that nothing wants to hurt them. It is not natural." "Exactly," Hagrid said. "It is not natural, which is why we are here. Look there. See that?" He pointed ahead. A pale smear broke the pattern of dead leaves on the ground. The lantern light caught on it. Harry stepped closer. The stain was silver in the dark. Not red. It had the wrong shine. It soaked into the leaves like spilled starlight. "Unicorn blood," Hagrid said softly. "Still fresh." The hum in Harry's chest stirred. It pulsed once, strangely in time with the gleam on the ground, then settled. "Brilliant," Draco muttered. "So we are walking through a dark forest looking for something that kills things only dark creatures are supposed to be able to touch. Great idea." "What is wrong, Malfoy?" Harry said. "Scared of trees." Draco's mouth twisted. "I am not scared," Draco said. "I am smart. There is a difference. Any idiot can walk straight into danger. It takes brains to say this is stupid and I would like to go back to bed." "Enough," Hagrid said. "We will split up. It will go faster. There is nothing in here that will attack a group with wands and a gamekeeper. We keep our eyes open and stay with whoever we are assigned. No wandering." He turned and pointed. "Ron and Hermione, you come with me," Hagrid said. "Harry, you take Malfoy and Fong. Follow the trail that way. If you find the poor thing, send red sparks. If you get in trouble, send green." "Got it." Harry nodded. Ron did not look happy about leaving Harry, but he did not argue in front of Malfoy. Hermione chewed her lip, then stepped closer and lowered her voice. "Be careful," she said. "If something is hurt, do not get too close. We do not know what is doing this." Harry almost smiled. "I will not throw myself at it for fun," he said. "Promise." She huffed and moved to Hagrid's side. Ron gave Harry a quick look that tried to say 8 different things at once, then followed. The lantern light swung away with them. Harry turned his own wand tip toward the ground. "Lumos," he said. White light flared. The trees here stood close together. The branches overhead blocked most of the sky. The air felt colder away from Hagrid's big shape. Fong whined and pressed against Harry's leg. "Come on," Harry said. "We will be fine." "That is a lie and you know it," Draco said. "This place is cursed. Even the insects sound wrong." Harry listened. The forest did not hum like Hogwarts. Clicked and whispered. Tiny sounds under the leaves. Wings shifting. Something dripping far away. The hum in his chest sounded louder in the quiet. "Follow." He picked his way along the faint trail of silver on the ground. It led between two thick trees, their trunks twisted. "Why did you even argue with McGonagall?" Draco said behind him. "It is not like you. You usually pretend to be perfect in front of teachers." Harry snorted. "Perfect," he said. "Right? That is me. I am the picture of good behavior." "You are in Gryffindor," Draco said. "You are the boy who lived. You saved that top-heavy idiot from falling off his broom. They clap when you walk into rooms. You were built to be perfect." Harry pushed a low branch aside. It scraped across his sleeve. "I am not built," Harry said. "I am just good at acting." "So you admit it," Draco said. Harry glanced back. Draco's face was less smug than usual. He looked strained. His eyes moved over the shadows as if he was counting them. "You are really scared," Harry said. "No," Draco said at once. "I am annoyed. There is a difference. I am annoyed that I have to be in here because you and your Gryffindor group had to drag a dragon round the castle like a circus. Who even keeps a dragon in a wooden hut?" Harry did not answer. The trail of silver grew thicker. The air changed again. He could taste something sharp on his tongue. Metallic and wrong. Not just blood. Magic. The kind of heavy magic that clung to old curses and bank vault doors. His head started to ache more. Fong whined again and tried to pull back on the lead. "Come on," Harry said. Nearly there, the trees opened into a small clearing. The light from his wand cut across it and landed on a shape in the grass. A unicorn lay on its side near the far edge. Its coat shone even in death, white so bright that it almost glowed on its own. Silver blood soaked the ground under its neck. The air around it felt colder than the rest of the forest. Harry's breath caught. Draco stopped short beside him. "Saints," Draco whispered. "Who could do that?" The hum in Harry's chest climbed. Something else moved in the clearing. At first it was just a shadow, thicker than the rest, clinging to the trunk behind the body. Then it peeled itself away from the tree and slid across the ground. It wore a cloak that looked more like smoke than fabric. The hood was up. No face showed under it. Harry's scar burned. Not the dull ache he had learned to live with. Not the quick stabs he got when he stood near certain wards. This was a hot knife pressed to his skin. He staggered. The wand light shook. The figure turned. The hood lifted a little. Enough to show a hint of pale skin, stretched tight, and eyes that burned in the dark. Red. He had seen that color in dream flashes. In the back of his mind when the hum in his chest pulled at him. His heart slammed against his ribs. The thing in the cloak paused, tilted its head. Recognition slid through the clearing like cold water. It was not human speech. No one else would have heard it. It did not touch his ears. It went straight to the deepest part of him. "Son." The word was simple. Crack something anyway. The hum inside him surged. The fever that had sat low in his bones flared. The pressure from Hogwarts wards, which had eased out here, rushed back in all at once as if reacting. The world narrowed to the cloaked figure, the dead unicorn, and the word echoing in his head. "Son." It was not a question. His scar exploded with pain. He dropped to his knees. His wand fell. The light went out. Fong howled. He dimly heard Draco shout his name. The figure in the cloak glided forward, drawn like a moth to a flame. That was the feeling, anyway. Harry could not see properly. His vision blurred at the edges. Shapes smeared together. Another shape crashed into the clearing. Something big and pale and half horse, half man. Hooves on the ground. A bow in its hand. A human face twisted with disgust and fear. "Back to your shadows, foul thing," a voice snarled. "You will not feed here while the stars still watch." There was a flash of bright light. A roar like air tearing. The pain in Harry's head spiked, then dropped. He felt rather than saw the cloaked thing recoil and fly back into the trees. The ground tilted. He He pitched sideways. The last thing he felt before the dark took him was strong arms lifting him, and the echo of the word in his blood. Son. He woke to white ceilings, white sheets, white curtains around the bed. The smell of potions and soap told him where he was before he focused his eyes. The hospital wing again. He groaned and tried to sit up. Do not even think about it, Madame Pomfrey said at once. Lie back. Her face swam into view over him. She looked tired and annoyed in a way that probably meant she had been scared earlier. You faint more than any boy I have ever seen, she said. If your magic was not so strange, I would say you were doing it to get out of class. Harry blinked. How long was I out? He asked. 2 hours, she said. Hagrid brought you in. Said you collapsed when you saw a dead unicorn. I know you have had a hard life, Mr. Potter. But fainting over an animal corpse is dramatic even for you. It was not the unicorn, Harry said. His voice came out rough. There was something else. In the clearing, her mouth thinned. You can tell the headmaster, she said. He is on his way. That made his stomach drop. Of course Dumbledore would come. A boy with a history of surviving dark curses collapsing near a mutilated unicorn was not the sort of thing you noted and ignored. Madame Pomfrey fussed with his pillows until he was propped up, then moved away. The doors at the far end opened. Dumbledore came in alone. No bright colors again. Just a simple robe that looked heavier than it was, and eyes that took in every detail the moment he stepped through the doorway. Thank you, Poppy, he said. Would you give us a moment? She snorted. I will be in my office, she said. If he collapses again, I will blame you. She left. Dumbledore walked to the bed and pulled a chair close. He sat, hands resting lightly on his knees. How are you feeling? He asked. Like someone kicked my head in from the inside, Harry said. Dumbledore's mouth tugged at the corners. Colorful, he said. But accurate, I suspect. Hagrid told me you saw something out there. Harry hesitated. The image of the cloak and the red eyes sat behind his eyelids like a burn. The word still echoed in his chest. Son. He did not know if he wanted to hand that over. What did Hagrid tell you? Harry asked. That you followed a trail of unicorn blood into a clearing, Dumbledore said. That a cloaked thing was there. That you clutched your scar and fell. That a centaur arrived and drove the creature off. He paused. Hagrid also said that the centaur looked at you with something like pity, Dumbledore added, and told him the planets were strange tonight. Harry forced his hands to lie flat on the blanket. They wanted to curl into fists. It was drinking, Harry said quietly. From the unicorn. Out of the wound. When it saw me, it moved closer. And your scar hurt, Dumbledore said. Harry nodded. More than before, Harry said. Dumbledore watched his face. Did it speak to you? Dumbledore asked. The question hit too close to the truth to be an accident. Harry's mouth went dry. No, he lied. Dumbledore's gaze did not blink. If it had, Dumbledore said. What sort of thing do you think it would say? Harry swallowed. Nothing polite, he said. Dumbledore's eyes flicked to the lightning mark, then back to Harry's eyes. I do not ask out of idle curiosity, Dumbledore said. Whatever is in this forest, and in your past, is not finished with you. You know that. I know that. Knowing what it says to you could help me protect you. Harry looked away. If he told him the truth, the old man would hear that one word and file it next to all the other things he already suspected. Son. He would see it as confirmation of something. A puzzle piece slotting into place. Harry was not ready to let anyone have that piece yet. Not Dumbledore. Not the man who had thrown a cloth over the mirror and told him not now every time the questions pressed too hard. It hurt, Harry said. It felt like it wanted something. That is all. Dumbledore did not look satisfied. He did not look surprised either. I cannot force you to tell me what you are not ready to say, Dumbledore said at last. I can only warn you again. That path leads to darker places than you know. The thing in the forest is weak at the moment. It is clinging to life in a way that damages everything it touches. If it tries to reach out to you again, you must tell me. Harry did not promise. He also did not argue. Dumbledore sighed very softly. You are still a child, Harry, Dumbledore said. No matter how grown your power feels. You should not have to carry these secrets alone. Harry thought of the hungry hum in his chest, of the way dark theory had soothed it when nothing else did, of the shade in the forest calling him by a name he had never claimed. He was not alone. He was crowded. "Can I go?" he asked. "Tomorrow," Dumbledore said. "You will rest tonight. Madame Pomfrey will have my head if I send you back to class the same day you collapse in a cursed forest." He stood. "If you dream," Dumbledore said quietly, "remember that not every voice in your head is yours. Choose which ones you answer." He left. Harry lay back and stared at the ceiling. He did dream. Of the forest. Of blood like silver. Of a man made of shadow leaning over him, eyes bright and eager, whispering a word that tied Harry to him like a chain. The rest of the term blurred. Classes. Essays. Quidditch practice. Shadow court meetings in hidden corners where Theo and Daphne and Blaise spoke low and measured about what they thought and what they feared. Harry told them about the forest. He did not say the word. He did not have to. Theo's face went cold when Harry described the feeling. "He knew you," Theo said. "Whatever he is now, he knew you. That means he touched you before. Magic does not recognize strangers that way." Daphne watched Harry's hands as he spoke. "Did you feel pulled toward him?" she asked. "Like gravity." Harry nodded. "Yes," he said. "That is blood," Blaise said simply. "Or something worse." They did not say the name either. They did not have to. The dragon incident, the forest, and the unicorn all settled into the background noise of Hogwarts life. Teachers watched him more. Snape's stare in potions grew sharper. McGonagall's lips pressed into a thin line more often. The year ended. He went back to the Dursleys. Surrey was the same as always. Small, mean, loud in all the wrong ways. His cupboard was a proper bedroom now, but the walls felt no less thin. The hunger in his core returned to full strength without the castle wards pressing down. He spent long nights lying awake, listening to the tick of the clock and the creak of the house, running through the blood exercises he had half understood from half-remembered pages in the restricted shelves. He did not cast anything new. He traced flows in his mind, imagined lines, tested how far he could push his own magic through his veins without burning himself. The fever came in waves and passed. He went back to Hogwarts in autumn and felt the wards slam down around him again, familiar and unwelcome. Second time round, he knew the weight better. He also knew how to breathe under it. The staff table looked different at the welcome feast. One chair was empty where Quirrell had sat with his turban and his shaking hands. In his place sat a man with blinding white teeth and a stack of books with his own face on the covers. "Gilderoy Lockhart," Hermione whispered, eyes bright. "He wrote all those defense books we saw in Flourish and Blots. He fought a banshee and won. And the Wagga Wagga werewolf." Ron groaned. "Not this bloke," he said. "Mum loves his books. She has his picture on the mantel. They wink at you when you walk past." Harry looked up at the staff table. Lockhart saw him looking and, of course, chose that moment to wink. Harry did not smile. The man's magic felt odd from here. Thin on the surface, flashy, like charms used to hide something else. Dumbledore clapped and made a speech about New Year's and new dangers and the need for unity in troubled times. Harry listened with half an ear. The other half listened to the quiet whispers that slid around the hall whenever people looked at him. The forest was months past, but some rumors did not fade. Add a new defense hero on the staff and it was only a matter of time before someone decided to make an event of it. The announcement came 2 weeks into term. "Dueling Club?" Ron read off the notice board outside the Great Hall, eyes wide. "Run by Professor Lockhart. This might actually be fun." Hermione beamed. "It will be useful," she said. "Real spells. Practice. We can learn things they do not teach in class. Books are good, but this is practical." Harry watched the crowd around the board. Slytherins smirked. Hufflepuffs whispered. Ravenclaws analyzed. Gryffindors boasted about who they would hex first. The hum in his chest shifted. Real spells. Real combat. That part of him woke up in interest. He did not like that it did. Theo found him at dinner that night. "Going?" Theo asked. "Of course," Harry said. I want to see how much of Lockhart's nonsense is real. Daphne slid into the bench on the other side. It will also show who the staff are willing to arm, she said quietly. Who they pair with who they are willing to see get hurt. That is useful. Blaze reached over and stole a roast potato off Harry's plate without looking guilty. Also, Blaze said, watching the lions knock each other on their backs is always entertaining. The club met in the Great Hall after dinner. The tables had been pushed to the sides. A raised platform stood in the center. Torches burned brighter than usual along the walls. Students from every house crowded in. Wands out, voices buzzing. Harry stood between Ron and Hermione. Across the hall, he saw Theo leaning against a pillar with the other Slytherins. Daphne and Blaze were near him, their faces smooth. Draco stood a little in front, head high. Lockhart bounced onto the platform in his best grape-colored robe. He flashed his teeth. "Welcome, welcome," Lockhart called, "to one of the most exciting things I will ever teach you." Snape appeared at the opposite end of the platform, black robe swirling. He looked like he would rather be anywhere else. Harry raised a brow. "Please tell me he is not the assistant," Ron muttered. "This is going to be a disaster," Harry said. Hermione elbowed him. "Shush," she hissed. Lockhart babbled about his experience and his bravery and the many dangerous creatures he had bested. Snape stood still and let him talk himself out. Then, finally, they raised their wands and demonstrated the rules. Lockhart tried to stun Snape. Snape sent a non-verbal spell that knocked Lockhart on his back in one quick hit. "Lovely," Blaze said under his breath from their side of the hall. "Worth the trip already." Harry almost laughed. Lockhart scrambled up. "Hair must, smile fixed. Simple misunderstanding," he said brightly. "Now pair up." The room shifted. Students turned and grabbed partners. Harry ended up face to face with Malfoy. "Of course." "Potter," Draco said. "Try not to embarrass yourself." "Same to you," Harry said. They climbed onto one of the smaller platforms along the floor. Other pairs did the same. Ron faced Seamus. Hermione faced a Ravenclaw girl with quick hands. "On three," Lockhart called. 1, 2, 3. Expelliarmus. Harry and Draco shouted at the same time. The spells collided in the air and fizzled. Harry grinned in spite of himself. Then Draco switched to nastier jinxes. He had clearly been saving them. Harry blocked most, let one sting his shoulder, and sent a silent charm that twisted Draco's feet just enough to send him sliding down the platform on his back. Draco landed with a thud and a very undignified curse. Snape appeared at their side a moment later, his face unreadable. "Enough, Mr. Malfoy," Snape said. "We will try something more advanced. Step back." "Potter, stay." Draco smoothed his robe and moved to the side with bad grace. Harry narrowed his eyes. Snape looked between them, then at Lockhart. "Perhaps a demonstration will be more instructive," Snape said. "A more difficult spell." He turned back to Draco. "Go up with Potter," Snape said. "Use the conjuration we practiced. Begin on my mark." Lockhart clapped his hands. "Wonderful idea," Lockhart said. "A bit more drama. The crowd will love it." Theo's eyes met Harry's from the floor. His gaze sharpened. This was planned. Harry understood that at once. Snape wanted something, either proof or a reaction. The hum in his chest stirred again. "Pawn," it said. Harry stepped back into position. Draco returned to the opposite end of the platform. They raised their wands. "On three," Snape said. 1, 2, 3. "Serpensortia," Draco shouted. A thick burst of black smoke shot from his wand tip. It twisted in the air, then dropped to the boards in front of Harry and solidified. A snake uncoiled on the floor. Not a small garden thing. A long, thick-bodied cobra. Hood flared. Fangs bare. Its scales were dark with faint pale markings. His head turned slowly as it took in the room. The sound in Harry's head changed. The hum dropped and stretched. Everything else in the hall went muffled. He could hear his own heartbeat. Thud. The snake lifted its head more. Its eyes met his. "Speaker," something in the back of his mind whispered. Gasps rose from the crowd. Someone screamed. "Stay back," Lockhart called. I will handle this. He pointed his wand at the snake. The snake turned toward the noise. Lockhart flicked his wand with a flourish and shouted some useless charm that bounced off a pillar. The spell did not even touch the snake. The cobra recoiled in fury, then swung its head toward the students at the base of the platform. Justin Finch Fletchley stood closest. He had moved nearer for a better look. His eyes were wide. His wand hung loose at his side. The snake slid toward him, hood high. Harry felt the intent like a physical shove. Kill the magic wanted. It was not his thought. It was there all the same. Something in his blood answered. The world narrowed again. Harry stepped forward without thinking. Stop, he snapped. Except it was not English. The word that came out of his mouth hissed and twisted. It rolled over his tongue. A sound that matched the scale scrape on the floor. The cobra froze. The room went silent. Every eye turned toward Harry. He did not notice. His entire focus was on the animal in front of him. You will not touch him, Harry said in the same sharp tongue. Turn and face me. The snake shifted. It turned slowly away from Justin and coiled back toward the platform, head swaying. His gaze locked on Harry again. So it is true, the snake said. Speaker, blood of deep nights. Why do you protect this soft one? He is prey. Because killing him now would ruin everything, Harry thought. Because there were too many eyes. Because he was not ready to watch someone die that way. Because a part of him wanted to see what happened if he said no. He swallowed. Because I said so, Harry hissed. You will not eat in this hall. The snake settled. It coiled in front of him, head lowered slightly. If you wish, I will feast elsewhere, the snake said. There are plenty of mice in the walls. They squeal well enough. A part of Harry wanted to say yes. Let it go free. Let it do what it was built to do. Keep the blood off his own hands. He could feel the eyes on his back. Justin's stare. Ron's shock. Hermione's horror. Theo's cold focus. Daphne's calculation. Snape's unreadable expression. Dumbledore's weight from the staff table. Every adult in the room evaluating this moment. He made a choice. Return, Harry said in Parseltongue. Climb back on the platform. Coil and wait. The cobra obeyed. It turned from the crowd and slid back up toward him. At the last moment, Snape flicked his wand. A flash of light struck the snake and it vanished in a puff of smoke. The spell broke the connection. Noise crashed back into Harry's ears. Students shouted. Everyone spoke at once. What was that? He spoke to it. What language was that? He told it to go for him. No, he told it to stop. I saw his face. He enjoyed it. Harry stood very still. His heart hammered. His scar prickled. The hum in his chest sang. He felt sick. Lockhart gaped round at the crowd like a man who had been knocked into a play he did not understand. Nothing to worry about, Lockhart called, forcing a laugh. Just a little demonstration. All in hand. That is all for tonight. No one listened to him. Justin backed away from the platform, face white. Harry stepped down. Justin, he said. Are you hurt? Justin flinched. Do not come near me, Justin said. His voice shook. I saw you. You looked at it like it belonged to you. You enjoyed that. I stopped it, Harry said. You sent it, Justin snapped. It was 2 steps from my face. You did not move until then. You wanted it to come close. You wanted me scared before you called it off. That is not what happened, Harry said. Justin's mouth twisted. My parents wanted me at Eton, Justin said. I told them I would be safer here than at some normal boarding school. Magic, protection, famous heroes. They said, of course, the boy who lived. How could it go wrong? He laughed once, sharp. Turns out I am trapped in a castle with the heir of Slytherin, Justin said. Brilliant choice. He shoved past Harry and disappeared into the crowd. The words hit harder than they should have. Heir of Slytherin. The name carried history in this place. Rumors about Salazar. About old blood. About a secret room under the school. But the way Justin said it, the way eyes turned toward Harry when the words left his mouth, made it clear they were not talking about some myth in the foundations. They were talking about Harry. People drew back as he moved through the hall. Some Gryffindors he had thought liked him stared with open fear. Some Hufflepuffs glared. Ernie Macmillan whispered to his friends, eyes darting between Harry and the staff table. Ron fought his way to Harry's side. Hermione is trying to talk to him, Ron said, jerking his head toward where Hermione stood near Justin's retreating back, hands raised in a helpless gesture. He is not listening. What was that, Harry? What did you say to the snake? Harry's mouth felt like it was full of dust. Stop, Harry said. I told it to stop. It did stop, Ron said quickly. I saw that. You did not tell it to bite him or anything. That is not what they saw, Harry said. Ron grimaced. No, he said. It is not. Hermione joined them a moment later. Her face was pale. You spoke Parseltongue, she said in a low voice. That is what it is called. Snake language. There are only a few wizards known to have that gift. It is very rare. Most of them are in dark history books. Harry knew that. The snakes in the walls had told him some of it. The rest he had gathered from hints in the restricted section when he snuck looks at certain titles. I did not think, Harry said. That is the problem, Hermione snapped. You never tell us when you discover things like this. You hide them and then they explode in front of the entire school. She pressed her hand to her forehead for a second, then looked at him again. I know you stopped it, she said. I saw your face. You looked angry, not excited. But other people saw what they wanted. They saw you control a creature they fear. They saw you choose when it moved and when it did not. Her voice shook a little. You need to be careful, she said. More careful than anyone else. This place has stories about Parselmouths. None of them end well. Harry swallowed. I know, he said. Theo slipped out of the thinning crowd and joined them. Daphne and Blaise hung back just far enough to look like they were not part of the same group. But their eyes were on him. That could have gone worse, Theo said calmly. How? Ron demanded. He nearly got a Hufflepuff eaten in front of the staff. He did not, Theo said. That is the point. He stopped it. That matters. No one cares that he stopped it, Ron said. They care that he called it off like a pet. The story will spin, Theo said. That is what stories do. You can either let it spin on its own, or you can shape it. Harry stared at him. How do you shape something like that? Harry asked. Let some people see you lose control of safer things, Theo said quietly. Make it look like the snake was a freak moment. Let the staff think it was more coincidence than gift. And lean on the fact that you did not actually let anyone die. People will cling to that. Daphne moved closer, just in time to catch the last part. Also, she added, find out why Snape put Malfoy up to that spell. That was not random. He wanted to see what you would do. He is either testing you for himself, or for someone else. Her eyes flickered toward the staff table. Snape and Dumbledore were talking in low voices. Harry had no doubt about the subject. I will handle Snape, Harry said. For now, I need to get out of here. The hum in his chest vibrated at the base of his throat. It had loved every moment of that encounter. The weight of the snake's gaze. The instant obedience when Harry barked an order. The collective fear in the room. Power. He could taste it. He also tasted bile. Later, alone in the common room, he dropped into one of the chairs by the fire and stared at the flames. The room was quieter than usual. People sat in small clusters instead of a loud crowd. When he walked in, conversations had stopped for a second before picking up in forced voices. He felt eyes on his back and ignored them. Ron hovered for a while, then went up to bed. Hermione sat in an armchair near him, a book open on her lap, but her eyes on the same point in the fire. Do you think they are right? Harry asked at last. She looked over. About what? She asked. About me, he said. About being some kind of heir. About wanting that boy hurt. She closed the book. I think you are complicated, she said slowly. I think you have a lot of anger that you hide under jokes and plans. I think you like control more than you admit. And I think today you saw what it feels like to hold life in your hand and decide what happens. She held his gaze. I also think you chose not to let Justin die, she said. You could have. You did not. That choice matters. It does not change what is in my blood, he said. No, she said. But it shows what is in your head. And your heart. Those count too. He almost laughed. You are starting to sound like Dumbledore, he said. Good, she said. Someone has to balance him out. The fire crackled. Upstairs, someone slammed a door. From the corridor outside the tower, he thought he heard a faint hiss, like a voice sliding along the stone. Speaker, the whisper said, son. He closed his eyes for a moment. The castle spun around him in unseen currents. Rumors spread through its halls faster than fire. He could feel the words already racing ahead. Parselmouth, snake speaker. He put his hand over his chest. The hum there answered, steady, hungry, satisfied. Tonight the whole school had seen a sliver of what he was. They had no idea how much worse it could get. He did. And the part of him that still wanted to be simply Harry Potter, first-year student in a messy tower, was terrified. The part that had leaned into the snake's obedience and liked it was not. He sat between those parts, jaw clenched, and watched the fire burn down. By the end of the week the castle felt smaller. Not in the way it had felt when he first arrived, when everything was too big and he was too small. This was different. The corridors were the same size, the staircases moved like they always had, but the space around Harry shrank every time he walked into a room and people stopped talking. It started the morning after the dueling club. He came down from the dorm with Ron, stepped through the portrait hole, and every conversation in the common room dipped for a second. Just a fraction of a pause. Enough. Seamus stared. Lavender whispered in Parvati's ear. Dean gave him a quick nod, more nervous than friendly. Ron tried to pretend nothing was wrong and headed for the door. Come on, Ron said. I am starving. Harry followed. He could feel the looks on his back. He kept his shoulders loose and his head up, the way he had practiced in front of the mirror when he was younger and wanted to see what confidence looked like. In the great hall it was worse. Hufflepuff table shifted as one when he passed by. A small clear space opened up in the bench where Justin usually sat. Ernie Macmillan folded his arms and turned his head away like someone had just waved a bad smell under his nose. At Ravenclaw, a girl in blue murmured something and made a small warning gesture with her fingers. Harry recognized it from one of the darker books. It was a charm mothers used on children when they walked past cursed ground. A Slytherin, they did not draw away. They watched. That was almost worse. Theo sat near the middle of the table, talking to a second year with his usual calm face, but his eyes flicked up and met Harry's for a heartbeat. Daphne's gaze rested on him longer, cool and thoughtful. Blaise lounged with his chin in his hand, expression lazy, eyes sharp. Draco pretended he had never met Harry in his life. Harry sat with Ron and Hermione halfway down Gryffindor table. Neville scooted his plate a little further away. He did not look up. Harry's appetite went with it. He picked at his toast and forced himself to swallow. The hum in his chest sat restless and low. It did not like being watched. It did not like being ignored either. Ron kept glancing between Harry and the rest of the hall with a frown. They are idiots, Ron muttered. All of them. You stopped the snake. That is what happened. We were all there. That is not what they saw, Harry said. Hermione buttered her toast in short, sharp strokes. Perception matters, she said quietly. Justin thinks you wanted him scared. The Hufflepuffs are loyal. When one of them panics, the rest close ranks. They are not going to think this through calmly. So what do we do? Ron asked. Do we tell everyone he did not order the snake to attack? Half of them will say we are covering for him, Hermione said. The other half will say we are scared of him. Facts do not matter when people are frightened. Stories do. Harry looked at the teacher's table. Dumbledore talked to McGonagall. He did not look their way. Snape did. His gaze slid over Harry, cool and measuring, then moved on. Lockhart waved at the students and flashed his teeth whenever anyone looked at him. Stories do, Harry repeated. His scar gave a faint sting at the word. He pushed his plate away. I am going to the library, he said. Ron looked up from his eggs. Now? Ron asked. You have not finished. I am not hungry, Harry said. You two eat. Hermione opened her mouth, shut it again, then scooped another spoonful of porridge and did not argue. Harry stood and left the hall with every step measured, back straight, hands loose. He could feel the whispers starting again before he reached the doors. He caught bits as he passed. Parselmouth, Slytherin, air, serpent. Each word pricked at his skin. Out in the corridor, the noise dropped. He walked without really seeing the portraits. His mind ran in tight circles. Forest, cloaked thing, silver blood. The word in his head, sun, dueling platform, cobra, hissing words that turned hot in his mouth. The way the snake had obeyed. The way the crowd had stared. Mirror, 3 hands on his shoulders. Green eyes in 3 faces. Family. He knew what the pieces looked like. He had been collecting them all year. He had been pretending they did not fit together. Pretense had reached its limit. When he reached the library doors, he stopped. He did not push them open. Instead, he turned away and took a side corridor that students rarely used during the day. The stones here were colder. The torches burned lower. He slipped behind the Survey of Magical Theory shelf and into the narrow gap that led to one of his hidden corners. A stretch of wall that looked blank unless you knew where to lean. Theo was already there. Of course he was. Theo sat on the floor with his back to the stone, knees drawn up, a book open across them. He did not jump when Harry dropped down beside him. "You took your time," Theo said. Harry snorted once. "I had 3 different people try not to stare at me on the way," Harry said. "It slowed me down." Theo slid a bookmark into his book and shut it. "How bad is it?" Theo asked. "Worse than you thought," Harry said. Theo considered that. "Fair," he said. "Daphne and Blaise will be along in a minute. They did not want to walk out behind you in a line. That would have been a bit obvious." "You mean the Shadow Court meeting," Harry said. "In the only corner with 4 spots and no portraits." Theo's mouth twitched. "You are the one who picked it," Theo said. Footsteps and a soft rustle of cloth came a moment later. Daphne slipped into the gap first, then Blaise. Both moved like they had done this many times. "Everyone is buzzing," Blaise said. "Even the portraits. The amount of gossip from one snake is impressive." "It was not the snake," Daphne said. "It was the language. There are jokes and then there is real fear. You triggered the second one." Harry drew his knees up, arms around them. The position felt younger than he was. He stayed in it anyway. "Justin thinks I wanted him dead," Harry said. Theo nodded once. "He is wrong," Theo said. "He is not sure of that," Harry said. "That is enough. More important," Daphne said, "is that he said the words heir of Slytherin at full volume in front of 80 students and half the staff. That stuck." "We knew this would happen eventually," Blaise said. "Not exactly like this, but something like it. You have marks all over you. The scar. The core. The snake voice. That kind of secret does not stay quiet forever." Harry pressed his fingers against his temples. "My head hurts," he said. "Have you gone back to Madame Pomfrey?" Daphne asked. "She cannot fix blood," Harry said. "She can only fix symptoms." Theo leaned his head back against the wall and closed his eyes for a second. "You need to decide what you want," Theo said. "Do you want to keep pretending you are Harry Potter, normal first year who just happens to be strange? Or do you want to know what you actually are?" Harry opened his eyes. "Those sound like the same question," Harry said. "They are not," Theo said. "One is performance. The other is information. Right now you have half of both and none of either." Daphne looked at Harry's face. "You said something in the forest," she said. "When you told us about it. You said the cloak thing felt like it was calling to you. You said your scar burned and your core pulled toward it. That is not how curses react to random children. That is blood calling blood." Harry's stomach turned. "I know," he said. "Do you want to know for sure?" Daphne asked. "Yes," Harry said. The word was quiet but solid. Blaise nodded like he had been expecting that answer. "Then you need a test," Blaise said. "Not rumors. Not guesses. Proper one. Goblin work." Harry looked over. "Gringotts," he said. "Gringotts," Blaise agreed. "They keep blood records. Old ones. If you are tied to any family, they will know. If you are tied to more than one, they will know that too." Theo drew another breath. "Griphook hinted at it when you first went in, did he not?" Theo said. "That there was an assessment they could do. You told us that." Harry remembered the bank. Cold stone. Metal carts. the goblin's sharp eyes when Harry had stepped into the cart. "You are an unusual client, Mr. Potter." They had already known something was wrong. The hint had been there. He had been too busy being overwhelmed to follow it. "Why would they help me?" Harry asked. Blaise raised a brow. "Because they hate secrets they do not control," Blaise said. "Because they love contracts. Because if it turns out you are worth money, they will want to know before the ministry does. They are not your friends. They also are not stupid. They will test you if you ask the right way. Even if the result is bad," Harry said. "Bad for who?" Daphne asked. "Them or you. Those are different things." "If it says I am his," Harry said. He could not quite make himself say the name. "If it says my father is who I think he might be." Theo opened his eyes and looked straight at him. "Then you know the truth," Theo said. "You stop walking in circles in your own head. You stop letting Dumbledore and everyone else decide which parts of the story you are allowed to see. Knowledge is power. That goes double when that knowledge is about yourself. And when Dumbledore finds out," Harry said. Daphne snorted once. "He will," she said. "He knows everything eventually. That is what he does. The question is not whether he finds out. The question is whether he hears it from you or from someone else, and how much you know when he walks into the room." Harry rubbed his thumb over his scar. "You think he would kill me?" Harry asked. The words sounded too blunt. He left them that way. Theo did not look away. "I think he spent most of his adult life fighting one man," Theo said. "I think that man tried to take over this country, kill half the people in it, and snap the spine of magic to see what noise it would make. I think you might be all that man has left. I think that scares Dumbledore more than anything." "That is not an answer," Harry said. "I do not know what he would do," Theo said. "Maybe he would protect you with everything he has, because he could not save you before. Maybe he would decide he cannot risk another war and make a choice he tells himself is for the greater good. I know he plays chess with people and sleeps afterwards. That is all." Cold spread through Harry's chest that had nothing to do with the stone wall. "I will not be his piece," Harry said quietly. "Then stop letting him control the board," Blaise said. Silence settled for a moment. Hermione would have told him to talk to a teacher. Ron would have said Dumbledore was on their side. Full stop. Theo, Daphne, and Blaise said go to the bank. Part of him wanted to yell at them that this was mad. That students did not sneak out of school and demand blood tests from ancient goblins because they were upset about whispers in the corridor. The rest of him knew he had already broken enough rules that sneaking one more time would not make a difference. "You will need a way out of the castle," Daphne said, "and a way back in. You cannot just stroll through the front doors and take a train." Harry thought back to every corner he had seen teachers disappear into. Every flare of green in a fireplace. "I have an idea," he said. Theo watched him, then nodded once. "Do not tell us the details," Theo said. "Not yet. If you get caught, we can say with honest faces that we did not know anything." "That is comforting," Harry said dryly. "It is practical," Theo said. "Comforting comes later if you survive." Daphne shifted, the barest hint of concern under her smooth expression. "If you do this," she said, "do not go alone in your head. When you get back, you tell someone. If not us, then Granger. Keeping it inside will eat you faster than any curse." Harry did not promise. He knew himself well enough to know that some secrets stuck once they settled. Still, he nodded once. "I will think about it," he said. Blaise rolled his eyes. "That means no," Blaise said. "He will come back, crack jokes, and act like nothing happened until he falls over in the middle of a lesson." Theo gave Harry a look that said he agreed and was too polite to say so. "Be careful," Theo said. "If you are wrong about this, we get a good story. If you are right, the whole world changes. Either way, do not die in a goblin vault. It would be very annoying." Harry huffed, pushed himself up, and crawled back out into the corridor. The castle noise washed over him again. He did not go to the library. He went back to the tower, climbed the stairs, and shut himself in the dorm. For a long time he just stood there, looking at his trunk at the foot of his bed. The hum in his chest sat heavy and expectant. He knelt and opened the lid. The usual clutter lay on top. School books, robes, A few wrapped sweets from Christmas he still had not eaten. At the very bottom, folded in on itself so it looked smaller than it was, lay a roll of silvery fabric. He took it out and let it spill over his hands. The cloth was strange. It looked thin, almost fragile, but it felt strong. It flowed between his fingers like water. The note that had come with it at Christmas had been simple. Your father left this in my care. Use it well. No name. No explanation. He had used it once or twice for small things. Late-night walks. Listening at doors. He had not taken it to the library on the night of the mirror. That had been a mistake. He was not planning to repeat that mistake. He folded the cloak over his arm and sat back on the bed. Now he needed the second part. A doorway. He closed his eyes and ran through the staff rooms in his mind. There was Dumbledore's office, high up, guarded. Too many spells there. If he tried to sneak in, the building would probably scream. McGonagall had an office off the Transfiguration corridor with a fireplace that had green stains on the stone from past flu calls. He had seen her step into it once when he was carrying a stack of essays past the door. Her voice had called out a place name he had not caught, and then the flames had flared and she had vanished. She kept a pot of powder on the mantel. It was almost too easy. That did not make it safe. He waited until evening. Classes dragged. People stared. He walked through them on automatic, answered questions in charms, pretended to listen in history. His mind stayed on stone corridors and dark fireplaces. At dinner he forced enough food down to keep Madame Pomfrey from complaining later, then excused himself early with a headache. That was not even a lie. Ron offered to come up with him. I am fine, Harry said. Just tired. You stay. Eat. Hermione frowned but did not push. He went back to the dorm, waited until the tower settled and most footsteps below faded, then wrapped the cloak around himself and left. The fabric slid over his body and swallowed him in cool silence. His hands vanished when he pulled them under the folds. He took a slow breath and walked. The common room held 3 younger students at a table near the fire, muttering over a game of chess. One of the pieces turned its head as he passed, eyes tracking nothing, then went back to its board. The portrait hole swung open under his hand. The fat lady did not wake. Out in the main corridors, the torches burned lower. The air felt different after hours. The castle at night was not empty. It just showed different faces. He walked past suits of armor and blank stone, each step placed where he knew the floor did not creak. 3rd floor, left, then down a side passage that most people missed because it looked like a dead end. McGonagall's office door stood there. Solid. Dark wood. He listened for a full minute. No voices inside. No movement. He took his wand out under the cloak. His fingers trembled a little. Alohomora, he whispered against the door. The lock clicked soft and neat. He slid in. The room smelled of parchment and cats. Shelves lined the walls. A neat desk stood near the window. The fireplace took up half of one wall. It was cold now, gray ash in the grate. On the mantel, just where he remembered, sat a simple clay pot with a lid. Green dust clung to the rim. He crossed the room and took the lid off. The powder inside shimmered faintly in the light. His heart pounded. Once he stepped into the fire, there was no way to pretend this had been an accident. He took a pinch of powder between his fingers, stepped into the empty grate, and dropped it at his feet. Leaky cauldron, he said clearly. The flames shot up at once, green and hot. They did not burn. They wrapped around him, spun, and pulled. The world blurred. He staggered out of another fireplace and nearly tripped over a bucket. The air here smelled of stale beer, stew, and smoke. The leaky cauldron was quiet. Only a couple of cloaked figures sat in the corner nursing drinks. Tom the barman wiped a mug with a cloth and did not look toward the fireplace. The cloak still covered Harry. Nobody saw a skinny boy step out of the flames and steady himself on the edge of the hearth. He took a breath and moved through the pub, careful not to brush anyone. At the back, the brick wall into Diagon Alley waited. There was no Hagrid this time, laughing and tapping bricks. There was only Harry under a silver cloak and the memory of the right pattern. He reached out from under the cloth and tapped the bricks with his wand. 3 up, 2 across. The wall shuddered and folded back, brick sliding away from brick. Cold night air rushed in. The shops on the other side were mostly dark. A few lamps burned low in upper windows. The cobbles shone with a faint damp sheen. Gringotts loomed at the far end, white stone glowing in the dim light. The chained dragons above the doors slept, steam puffing from their nostrils. He walked up the alley, footsteps quiet. A witch in a neat cloak hurried past, heading out toward the pub, and shivered as she brushed the space where he stood. The goblins did not close. That was something he had not really taken in on his first visit. They were not a bank in the Muggle sense. They were old, blunt power carved into stone. Their doors did not shut because human clocks said night. They moved money and magic on their own schedule. The main doors were open. 2 goblin guards stood flanking them, spears in hand. Their eyes swept the alley without much interest. Harry stood still just outside their notice and watched their faces. After a moment, one of them frowned and sniffed. The goblin turned his head slightly, looking straight through Harry. Harry held his breath. The cloak lay still. The guard's nostrils flared. His eyes narrowed, following a scent his vision could not see. "Old magic," he muttered in his own language. "Blood and curse. It follows us everywhere now." The other goblin grunted. "Wizard business," he said. "If it wants to break its toys, let it." We watched the doors. The first goblin gave the air one more searching look, then turned back to the alley. Harry let his breath out slowly and slipped past their spears into the hall. Gringotts at night was quieter, but not empty. Goblins sat at high desks, counting coins. Others walked with stacks of parchment under their arms. The marble floor still shone. The chandeliers still burned. The weight of the place pressed down on him the way Hogwarts did, but different. Less like a cage, more like someone measuring him. He moved along the wall until he reached the far end of the hall, where the queues ended and the side desk started. Griphook sat at one of them. Harry recognized him at once. The goblin's thin face, sharp nose, and steady eyes were the same as the day they had first ridden down to the vault. Harry stepped close, then reached up and pulled the cloak back just enough for his face to show. "Griphook," Harry said quietly. The goblin's hand snapped to his knife on instinct. Then his eyes focused, and his fingers relaxed by a fraction. "Mr. Potter," Griphook said. His voice was neutral. "You are not expected." "I know," Harry said. "I need to ask you something. Somewhere private." Griphook looked him over. Bare feet in school slippers. Night clothes under a cloak that shimmered in a way no simple cloth should. A face that carried too much strain for his age. The goblin slid off his high stool. "This way," Griphook said. He led Harry through a narrow side door into a smaller room. The ceiling was lower here. The air felt thicker. A table sat in the center with 2 chairs. Shelves lined the walls, filled with boxes and rolled parchment. Griphook shut the door behind them and traced a short pattern on the wood with his claw. The air hummed. "Privacy ward," Griphook said. "If you are about to do something foolish, at least nobody will overhear it by accident." Harry pulled the cloak fully off and slung it over the back of a chair. "I want an inheritance test," he said. Griphook's eyes narrowed. "You are 11, Griphook said. "You already have a vault in your name. What sort of inheritance do you think you are missing?" "The sort that tells me who I am," Harry said. Griphook studied him for a long moment. "Why now?" Griphook asked. Harry met his gaze. "Because things keep happening around me that do not make sense," Harry said. "Because my magic hurts all the time. Because a shade in the forest looked at me and knew me without my name. Because I spoke to a snake in front of half my school like it was the most natural thing in the world." He did not say the last part. "Because I am tired of other people holding the answers." Griphook's expression barely shifted, but something changed in his eyes. "You think your parentage is not what you were told," Griphook said. "I think my life is a lie," Harry said. "I want to know which parts." "That is not a small thing to ask," Griphook said. "I am not asking for small things," Harry said. The goblin huffed once. "Potter confidence," Griphook said. "Or something else." He tapped a claw on the tabletop, thinking. "Inheritance tests are not toys," Griphook said. "The magic goes deep. It shows blood and oaths. It marks you in our records in ways you cannot erase. Once you see the truth, you cannot put it back. I know, Harry said. His voice stayed steady. Do you? Griphook asked. If the result is not what you want, you cannot return it to the shelves. Harry did not look away. I do not know what I want, he said. What I have now is worse. For a second, the goblin's mouth twitched again. Spoken like someone who has paid attention in the vaults, Griphook said. Very well. There is a fee. Fine, Harry said. Griphook named a number. It made Harry blink. That much, Harry said. Knowledge is expensive, Griphook said. Especially knowledge humans are afraid of. You can afford it. Your trust vault is generous. Someone planned for questions like this. Harry thought of Lily's face in the mirror, of James's grin, of Voldemort's hand on his shoulder. He nodded once. Do it, he said. Griphook opened a drawer, took out a square of thick parchment and a small, simple knife. He placed both on the table. This will sting, Griphook said. You will put 7 drops of blood on the parchment. No more, no less. If you bleed more, pull your hand away. The magic will do the rest. Do not try to control it. You will fail and you will hurt yourself. 7. Harry held his hand out. The knife was sharp. It slid across the pad of his finger with a clean cut. The pain was short, clear. Dark red welled up. He watched each drop fall. 1.2.3.4.5.6.7. The parchment drank each drop as it hit. The red sank into the fibers, disappearing. When the 7th drop sank, the air in the room shifted. Harry's finger throbbed. The cut glowed faintly, then sealed on its own. The parchment stayed blank for a second. Then lines of color rose out of it like ink pushed up from beneath. Red and black swirled together, fighting for space, then settled. Words formed. Harry leaned over the table. The letters were in a script he did not know he could read until he read it. Old forms but clear. Name Hadrian Marvolo Riddle. The room tilted. He grabbed the edge of the table. His knuckles went white. The letters did not change. Father, Tom Marvolo Riddle. The name burned. It was the name he had seen in a diary his father had once owned in another life. It was the name of a boy who became a man who became a monster. Lord Voldemort. Harry's vision blurred. He blinked hard. Mother, Lily J. Evans. His breath caught. Not Lily Potter. Lily Evans. Before marriage. Before anything else. That meant something in blood law. He struggled to remember the exact wording from the book on ritual names. Children took the names their mothers held at conception in certain circles. Adoption came later. Another line formed. Adoptive father James Potter. His chest tightened. Relief and grief twisted together in a way that hurt worse than his scar. James had not disappeared. He had been there even if blood said something else. Another line. Godfather by vow, Severus Snape. Harry stared. That one he had not expected. He had known there was something between Snape and his mother. The way Snape looked at him in potions, like he wanted to step forward and step back at the same time, had never matched a simple school grudge. Seeing the words in ink made his head ache. He swayed. Griphook moved a step closer, hands at his sides. He did not reach out. Goblins did not catch wizards when they fell unless they were paid for the service. Harry pulled in a breath through his teeth. The parchment did not stop. Line after line appeared, listing houses and rings and titles he did not fully understand. Peveril. Riddle. Gaunt. Potter by adoption. Snape bound by oath. It was like reading a list of ghosts. Each name settled in his bones with its own weight. Hadrian. Marvolo. Riddle. His body reacted before his mind finished catching up. His stomach clenched. He stood up fast and staggered away from the table. There was a small basin in the corner of the room. He barely made it there before he threw up. Bile burned his throat. He stayed bent over the basin, breathing hard, until the heaving stopped. His hands shook. Sweat cooled on the back of his neck. He wiped his mouth on his sleeve and forced himself to stand upright again. The hum in his chest had changed. It had always been a restless thing, pulsing and clawing. Now it felt settled and sharp, like something had snapped into place. He hated that feeling. Griphook waited by the table, arms folded. "Are you finished?" Griphook asked. Harry laughed once, harsh and short. "Not even close," he said. He walked back to the parchment. The words were still there. They did not move. They did not fade. "This is real," Harry said. "Yes," Griphook said. "Goblin contracts and blood records are harder to lie to than humans. That is why wizards come to us for things they do not trust their own kind with." "Does anyone else know," Harry asked, "about this result?" Griphook tapped a claw against the parchment. "The record exists now," Griphook said. "It will be copied into our deep vaults. It is bound to your key. Any goblin with the right clearance can read it. No wizard can, unless you bring them here and pay for a print." "And if Dumbledore comes?" Harry asked. The name tasted sour. "If he asks," Griphook's mouth curled in something that was not quite a smile. "If the human headmaster of your school comes to our bank and asks questions about one of our clients," Griphook said, "we will tell him that his questions are noted. Then we will name a price. Very high. If he pays it, we will decide how much to answer, based on what serves the bank." "Not what serves me," Harry said. "Sometimes those align," Griphook said. "Sometimes they do not. We are not your enemies. We are not your allies either. We are our own." The blunt honesty was almost a relief. Harry curled his fingers into his palm until the nails bit. "I do not want this getting out," he said. "Not yet. If the Ministry hears that the Dark Lord has a son, they will try to use me or kill me or both. If Dumbledore hears, he will put me in a box and smile. I need time." "Time is expensive," Griphook said. "Bill me," Harry said. For a moment the goblin actually smiled. "You sound more Riddle than Potter when you talk about money," Griphook said. Harry flinched. He had no answer for that. He looked at the parchment again, then at Griphook. "What does this mean for the vaults?" Harry asked. "For the money. For old contracts. If I am his son as well as theirs." "That is for another meeting," Griphook said. "You came here for truth. You found it. Do not try to swallow the whole dragon at once." Harry almost smiled at the image, then remembered the dragons above the bank doors and decided he did not want to be anywhere near one for a while. "What do I call myself?" he asked. The question slipped out. Griphook tilted his head. "That is the one thing the parchment does not decide," Griphook said. "Law cares about names on contracts. Magic cares about blood and intent. Humans care about the word they can shout in the street." "Harry Potter is the name the world loves," Harry said. "Hadrian Riddle is the name it would kill." "Both are accurate," Griphook said. Harry pressed his fingers to his temples again. "I cannot tell them," Harry said. "Not yet. Not Ron. Not Hermione. Not Dumbledore. If they know, everything changes." "Everything has already changed," Griphook said. "You are just the first to see it." Harry let out a slow breath. "What happens now?" he asked. "Now you pay," Griphook said. "Then you leave my office before someone notices you are gone. You think faster when you are not on goblin time." Harry dug out his small key and pushed the fee across the table. It hurt, watching the number vanish, but nowhere near as much as the contents of the parchment. Griphook wrote a quick note, rolled the parchment, and slid it into a tube that disappeared into one of the wall slots. "The record is stored," Griphook said. "If you want a copy later, you ask for it. Preferably in the day with an appointment." Harry nodded. He picked up the cloak again and wrapped it around himself. "Griphook," he said. "Yes, Mr. Potter," Griphook said. "If I come back here and I am no longer Harry Potter," Harry said. "If I am something else, someone else, will you still call me a client?" Griphook looked at him. "As long as you hold a key and pay your fees, you will be a client," Griphook said. "Whatever the rest of the world calls you." There was comfort in that, in a hard, sharp way. "Thank you," Harry said. He pulled the hood of the cloak up and vanished from the goblin's sight. Griphook waited until the ward on the door flickered, then lifted it and went back to his desk without another word. The walk back through the hall blurred. The dragons over the door watched him leave with half-closed eyes. The alley air hit his face, cold and damp. He passed back through the brick wall into the leaky cauldron and stepped into the fireplace again. "McGonagall's office," he said. with a small twist of dread at his own carelessness, and threw down another pinch of powder. Flames swallowed him. The office grate spat him out into the same ash and silence he had left. No one waited. The room was still. He stepped out, brushed ash off his pajama trousers, and shut the fireplace cover again. He put the lid back onto the pot as carefully as if it were an explosive. Then he slipped out, locked the door with a whispered charm, and walked back to the tower under the cloak. The common room was empty now except for a couple of dying embers in the fire. The stairs creaked once under his foot. He froze, listened, then moved on. In the dorm, Ron snored softly. Neville muttered something in his sleep. Seamus had kicked his covers off. Harry slid into his own bed, dropped the cloak at the foot, and pulled the curtains shut. His hands shook when he lay down. He stared up at the inside of the canopy, heart pounding so hard he could feel it in his throat. Hadrian Marvolo Riddle. The name sat in his mind like a stone on his chest. He tried to imagine saying it out loud. My name is Hadrian. My father is Tom Riddle. His mouth refused. His stomach rolled. He pressed his hand over his scar. The skin there tingled. Not with pain this time, with something closer to recognition. Of course, the hum inside him said. Of course. The mirror. The forest. The snakes. The ward lines that always pressed just a little harder around him than around anyone else. Nothing had changed. Everything had changed. James was still there on the parchment. Not as father by blood, but as father by choice. As the man who had given his name to a child that did not carry his face. Snape was there as well. Godfather by vow. That word wrapped around Harry's thoughts in a way that made him feel unsteady. Snape, who snarled at him in class and took points for breathing. Snape, whose hand had trembled once when Harry had stumbled in potions, who had grabbed his arm with a grip that was more panic than anger. Snape had sworn something. To Lily. To him. Dumbledore had not told him. Of course he had not. Harry's throat burned. If Dumbledore had lied about this, what else had he lied about? He thought of the mirror again, of the way Dumbledore had stepped between him and the glass and said not now. Not no. Not never. Just not now. Now Harry knew the answer anyway. He had taken it for himself. He lay there in the dark and felt the fracture run through him. Harry Potter on one side. Hadrian Riddle on the other. The world thought the first was a hero. The world thought the second should not exist. He was both. He could not tell anyone. Not yet. Ron would panic. Hermione would run for a teacher. Theo would understand too well. Daphne would see the power and the danger at once. Blaise would start planning like it was a game board. Dumbledore would smile, eyes sad, and lock more wards around his life. Harry did not want any of that. He wanted one quiet night where the truth was his and nobody else's. Tears burned at the corners of his eyes. He did not let them fall. He was not sure who he would be if he started crying now. He pulled the blankets up to his chin and forced himself to breathe slow and even. In. He concentrated on the simple feel of air in his lungs, cloth under his fingers, the scratchy texture of the sheet. His mind still raced. Hadrian Riddle, son. He fell asleep like that, without quite meaning to, with his hand over his scar and his teeth clenched. In his dreams, the vault doors of Gringotts swung open one by one, and behind each one stood a different version of his father. Young Tom with a prefect badge. Lord Voldemort with his wand. The hooded shade in the forest bending over a dead unicorn. They all looked at him with the same eyes. He woke before dawn with his heart hammering and the name on his tongue. He swallowed it. The dorm was quiet. Outside, the castle stirred. Pipes hummed. Portraits yawned. Owls shuffled on the rafters far above. The world did not know it had changed. Harry lay there in the half-light and stared at the hang of his curtains. He felt fragile and dangerous at the same time. Somewhere under his ribs, the old hum rolled like distant thunder. He was not Harry Potter alone anymore. He did not know if he ever had been. He was Lily's son, James's heir by choice, Snape's godson by vow, Voldemort's blood. He was a secret that could burn the world if it slipped. He decided very quietly that he would decide when that happened. Not Dumbledore. Not the ministry. Not his father, wherever that half-soul crawled. Him. The fracture hurt. It also gave him something solid to stand on. He rolled out of bed, pulled on his robe, and went downstairs for breakfast with his face as calm as he could make it. People would stare. They would whisper. They had no idea what they were really looking at. For now, that was his one advantage. The owl came at breakfast. Harry was pouring pumpkin juice when wings beat over his head and a barn owl dropped a thick envelope right onto Dumbledore's plate. The headmaster's hand shot out quick for someone his age. He took the letter, broke the seal, and read. His face did not change. Not really. But something behind his eyes sharpened. Harry felt it. The hum in his chest gave a short, hard pulse. Dumbledore folded the letter, slipped it into his sleeve, and rose. "My apologies," he said, voice light and even. "Urgent business at the ministry. I trust you will all behave in my absence." The staff looked up. McGonagall's mouth tightened. Snape's eyes narrowed. A quiet ripple went through the hall. Harry watched Dumbledore walk out through the big doors, cloak trailing behind him. The moment the doors shut, the hum in Harry's chest rose from a low vibration to a steady grind. Something in the castle had shifted. "Did you see that?" Hermione said at once. "He never leaves in the middle of breakfast." Ron swallowed a mouthful of toast that had suddenly turned dry. "You think it is about that break-in at Gringotts?" Ron asked. "Maybe they are still chasing whoever did it." Harry barely heard them. His gaze moved up to the third-floor doors. They were shut as always. Behind them, past a sleeping dog and far too many puzzles, lay the last line of defense around the stone. The stone his father wanted. The stone Dumbledore had brought into the school. Harry's skin prickled. "He should not be leaving," Hermione said. "Not now. Not when someone is clearly after the stone." Ron glanced around, lowered his voice. "You do not know that," he muttered. "Yes," Hermione said. "Yes, I do. Use your brain, Ronald. Break in at Gringotts, same day as Hagrid took a package. Package ends up at Hogwarts. Someone tries to kill Harry at Quidditch. Someone is killing unicorns. Dumbledore brings a legendary object into a castle full of children, and now he walks out the door. Ron winced. "Say it louder," he muttered. "I think the owls on the roof missed that last part." Harry put his cup down. "You are right," he said. Hermione blinked. "Obviously," she said. "But about which bit in particular?" "About the stone," Harry said. "About this being wrong." He could feel eyes on him from down the table. Neville shifted away a little on the bench. Seamus watched him with open unease. At Hufflepuff table, Justin was staring into his porridge as if there were answers in it. They all still saw snakes when they looked at Harry. Today, that part of him agreed with them. If anyone was going to walk into the dark room at the end of the world and make a choice, it was not going to be Dumbledore. It was going to be him, because if his father came back through the stone, Harry's life as Harry Potter was finished. Hadrian Riddle's life would begin in its place. He could not let that happen because other people were careless. "Harry," Hermione said slowly, "what are you thinking?" He stood up. "That I need to think somewhere that is not the middle of the hall," he said. "I will find you after class." They met in the hidden corner at lunch. Theo was already there, back braced against the stone, book closed at his side. Daphne and Blaise slipped in after Harry, eyes sharp. Ron and Hermione came last, looking guilty and stubborn at the same time. The five of them sat in a rough circle on the cold floor. "The headmaster left," Theo said. "We saw." "He did not tell anyone why," Daphne said. McGonagall looked like she had swallowed a lemon. Quirrell looked pleased, Blaise added. "He dropped his fork when the owl came, then picked it up again with the worst acting I have seen in months." Harry nodded. "Dumbledore is at the ministry," Harry said. "Something about an urgent matter, which likely means someone is making sure he is not here tonight." "A trap," Theo said. "A gap," Daphne said. "Both," Harry said. Ron shifted. "Look," Ron said. "We know someone is after the stone. We know they tried on the third floor. We know they went into the forest. We saw that monster drinking unicorn blood. It is not safe to just sit and hope." You are not seriously suggesting we go down there, Hermione said. There might be anything past that dog. Devil's snare, Harry said. Flying keys, chess, troll, potions, mirror. They all stared. Blaise sat up straighter. You have been there, Blaise said. No, Harry said. I have thought about how a man like Dumbledore thinks. Theo gave a short nod. He is not wrong, Theo said. If you send older students or staff, they will look for curses and tasks that use brute force. If you design a path that relies on logic, school-level spells, and sheer nerve, you limit who can pass. For house heads, each adding their own little test. It is almost elegant. You sound like you admire him, Blaise said. Theo ignored that. This is insane, Hermione said. We are 11, nearly 12, Ron said. Still 11, Hermione snapped. We are not trained curse breakers. This is not our job. Harry looked at her. You saw the forest, he said quietly. You saw my scar. You saw the dueling platform. Do you really think this is not my job? She shut her mouth. Her eyes softened. That is not what I meant, she said. You should not have to do this. Should has not kept me alive so far, Harry said. The hum in his chest pressed at his ribs. It felt like the castle itself was pushing him toward the third floor. He will come for it, Harry said. He is weak, but he is not stupid. If Dumbledore is gone, this is his chance. I will not sit in the tower and wait to see whether my father crawls out of that room with a new body. Ron sucked in a breath. Hermione went very still. Theo, Daphne, and Blaise did not look surprised. How sure are you now? Theo asked. As sure as parchment and blood can make me, Harry said. I went to Gringotts. Hermione made a helpless noise. You what? She said. You just went. Alone. With a cloak and an empty fireplace, Harry said. It worked. Ron stared at him as if he had grown a second head. As your best friend, Ron said. I feel honor-bound to say that that was the most Slytherin thing I have ever heard. Harry nearly smiled. Griphook ran the test, Harry said. It is written down. My birth name, my father, my mother, everything. There is no mistake. The shade in the forest called him son, Theo said quietly. Now he has proof it was not just a taunt. Hermione's hands shook. I hate this, she said. I hate that they did not tell you, that they kept that from you, that they put you in this position. Welcome to the war, Daphne said. You are in it whether you like it or not. Hermione glared at her. I do not have to like it, she said. No, Daphne said. You do not. You just have to survive it. Theo looked at Harry. If you go, Theo said, you need allies. You cannot walk that path alone. Every test is designed to thin numbers. You have 2 friends who will follow you without thinking. Use them. That is what loyalty is for. Ron made a small offended noise, then realized Theo was not wrong and shut it again. Thanks, he muttered. You also have us, Daphne added. We cannot come with you without attracting too much attention. 3 students out of bed is bad enough. 6 is a scandal. But we can do something. What? Harry asked. Cover you, Blaise said. If teachers wake and start checking rooms, they will find us in ours. They will not know that 3 idiots have gone to dance around a Cerberus. We will watch the house talk, Theo said. Listen for rumors. If you do not come back, someone has to know where you went. Someone who is not Dumbledore. Harry nodded slowly. Thank you, he said. Do not thank us yet, Blaise said. If you come back melted, I will be very annoyed. Hermione wrapped her arms around herself. I still think this is madness, she said. But if you go, I am not staying behind. Someone has to stop you doing something stupid like dueling the Dark Lord with no plan. Ron squared his shoulders. Same, he said. If you are going to do something brave and idiotic, I want to be there to yell at you afterwards. Harry looked from one face to the next. The hum in his chest steadied. He was still shaking inside, but he did not feel alone. Tonight then, he said. After curfew. Theo's hand closed around Harry's wrist for a brief second. When you see him, Theo said, voice soft and sharp at once. Remember this, the bond between you is real, but it is not the only thing that is real. You have people who chose you. Let that way too. Harry nodded once. I know, he said. He hoped he meant it. Night fell heavy. The tower settled around them in layers. First the noise of the common room dimmed. Then the lights went out one by one. The fire in the grate burned low. Upstairs, boys snored. Covers rustled. Someone muttered in a dream. Harry sat on his bed and watched the curtains move in the faint draft. His hands were steadier now. His mind was not. He thought of the parchment in Gringotts. The way his name had written itself in lines of red and black. Hadrian Marvolo Riddle. He thought of Lily Evans and James Potter on the same sheet, written in a different ink. He thought of Snape's name there as Godfather, and the way Snape had looked at him during that first Quidditch match, pale and strained, muttering protections. He thought of Dumbledore walking out of the hall without saying anything to him directly. He thought of the shade in the forest bending over a dead unicorn, red eyes bright, voice in his blood. Son. He pulled the invisibility cloak from the foot of his bed and wrapped it around himself. Under the cloth, the world went muffled. He slipped between the curtains, past Ron's bed. Ron was awake, eyes open, staring at the ceiling. Harry, Ron whispered. I am here, Harry whispered back. Ron slid out from under his covers, already dressed. He moved by feel to the foot of his bed and found Harry's sleeve under the cloak. Hermione waited in the common room, padded robe on, wand in hand. You are late, she hissed. I had to put shoes on, Ron whispered. It is stone down there. I do not fancy doing the hero thing with cold toes. Hermione glared at him, then at the empty air that was Harry. If we get caught, she said. I am blaming both of you. Fair, Harry said. They climbed out of the portrait hole together. The fat lady muttered in her sleep and did not wake. The corridors were silent. The torches burned low. The castle at night watched them move, its weight pressing against Harry's skin. He could feel it trying to push him back. He went forward anyway. On the third floor, the forbidden door stood where it always had. Hermione cast a quiet, unlocking charm. The lock clicked. They slipped inside. Fluffy filled the far end of the room, 3 heads resting on paws, eyes shut. A faint tune floated in the air, thin and reedy. Someone beat us to it, Ron whispered. Harry's stomach twisted. The melody came from a corner, where a wooden recorder lay on the floor, blowing by itself, charm still active. Quirrell, Harry said. He used one in a lesson. He knows the spell. The dog's ears twitched. One head shifted. The recorder hit a slightly sour note. We do not have time, Hermione said. We have to move. They crept to the trapdoor and pulled it open. A dark shaft yawned below. Ron looked down, swallowed. Only one way, Ron said. On 3, Harry said. Do we have to count? Hermione said. Yes, Ron said. It feels more heroic. 1, Harry said. 2, 3. They jumped. The fall did not last as long as Harry dreaded. He landed in something soft and cold that wrapped around him at once. Vines. They slid up his arms and legs, coiling, tightening. The more he struggled, the faster they squeezed. He heard Hermione gasp somewhere to his left. Ron swore on his right. Do not fight it, Hermione said, voice strained. This is Devil's Snare. It likes movement. Stay still. Harry forced himself to go limp. The vines eased a fraction, but not enough. The thing enjoyed having 3 bodies at once. He could feel it tasting his magic. His core reacted. The hum rose, beating in time with his heart. Dark lines of intent curled up his fingers. Fire, his instinct said. Feed it. Burn. He clenched his teeth. Hermione, he called. Fire. I am trying, she said. I cannot see my wand. I cannot move my hand. The vines slithered higher. On his right, Ron choked. Harry, Ron rasped. The hum in Harry's chest clawed at him. He could reach for it. He knew that. He had read enough. Dark magic answered quick when you called. It would be easy to flare it along the vines and turn the plant into ash. The cost would come later. Fever, tremors, more of his soul eaten. But if he waited, there might not be a later. He made a choice. He drew breath, pushed his will down into his hands, and said the first spell that came into his mind. Not a standard light flame charm. Something sharper, older. He had read it in a margin in a book that had been half erased. The word tasted bitter. His wand heated in his grip. Dark fire flared around him in a ring. It did not glow gold like normal flame. It shone dull violet at the edges, black at the center. It bit into the vines like acid. Devil's Snare shrieked, a sound he felt more than heard. It recoiled, ripping away from his limbs. Harry fell onto cold stone, coughing. The fire shrank and vanished into the wand. His fingers shook. Sweat ran down his back. "Ron," he rasped. "Hermione, I am out," Hermione said, voice shaky. "That was horrible." Ron rolled onto his side and retched. "What in Merlin's name was that?" Ron wheezed. "That was not normal fire." Harry stared at his own hand. "Something that worked," he said. Hermione pushed damp hair off her face and looked at him. "That was not just working," she said quietly. "That was dark." He met her eyes. "I know," he said. She held his gaze for a long second, then nodded once. "I am not saying thank you," she said. "That does not mean I am not grateful." They got to their feet. A long tunnel stretched ahead, lit by flickering torches. They walked. The next chamber held a ceiling full of fluttering wings and a forest of broomsticks. Keys glinted in the air, metal catching the light like tiny blades. A door at the other end had a large keyhole. Harry's core still throbbed from the fire. He grabbed a broom. "This one is mine," he said. Hermione frowned. "How do you know which key we need?" she asked. Harry squinted at the swarm. They were not just keys. Each carried a thin thread of magic trailing behind it. Most glowed faint. One shone brighter, like a spark in his mind. He pointed. "That one," he said. "Its magic is tied to the door. I can feel it." Ron stared at the flurry of wings. "All right then," Ron said. "Show off." Harry kicked off the floor. The broom rose under him. The air whistled past his ears as he chased the bright thread through the cloud. The key darted like a bird. He pushed his broom harder, feeling the hum in his chest lean into the chase. It was almost like Quidditch, except if he missed this catch, they would stay trapped in a room with sharp bits of metal. He lunged, fingers closing around the key. It bit his palm, wings beating. He wrestled it down to the floor. Ron and Hermione helped him hold it still while he shoved it into the lock. It turned with a scrape. The door swung open. "That is two," Ron said. "Please stop counting," Hermione said faintly. The chess room came next. Huge stone pieces weighted on a board the size of a classroom. Ron's eyes lit despite everything. "Oh," Ron breathed. "Now this I can do." They played. Harry and Hermione took the places of knights. Ron stood where the White King should be. The game was brutal. Pieces smashed into each other and shattered into powder. Stone moved with the weight of real battle. At the end, Ron saw a move that Harry did not. "If we take that bishop," Ron said quietly, "Harry can checkmate." "And you," Hermione said. Ron gave a nervous grin. "Someone has to be knocked off the board," he said. "Better me than you two. You will need your brains in the next room." Harry's stomach clenched. "Ron," Harry said. Ron looked at him, face pale in the torchlight. "Go on," Ron said. "It is what I am here for. I am not the genius or the snake charmer. I am the one who plays chess and laughs at your jokes." "That is not all you are," Hermione said. "Maybe not," Ron said. "But it is what we need now. Trust me." Harry did. He hated it, but he trusted him. Ron moved his knight. The White Queen turned. The blow that knocked Ron out was loud. He fell like a dropped puppet. Harry's chest ached. "He is breathing," Hermione said, kneeling beside him. "He will be all right." That piece only stunned him. Harry forced himself to step over the fallen stone and made the final move. Checkmate. The far door opened. Cold air drifted through. Hermione squeezed Ron's hand. "You have to go," she said to Harry. Harry corrected. "No," Hermione said. "Look." The next chamber held a simple table with a line of glass bottles. A blue flame burned in a thin archway beyond. The smell of potion herbs hung in the air. Hermione picked up the parchment lying by the bottles and read. Her eyes moved fast. "It is a logic puzzle," she said. "No magic. Just reasoning. One potion takes you forward, one back, some are poison, some are harmless. There is only enough forward potion for one person." Harry stared past the flames, toward where he knew the final room waited. "Of course there is," he muttered. Hermione worked the riddle through. Her lips moved soundless as she counted. At last she pointed at a small bottle with clear liquid. "This takes you forward," she said. "The one on the end takes you back through the black flames. I can drag Ron out and send a message. You have to go on alone." Ron groaned faintly behind them. "Harry," Hermione said, "you cannot let him have the stone. Not because Dumbledore wants it. Because if he returns now, you will lose any choice about who you are. He will claim you in the open. The whole world will see you as his from day one." Her voice shook. "You should have had time," she said. "Time to grow up, to choose. They stole that from you. Do not let him steal the rest." Harry looked at the bottle. His hand did not tremble when he picked it up. He could feel the dark parts of him lean toward the next room. The part that had read old curses. The part that had set dark fire on living vines. The part that recognized the echo of his own core in that wraith in the forest. He thought of Ron, flat on the chessboard because he trusted Harry to make this count. He thought of Hermione, eyes bright with anger and fear, still standing beside him even when she hated his choices. He thought of Theo saying knowledge is power. Of Daphne counting the moves on a board none of them had seen yet. Of Blaise laughing in the face of danger because fear was boring. He thought of James and Lily in the mirror, of the way James had reached for him with an easy grin that had nothing to do with blood. He thought of a godfather who had no idea his name was written on parchment in a goblin vault. He thought of Dumbledore, walking away from a castle he knew was about to be tested. Then he drank. The potion burned cold all the way down. Hermione grabbed his wrist. "Come back," she said fiercely. "Do not let him break you." "I will try," Harry said. He stepped into the flame. Felt like walking through ice. For a moment his skin screamed. Then he was through. The last room was quiet. No torches. No sound. Only the faint glow of one tall object in the center. The mirror of Ariste stood between two stone pillars. Harry's breath caught. He had not seen it since that first night. There was no sheet over it now. Its glass shone clear. A figure stood in front of it. Quirrell. No turban tonight. He wore plain dark robes. His shoulders were straighter. The timid twitch was gone from his hands. He turned as Harry staggered out of the black flame. "Potter," Quirrell said. His voice had lost the stutter. It was smooth and dry. "Of course." Harry raised his wand. "Step away from the mirror," Harry said. "You cannot get the stone without it." Quirrell smiled. "So I was correct," Quirrell said. "Dumbledore talked to you. Or perhaps you worked it out yourself. You do have a talent for finding what does not want to be found." His eyes glittered. "Dumbledore is not here to tell you to go back to bed," Quirrell said. "How odd. It is almost as if someone wanted us alone. Do not flatter yourself. That someone is not you." Harry's scar tingled. "I know you are not stuttering for real," Harry said. "You dropped it in the forest when I fainted. You dropped it at the staff table when you thought no one was looking. You are very bad at pretending to be weak." Quirrell laughed softly. "On the contrary," he said. "I fooled most of them for a year. Only Snape doubted. And that was long before the forest. He has always been troublesome." He stepped slightly aside. "Do you know what this mirror does, boy?" Quirrell asked. Harry said nothing. "Of course you do," Quirrell went on. "You have stood in front of it before. You have seen the things you think you want. You have pressed your hands to glass that will never give you what it shows." He moved closer to Harry, watching his face. "It is sad in a way," Quirrell said. "You have been used all your life. They gave you a cupboard instead of a cradle. They gave you a story instead of a truth. They gave you a castle and told you to be grateful. And now, when the world finally offers you your birthright, you will try to stop it. Because they taught you to." Harry's grip on his wand tightened. He swallowed. "Move," Harry said. Quirrell's gaze sharpened. "You sound like him," Quirrell murmured. "You know that. When you give an order, there is something in your tone. Blood speaks. Even when you do not want it to. Harry's skin crawled. Enough, Harry said. You want the stone. You will not get it. Not from this side. A new voice said. The voice did not come from Quirrell's mouth. Came from the back of his head. Quirrell sighed, almost fond. As you wish, he said. He turned his back on Harry. Slowly, with practiced care, he unwound the cloth that had covered his head all year. No hair lay beneath. The skin on the back of his skull was pale and stretched. In the center, where the bone should have been smooth, a face had grown. It was crude and wrong, features squeezed together like a sketch drawn on too little room. Eyes burned red in sunken hollows, nostrils flared from slits in flat skin. The mouth was thin and colorless. It smiled. Harry, it said. His scar blazed. He swayed on his feet. The hum in his chest roared to match it. He knew this presence. Forest. Unicorn blood. A word in his veins. Son. Hadrian, the face corrected, as if plucking the name from his thoughts. It is time we stopped pretending. Hearing his name in that voice was like being stripped. Harry forced his jaw to work. My name, he said, is Harry Potter. The face laughed. Is it? Voldemort said. That is one of your names, yes. A pretty lie written on a scar and a vault. But your blood is not fooled. Your magic is not fooled. You went to the goblins. Harry's heart lurched. How do you know that? He asked. Did you truly think I would not feel it? Voldemort said. The wards at Gringotts shivered when your blood touched their parchment. You woke an old record. You woke my claim. There are threads between us that even Dumbledore cannot cut. Quirrell turned back to face Harry. The sight of that second face on the back of his head made Harry's stomach twist. Voldemort watched him through flesh that was not his, eyes bright with hungry curiosity. Come closer, Voldemort said. Let me see what they have done to you. Harry did not move. You killed my mother, Harry said. His voice came out flat. Yes, Voldemort said. She stood in my way. She chose death over my offer. She was foolish. She was brave. Both things can be true. You killed James Potter, Harry said. Yes, Voldemort said again. He tried to duel me in the doorway with no wand in his hand. A Gryffindor to the end. You tried to kill me, Harry said. I tried to kill a prophecy, Voldemort said. I tried to end a threat before it began. What I did not know was that the threat and my heir were the same. That is why you live. Magic is not stupid. Preserved what mattered. There are laws older than me and older than Dumbledore. He leaned forward slightly. You feel it, do you not? Voldemort said. That pull at the base of your spine. The way dark spells fit your hand. The way the castle presses against you because it knows you can push back. That is my legacy. Not stories in a paper. Not the mark on some coward's arm. You, Harry did not deny it. He thought of Devil Snare screaming as purple fire ate it. He thought of the ease with which he had found the key. He thought of the way the snake had obeyed his voice. That legacy hurts, Harry said. It burns. It makes my magic sick. That is because it is caged, Voldemort said. Dumbledore has spent a decade trying to smother it. He wrapped you in love wards and school charms and rules. He gave you friends who think kindness is the same as truth. He never told you what you were because he is afraid of the answer. Harry's throat tightened. You are lying, Harry said. In part, Voldemort said, almost bored. I am always lying. The question is which parts. Consider it practice. You will face worse than me if you live long enough. He smiled that thin, cold smile again. Ask yourself this, Voldemort said. Who left you on a doorstep in the night? Who let you grow up in a cupboard, small and starving, while he sat on a throne of lemon drops and praise? Who knew what you were and chose to hide it? Was it me? Or was it the man you call headmaster? Harry thought of Dumbledore's sad eyes. The way he always acted as if he knew better than anyone else. The way he had never once asked Harry whether he was happy with his life before Hogwarts. He thought of Griphook's cool voice saying time is expensive. He thought of the parchment in that small room, of the way Lily and James and Tom Riddle had all shared space on the page like some twisted family tree. Dumbledore did not swing the wand that killed your parents, Voldemort said. That credit is mine. But he stole you from me. He took my son and raised him as his weapon. You think he did it for you? He did it because he believes in an idea. He believes he can shape you into a shield. I do not want a shield. I want an heir. The word scraped against Harry's skin. You drank unicorn blood, Harry said. He had to say it. He had to hear it out loud. You crawled through a forest and fed on something pure to keep yourself alive. You hid in Quirrell's head. You used him like a coat. You did not care what it did to him. Quirrell's hands tightened on his own sleeves. Do not speak as if you understand sacrifice, Voldemort said. You have never clawed your way back from nothing. I have never killed to do it, Harry said. Not yet, Voldemort said. You will. You have already started. Dark fire in the bowels of the school. Blood rituals in a bank. Lies to your closest friends. Those are my lessons. You are a quick learner. Harry's heart hammered. Why are we talking? Harry said. You could try to kill me right now. Voldemort's eyes gleamed. Because I am not ready to lose you, Voldemort said. I have had servants and followers. They bore my mark and knelt. None of them were mine. Not like you. You are my blood. The only thing in this wretched world that is entirely of me. He paused. I do not want to strike you down if I do not have to, Voldemort said. I would rather claim you, train you, let you stand above this petty school and its silly houses. Imagine it. No more hiding what you are. No more pretending to be a hero to people who will throw you aside the moment they learn your name. Stand by my side and no one can touch you. Give me the stone and I will have a body again. We will build a world where no one ever locks you in a cupboard. The offer sat between them like a spark. Harry could see it. He was not foolish enough to pretend otherwise. With Voldemort, he would never have to flinch when his magic flared. He would never have to explain Parseltongue. He would never have to hide the fact that dark spells came easy. He could step into the role of heir and watch the world scramble to adapt. He would also have to live with what his father had already done. With what he would do again. Lily's scream in the nursery. James falling in the doorway. Unicorns bleeding out in the forest. Children marked as enemies for the sin of being born with the wrong sort of magic. Voldemort was right about one thing. Harry had been used. That did not mean he had to trade one set of chains for another. You talk about cupboards, Harry said. You would lock me in a throne instead. Different walls. Same cage. Voldemort's eyes flashed. You think your friends will stand by you when they hear who you are, Voldemort said. You think the Weasley boy will stay when his mother sees your face next to mine. You think the girl with the books will write essays in defense of the Dark Lord's son. You think the Ministry will pass laws to protect you. They will hunt you. Dumbledore will smile while they do it and tell himself it is for the best. His voice dropped. I am the only one who will never be surprised by your darkness, Voldemort said. Because it is also mine. Harry took a breath that felt like it might break his ribs. He stepped closer to the mirror. His own reflection stared back. For a moment he saw himself as he was. Skinny, messy hair, scar. Eyes too old for his age. Then the image shifted. In the glass he stood taller. His shoulders were square. His eyes were the same green but sharper. On one side of him stood James, laughing, arms slung around his neck. On the other stood Voldemort, in a proper body, hand resting on Harry's shoulder with a possessive grip. Behind them, Hogwarts rose, whole and bright. In the distance, a Ministry building crumbled and rebuilt itself into something new. In the front of the image, in his glass hand, lay the stone. He watched his reflection close its fist over the red gem. His pocket grew heavy. The stone dropped into it with a dull, solid weight. He had wanted it. Not for himself. Not to live forever. He had wanted it to stop his father. The mirror had given it to him. A rush of triumph and dread hit him at once. Voldemort's voice sharpened. What do you see? Voldemort asked. Tell me. I see myself, Harry said. I see my father and the man who raised me standing on either side. I see a world that is not broken yet. And I see you trying to pull it apart. Do not play games with me, Voldemort snapped. The stone. Did you see the stone? Harry kept his face blank. No, he said. Voldemort hissed. Liar, he said. I feel it. You have it. Give it to me. Quirrell moved. He lunged. Harry twisted, but he was tired. His core was still raw from the dark fire. Quirrell's fingers closed around his wrist. Pain tore through him. Not from the grip. From his scar. White-hot agony flared across his forehead. Down his neck. Into his chest. His vision went white. Quirrell screamed. Smoke rose where their skin met. Blisters bubbled up on his palm. Angry and black. Master! Quirrell gasped. I cannot touch him. Then use your wand. Voldemort snarled. Kill him. Take the stone from his corpse. Harry heard the words through a haze. Somewhere in the screaming in his head was another sound. His mother's voice. He did not remember it, not really. But he had seen her in the mirror. He had felt something wrap around him that night in Godric's Hollow. A shield made of blood and love and old magic. That magic was awake now. It ran through his skin, through his scar, through the stone in his pocket. It met the dark in his core and flared. For a second, Harry stood at a crossroads inside himself. He could push that power out in any direction. Quirrell. At Voldemort. At the castle. He chose. He grabbed Quirrell's burned hand with both of his own and held on. Quirrell shrieked. His flesh cracked. Ash flaked off his face. His body shook. Stop! Voldemort screamed. You fool boy, let go. Harry did not. He clung to Quirrell and forced his magic out through his skin. Felt like tearing off his own nerves. The love ward that had wrapped him as a baby met the cursed fragment of soul inside Quirrell's head and reacted. There was a sound like glass breaking. The red eyes in the back of Quirrell's skull went wide. Hadrian, Voldemort hissed. This is what you choose. Harry's jaw clenched. His teeth clicked. I choose me, he rasped. Not you. Not Dumbledore. Me. The last word came out with the weight of a spell. Light burst between them, cold and hot at once. Quirrell's body fell apart under his hands. He stumbled back, choking on dust. For a moment, he saw something rise from the heap of robes. A thin, twisting shadow, shaped almost like a man, screaming soundless. It stared at him with pure hate and something that might have been grief. Then it fled, streaking through the chamber wall and into the night. The mirror cracked. Harry swayed. His scar throbbed in time with his heartbeat. His chest burned. The stone weighed his pocket down like a brick. He took one step, then another. Harry! A voice called. He turned his head. Dumbledore stood in the doorway. Harry did not know how long he had been there. The headmaster crossed the room in 3 long strides and caught Harry by the shoulders before he fell. Harry sagged against him, shaking. It is all right, Dumbledore said quietly. You did it. Harry laughed once. Broken. Did what? Harry said. I nearly joined him. I nearly believed him. But you did not, Dumbledore said. You chose not to. Harry's vision blurred. Did you know? Harry whispered. Did you know who I am? What I am? Dumbledore's hands tightened fractionally. Yes, Dumbledore said. I knew. The honesty hurt more than a lie would have. Harry shut his eyes. You should have told me, Harry said. I wanted you to have a few years of being just Harry, Dumbledore said. I see now that was a wish, not a plan. I am sorry. Harry did not answer. The world tilted. He heard Dumbledore's voice from far away, calling for help, saying his name. Then there was only dark. He woke in the hospital wing. Again. White sheets. Bright light. The smell of potion. His head ached. His body felt like it had been filled with sand. Madame Pomfrey checked his pulse, scolded him, then left to bully someone else. Dumbledore sat in the chair by his bed. Snape stood a few steps back, arms folded, face unreadable. Harry stared at the ceiling. Is Quirrell dead? He asked. Yes, Dumbledore said. His body could not withstand what happened. Voldemort, Harry asked. Escaped, Dumbledore said. For now. Harry swallowed. So he is still out there, Harry said. Yes, Dumbledore said. A shade. Weaker than before. But not gone. Harry turned his head. Slowly. The movement made his scar pull. Why did you leave? Harry asked. Breakfast. You walked out. You knew someone would try for the stone. Dumbledore's eyes were sad. I had word that the ministry wished to speak about increased security measures, Dumbledore said. What they did not realize was that the message was forged. It was bait. I took it because I needed the one who sent it to believe that I could be lured away. He would never have moved if he thought I was in the castle. So you made it easier for him, Harry said. I made it possible to draw him into a place I controlled, Dumbledore said. Into a trail of puzzles he could pass only if he relied on abilities he did not respect. Courage, logic, love. I miscalculated one thing. I did not intend for you to go alone. Harry almost laughed. You put my face on a chessboard, Harry said. You put a mirror in a room with a man who sees right through people. You set a path a child could walk. What did you think would happen? Dumbledore did not answer that. Where is the stone? Harry asked. Destroyed, Dumbledore said. Mr. Flamel agreed that it was too dangerous to keep. The work of many years gone. But better that than another war built on its promise. Harry closed his eyes. Something inside him eased at that. As long as the stone existed, his father had a clear road back. Without it, the road was rougher. Still there, but less direct. Voldemort knew about Gringotts, Harry said. Dumbledore's breath caught. Did he? Dumbledore said softly. He knew I went, Harry said. He felt the test. He called me by my full name. Snape shifted. Full name, Snape repeated. His voice was low. Harry opened his eyes and met his gaze. Hadrian Marvolo Riddle, Harry said. Snape flinched as if slapped. Color drained from his face. Dumbledore looked very old. He said you stole me, Harry said. That you took his son and raised him as your weapon. That he is the only one who will not be surprised when I turn dark. Voldemort is very good at telling half-truths, Dumbledore said. He takes what hurts and shapes it into a chain. He would like you to believe I planned your life as one long move on a board. Did you not? Harry asked. Dumbledore sighed. I knew your bloodline, Dumbledore said. I knew what he had done when he cast that curse at a baby. I knew what would happen if the wrong people heard your full name. I made choices. I chose to keep that truth from the public. I chose to send you to your aunt, where old magic could protect you. I chose to let you come here and have some years of almost normal school before the storm broke. He met Harry's eyes. I chose these things because I believed they gave you the best chance, Dumbledore said. That does not mean they were right. And it does not mean I did not benefit from them. Snape spoke for the first time. If he had told the ministry who your father was, Snape said, voice rough, they would have taken you the day you were born. You would not be here to scowl at him. They would have used you as a focus for every curse they could think of. He looked at Dumbledore, mouth twisted. And if he had told me, Snape said, I would have done something more stupid. So he kept me in the dark as well. Harry stared at him. You knew my mother, Harry said. Yes, Snape said. Did you know you were my godfather? Harry asked. Snape's fingers clenched on his sleeves. Yes, Snape said again. I was told after you were born. I made promises. Then everything burned and those promises turned into chains. Dumbledore told me the less I was in your life, the safer you were. So I stayed away. I watched from a distance. I kept Quirrell off you during Quidditch. I brewed potions I never put my name on. His lip curled. I am certain I did not do it kindly enough for your taste, Snape added. Harry's throat hurt. You could have said something, Harry said. At any point. In class. In detention. Between insults. I could not, Snape said. If the Dark Lord rose and learned of the vow I made, he would have killed you to spite me. If the ministry learned, they would have used me as an excuse to lock you up. I am not a good man, Potter. But I am not careless with oaths. He looked away. I am sorry for the cupboard, Snape said in a whisper so soft Harry almost missed it. The words hung there, strange and raw. Harry did not know what to do with them. He lay there, feeling small and full and hollow all at once. You both made choices for me, Harry said. Voldemort, you, the ministry, my aunt. Everyone has been deciding who I am since before I could talk. Dumbledore opened his mouth, closed it. That is true, Dumbledore said. Then hear this, Harry said. His voice was quiet, but it held a new weight. I am not him, Harry said. I am not you either. I am not a prophecy on legs. I am not a weapon you can point. I am Harry, and Hadrian, both. I will choose what to do with that. Not you. Silence stretched. Dumbledore bowed his head. I hear you, Dumbledore said. I cannot promise I will never make choices that affect you. That is the curse of adults. We always think we know better. But I can promise to tell you more, to trust you with truth sooner. You have earned that, even if you should not have had to. Snape let out a breath through his nose. You are stubborn, Snape said. That at least you get from your mother. Harry almost smiled. He was exhausted. His core still hurt. The stone was gone, his father was out there, and the school whispered about him as if he were a monster. Yet, for the first time, he felt something like balance inside. He had looked the worst of it in the face. He had heard his father's offer and turned it down. He had used dark magic and not let it own him. He was still here. The rest would come. Ministry laws, prophet lies, house gossip. He could feel the storm building. But for now he was alive in a bed, with friends waiting somewhere beyond the ward door, with a godfather he barely understood and a headmaster who, for all his failings, had come when it counted. Nature had given him a monster for a father. Nurture, clumsy and flawed, had given him something else to stand on. He would walk the line between them, not light, not dark, his own path, the gray prince of a story that had not finished yet. Madame Pomfrey kicked them out 3 times. The 4th time she gave up. Ron and Hermione sat on the edge of Harry's bed with matching stubborn faces while Madame Pomfrey muttered about impossible children and went to bully the next patient. Harry leaned back against the pillows. His head still hurt in a deep, tired way, but the sharp pain in his scar had faded to a dull throb. Ron was pale. Hermione's eyes were red at the corners. How long? Harry asked. 2 days, Hermione said. You were out for 2 whole days. Ron swallowed. Dumbledore told us the basics, Ron said. Quirrell, the mirror, the stone. He left out half of it, obviously, because he is Dumbledore, but we got the idea. Hermione's hands twisted in the blanket. You could have died, she said. Her voice shook. Both of you. Quirrell and that half-bodied thing. Harry looked at them. I am sorry, he said. Ron let out a short laugh. Sorry, Ron repeated. You were sorry. You walked into a room with you-know-who on the back of a teacher's head, and you are apologizing to us. You followed me, Harry said. Exactly, Ron said. We knew what we were doing. Well, mostly. Hermione knew. I moved chess pieces until they broke. You grabbed a Dark Lord by the wrist. I do not think anything we say is going to be normal again. Hermione sniffed. He told us you refused him, she said. Dumbledore, he said. Voldemort tried to turn you. Her eyes searched his face. Did you? She asked. Even for a moment, Harry thought of the mirror, of James and Voldemort on either side of him, hands on his shoulders, of the world in the glass that looked so clean, so fixed. Yes, he said quietly. For a moment, Hermione's shoulders sagged. Honesty, she said. That is something, at least. Ron frowned. What did he offer? Ron asked. Exactly what you think, Harry said. Power, freedom, no more hiding what I am, no more rules, no more cupboards. Hermione flinched at that last word. And you said no, she said. I said I choose me, Harry said. Not him. Not Dumbledore. That sounds like a very Harry answer, Ron said. Hermione drew a shaky breath. I still hate this, she said. All of it. The stone. The mirror. That you had to make that kind of choice at 11. But you did. And you are still here. That matters. Harry hesitated. There was more. So much more. The parchment in Gringotts. The full name that still echoed in his head. The way Voldemort had said Hadrian like it belonged to him. He could tell them. Ron would shout. Hermione would go quiet and then start listing consequences. They would not leave. That he knew. But they would look at him differently. He was not ready for that yet. There are things Dumbledore had not told me, Harry said instead. Things about my past. He admitted it. He is going to tell me more. Later, Hermione's mouth pressed into a thin line. So he did know, she said. Of course he knew. Ron looked between them. What kind of things? Ron asked. The kind that make people stupid, Harry said. The kind I do not want to talk about yet. Ron opened his mouth, then closed it again. Fine, Ron said. When you are ready, or when it tries to kill us. Whichever comes first. Hermione gave Harry a long look. I am not going to push, she said. But I will say this once. Whatever it is not bigger than you. You are allowed to be angry. You are allowed to be scared. You are also allowed to be more than whatever they planned for you. Harry nodded. I am working on it, he said. Ron nudged his foot under the blanket. Good, Ron said. Because I am not letting my best mate turn into some dark prince without warning. I need time to prepare better jokes. Hermione groaned. You are hopeless, she told him. True, Ron said. Harry breathed in. The knot in his chest loosened a little. They stayed until Madame Pomfrey chased them out again with threats of potions. Theo, Daphne, and Blaise waited until evening. Madame Pomfrey had gone to her office. The ward was quiet. Only one other bed held a student, a second year with a broken arm snoring under charm-induced sleep. Harry heard the door whisper open. He did not look up until the curtains around his bed shifted. Theo slipped inside first, then Daphne, then Blaise. They moved with the smooth assurance of people who had snuck through too many corridors to count. Breaking hospital rules, Harry said. I am shocked. Blaise grinned. We are well-behaved citizens, Blaise said. We simply have flexible ideas about visiting hours. Theo sat on the chair that Ron had used earlier. Daphne took the one on the other side. Blaise perched on the end of the bed. How bad? Theo asked. Harry let out a breath. Bad, he said. Not dead. That is a start, Blaise said. Quirrell? Daphne asked. The stone. Him, Harry repeated. Took a while. He told them about the mirror. About Voldemort's face twisted into the back of Quirrell's skull. About the offer, the threat, the way he could feel the man in his blood. He told them about the stone falling into his pocket when he looked into the glass and wished for a world that was his. He told them about how it felt to grab Quirrell and push everything out through his skin. How his mother's protection had burned the curse away. He did not hide the part where a part of him had wanted to step forward and take his father's hand. Theo listened with his usual still focus. Blaise's eyes went wide exactly once. When Harry said his full name out loud, Daphne's fingers tightened on the arm of the chair when he described the way Voldemort had said son. So that is it, Blaise said quietly when Harry finally stopped. No more stone. Destroyed, Harry said. No more easy road back for him. And he knows who you are, Daphne said. He knew before I did, Harry said. He felt the test at Gringotts. He felt the bond every time my scar hurt. He called me by a name I had not even said out loud yet. Theo's voice was soft. What did it feel like? Theo asked. Standing there, hearing it, knowing. Harry looked at the ceiling. Like the ground under my feet cracked, he said. Like everything I thought I knew about myself shifted half an inch to the left. And like I had been walking around all year with my eyes half shut. Theo nodded slowly. And now, Theo said, now that your eyes are open, now I am tired, Harry said, and angry, and more than a little scared. He paused. But I am also not surprised anymore, he added. That helps. A bit. Daphne leaned forward. What did Dumbledore say? She asked. He said he knew, Harry said. He said he thought keeping it from me would give me time to be just Harry. He apologized. He also did not promise he would stop deciding things for me. Theo snorted. Of course he did not, Theo said. Men like him do not stop. They slow. If you are lucky. Blaise stretched his legs out on the bed. So, Blaise said, you have a Dark Lord for a father, a war hero for an adoptive one, and the grumpiest bat in Hogwarts for a godfather. You have a headmaster who thinks in sacrifice and a school that cannot decide whether to clap for you or lock you in a dungeon. What are you going to do with all that? Harry let the question sit. He could feel the answer forming somewhere under his ribs. It was not neat. It did not fit into house speeches or ministry slogans. "I am going to survive," Harry said at last. "On my own terms. I am going to learn everything I can. Light, dark, whatever they want to call it. I am going to make sure that the next time he offers me a choice, I know exactly what I am saying no to." Theo's mouth curved. "That," Theo said, "sounds like a plan." Daphne watched him for a long moment. "When the others talk about you," she said, "they will pick a side. They will say you are either his son or their savior. They will not like the idea that you can be both. Then they can dislike it from a distance," Harry said. Blaze laughed softly. "Gray looks good on you," Blaze said. Harry rolled his eyes. "Do not call me a color," he said. "I am not a house scarf." Daphne's lips twitched. "No," she said. "You are not. You are a story. Stories change when people start talking about them. You should probably be the loudest voice in the room when they do." Harry thought of the whispers in the corridor. Heir of Slytherin. Parseltongue. Snake. "I cannot stop them talking," he said. "But I can decide what I give them to talk about." Theo stood. "Then start with this," Theo said. You faced him and walked away. That is the part you make sure they hear. Not the snake. Not the blood. The choice. He tapped Harry's bed rail once, like punctuation, then moved toward the curtain. Blaze followed, lazy movements hiding sharp awareness. Daphne lingered a moment longer. She looked at Harry, eyes serious, something like warmth under the calculation. "You are not alone in this, you know," she said. "Whatever he told you, whatever Dumbledore failed to tell you, you have us, whether you want us or not." Harry swallowed. "I want you," he said, "even when you are annoying." Her mouth quirked. "Good," she said. She leaned down before he could say anything else and pressed her lips to his cheek. It was quick, warm, soft. His stomach jumped. When she pulled back, his face felt hot. He was suddenly very aware of the way his hair probably stuck up in 6 directions and the fact that he was in a hospital gown. "Get some sleep, Potter," Daphne said. "We need you alive and conscious if we are going to use you as a shield against whatever madness comes next year." He found his voice. "Is that all I am?" he asked. "A shield." She paused at the curtain. "Maybe a blade," she said, "if you let yourself be. Good night." They slipped out. The ward fell quiet again, except for the distant clink of Madame Pomfrey's potions and the slow breathing of the other patient. Harry touched his cheek where Daphne had kissed him. The spot tingled. He let out a breath that was half laugh, half something else, and closed his eyes. School did not go back to normal. It shifted into something new. Word spread fast. Not about the stone. Dumbledore had clamped tight on that. But the snake and the dueling club and the fainting in the forest had all been there before. Now, rumors about Quirrell's fall and Dumbledore's sudden absence and return mixed in. Some students said Harry had fought off a dark creature in the depths of the school. Some whispered he had called it. Hufflepuff stayed wary. Justin avoided his eyes in the corridor. Ernie glared on Principal. Ravenclaw divided into 2 neat groups. Half wanted to study him like a subject. The other half avoided him like a plague. Slytherin watched. That did not change. Malfoy's stare held more confusion now. His father had grown him on tales of the Dark Lord. Having that legend's son in another house did not fit cleanly in his head. He snapped less, sneered more, and said nothing direct. Theo, Daphne, and Blaze kept their distance in public. In private they met. The Shadow Court, as Blaze had jokingly named them, had work to do. They mapped out where Harry could be seen with snakes without causing panic. They listed which teachers might be trusted with certain truths and which would run straight to the headmaster. They argued about whether Harry should lean into the rumors or play them down. Between one meeting and the next, exams arrived. Hermione attacked them like a battle. Ron complained and studied anyway. Harry wrote neat essays with hands that shook slightly when he picked up quills. His magic felt thin but steady. The deep ache from the fight with Quirrell lingered, but Madame Pomfrey's potions and Snape's extra drafts had settled the worst. Snape never spoke about the Godfather line again. Not directly, but when Harry handed in his potions exam, Snape's hand brushed his for a second longer than necessary. A folded scrap of parchment stuck to Harry's palm when he left. He unfolded it later in the hidden corner. It held 2 lines. No greeting. No signature. Learn to close your mind. We will speak next year. Hermione had never mentioned occlumency by name. The books that described it properly were locked away. Snape had. Harry burned the note with a quick fire charm and scattered the ash into the lake. He did not forget the words. The end-of-year feast came with the same banners, the same long tables, the same piles of food. The atmosphere felt wrong. Ravenclaw had the most points on the board this time, neat and tidy. Slytherin followed. Hufflepuff and Gryffindor trailed just behind. Everyone waited to see whether Dumbledore would break the rules again. He did. Before we tuck in, Dumbledore said, standing, I have a few last-minute points to award. Groans and laughter rolled through the hall. Hermione sat straighter. Ron muttered something about fairness that made her elbow him in the ribs. Dumbledore's gaze moved across the students. To Miss Granger, Dumbledore said. For clear thinking in the face of danger, and for successfully solving a puzzle many adults would not. 50 points. Gryffindor cheered. Hermione turned scarlet and tried to vanish into her seat. To Mr. Weasley, Dumbledore went on. For the best played game of wizard chess this school has seen in many years, and for sacrificing himself so that others might go on. 50 points. Ron's ears went bright red. Fred and George whooped from further down the table. And to Mr. Potter, Dumbledore said, for courage that borders on foolishness and a heart that refuses to turn the wrong way. 60 points. The hall erupted. Gryffindors shouted. Red and gold banners unfurled over their heads as the hourglass points shifted in a rush. Ravenclaw groaned but clapped politely. Hufflepuff managed a scattered cheer. Even a few Slytherins clapped once or twice before catching themselves and stopping. Theo, Daphne, and Blaise did not move, but their eyes met Harry's for the briefest moment. Harry sat very still. The noise washed over him. He did not look at Dumbledore. He knew what the old man was doing. Public praise was a shield and a target both. If the school saw Harry as a hero, it would be slower to turn on him. If the ministry saw Dumbledore patting the boy's head, it would assume Harry stayed on the right side. At the same time, every eye in the hall was on him now. He could feel the weight of it on his skin. Ron thumped his shoulder. We did it, Ron said. Again. Do not get used to it, Hermione said. But she was smiling. Harry let himself smile back, small and real. For now, he allowed the cheers to be about Quirrell and the stone and not about the blood running in his veins. That secret sat heavy and quiet under his ribs, like a coin no one else had seen yet. The train ride home felt crowded, not because of trunks and cages and sweets, but because of everything between the 3 of them that could not be stuffed under seats. They found an empty compartment. Ron dumped his sweets on the seat and declared he was not sharing his chocolate frogs with anyone, then shared them anyway. Hermione stacked books on her lap and did not open a single one. Outside, fields rolled past. The sky was light. Summer air seeped in through the small window crack. So, Ron said at last, bouncing a frog card between his fingers. Back to the Dursleys. Harry made a face. Yes, he said. Back to the place where no one knows what happened under their feet. Where I cannot even say the word magic out loud without someone flinching. Hermione watched him. If it is bad, she said. Right? Alas, we can complain to someone. McGonagall. Dumbledore. There are laws. Harry thought of Dumbledore's, for the greater good voice. I will be fine, Harry said. They are scared of what I can do now. That helps. Ron snorted. I would be scared too, Ron said. You melted a teacher. I did not melt him, Harry said. I burned his curse out. His curse happened to be attached to his head, Ron said. Details. Hermione shook her head. We will write anyway, she said. Even if you do not, you will not be able to hide from us over summer. Not properly. Harry smiled. That is a threat, is it? He asked. Yes, Hermione said. The door slid open. Theo stood there, hands in his pockets. Mind if I borrow him for a moment? Theo asked. We will bring him back in one piece. Ron looked wary. We are 5 minutes from the station, Ron said. Exactly, Theo said. That is all I need. Harry stood. I will be back, he said. He followed Theo down the corridor to the bit between carriages where the noise was louder and the air colder. Daphne leaned against the wall, arms folded. Blaze dangled from the luggage rack like it was a hammock. "Sentimental visit," Blaze said. "Something like that," Theo said. Daphne's gaze swept Harry's face. "How are you?" she asked. "Ask me in a week," Harry said. Theo nodded toward the window. "When that station door opens," Theo said, "you go back to a house that does not know your name." "Not really. You go from being the center of a war nobody has written yet to being the strange boy on the end of the street." Harry watched the countryside blur. "Yes," he said. "The temptation," Theo went on, "will be to pretend, to act like Harry Potter and keep Hadrian Riddle folded up somewhere. That will work. For a while. Then it will snap back and hit you in the face." "You are very cheerful today," Harry said. "I am honest," Theo said. "You need both sides if you are going to survive this. You need the boy in the cupboard who learned to listen and the son of a dark lord who is not afraid of snakes. Do not throw either away because someone else is uncomfortable." Daphne pushed off the wall. "If they treat you badly," she said, "remember this. You do not owe them your fear. Not anymore. You have seen worse." Harry thought of Coral's skin cracking under his hands. "I know," he said. Blaze dropped down lightly. "And remember us," Blaze said. "Your clever little court. We will be waiting at the other end of summer with gossip, schemes, and more ridiculous things to drag you into." Harry snorted. "And possible chess tournaments," Theo added. "Weasley owes me a rematch." Harry hesitated. "You know I am not sure what I am yet," he said. "Hero, heir, idiot." "Yes," Theo said. "That was not an invitation to agree," Harry said. Daphne smiled. "We do not need you to fit into a box," she said. "We just need you to be alive and on our side when everything breaks." She stepped closer and, without warning, hugged him. It was quick and tight. His heart jumped again. "Do not die, Potter," she said into his shoulder. "It would ruin my plans." He hugged her back, awkward around the edges but real. "I will try not to," he said. Theo clapped his shoulder once. Blaze gave a mock salute. "Grey Prince," Blaze murmured. Harry rolled his eyes again, but the words lodged somewhere in his chest. When he slid back into the compartment with Ron and Hermione, the train was already slowing. "You all right?" Ron asked. "Yeah," Harry said. He was not sure it was true. He said it anyway. King's Cross was loud and bright. People shouted. Owls hooted. Steam filled the air for a moment and then drifted up to the station roof. Mothers pulled children into hugs. Fathers took trunks. Siblings argued. Mrs. Weasley crushed Ron and Ginny at once. "Harry dear," she said, dragging him into the mess of a hug. "You look thin. Are they feeding you? Oh, and your poor head. You write if they treat you badly, do you hear me? I will march down there myself." Harry believed her. "Yes, Mrs. Weasley," he said. Hermione's parents stood a little apart, looking slightly lost in the sea of cloaks. Hermione waved to them, then turned back to Harry. "I meant what I said," she told him. "Letters. Every week." He nodded. "You will send me reading lists," he said. "Yes," she said. "And you will read some of them." "We will see," he said. She rolled her eyes. Then, in a sudden burst of movement, leaned forward and kissed his other cheek. Now both sides of his face burned. "Stay safe," she said. "You too," he managed. She darted away toward her parents, talking fast. For a second, Harry stood still in the middle of the platform, surrounded by people and noise and luggage, and felt oddly calm. 2 kisses. 2 worlds. Gryffindor and Slytherin. Potter and Riddle. He picked his trunk handle up. "Come on, boy," Uncle Vernon grunted from behind the barrier, face already purple at the sight of robes. "Move along. We do not have all day." Harry looked at him. For the first time he really looked. Vernon Dursley was big, loud, full of cheap anger. He was not a war. He was not a dark lord. He was just a man who did not understand magic and hated what he could not control. The fear that had lived in Harry's bones for years shifted. It did not vanish, but it changed shape. "Yes, Uncle Vernon," Harry said. His voice was calm. He followed them out to the car. Dudley stared at him in the rear view, half curious, half wary. Petunia gripped her handbag like a shield. Harry sat in the back seat and watched London slide by. He could feel the hum in his chest again. It was quieter away from Hogwarts, away from Voldemort. But it was still there. A reminder. Promise. He slid a hand into his pocket and touched nothing. The stone was gone. The scar was not. He had a summer ahead of him. No magic allowed. No wands. No spells. Just a small room, assignments, and his own head for company. Could have been a cage. He was not going to let it be. He had books hidden in his trunk. Not just the ones on the Hogwarts list. A thin volume on mental shields Theo had slipped him under a pile of parchment. A worn potions notebook with neat handwriting in the margins that looked suspiciously like Snape's. He had friends who would write and insist on answers. He had a court of Slytherins who would expect him to step back into the shadows at the start of next term and pick up every thread he dropped. He had a headmaster who now knew that Harry Potter would not sit quietly and let other people pull every string. He had a father who had looked at him through someone else's eyes and seen something he wanted. Most of all, he had himself. That was new. He let his forehead rest against the cool glass. Cars rolled by. People walked. Nobody on the pavement had any idea that a boy in a too-big shirt and trainers had just turned down the two most powerful wizards of his age. That was fine. Stories did not need everyone to see the first chapter. He closed his eyes and, in his mind, wrote his name on a blank page. Harry Potter, Hadrian Riddle, both. He drew a line between them and did not choose one to cross out. When the car turned into Privet Drive, he opened his eyes again. The houses all looked the same. Neat lawns, closed curtains. The sky above them was clear and harmless. On the edge of hearing, just for a second, he thought he caught the faint hiss of a snake in a drain. Speaker, something whispered. He smiled, small and sharp. Later, he murmured under his breath. He got out of the car, picked up his trunk, and walked back into the tidy, cramped house that had once been his whole world. It was not, anymore. Somewhere far away, under stone and sky, Hogwarts waited. So did his father. So did the path he had chosen in that mirrored room. This was not an ending. It was a pause. He could work with pauses. Harry Potter, Hadrian Riddle, whatever name the world wanted to throw at him next, stepped over the threshold, shoulders squared, ready to spend a summer preparing for a war only he knew had already started.